Because one, I've been listening, well, all of you have been listening to, I've been listening to the same track for 44 minutes. Do you want to do the giveaways today? I'm debating. I have 3 keys to give away, chat. I mentioned the Discord. We have 3 keys to give away on the Twitch side. For all of you on YouTube, I do apologize. I can't do it on both sides. Also, YouTube, I do apologize. I'm not going to be keeping nearly as close of an eye. Oh, crap. All right, wait, never mind. It's back. It's okay. Cool. Literally, I said that, and the hot potato connection dropped, and I went, oh, crap, and I got ready to deal with it. But it came back on its own. We're all right. We're okay. That's the second time. That's part of the reason being extra watchful on that is because of that. Let me just make sure everything's fine. Let me mute this channel and make sure. Okay. All right, we're good. Okay. So sorry about that. Yeah, that's the second. Yeah, it dropped earlier today. Yeah, no, we've had it go down twice, and then it's just a thing that's happening. Let's see, when you're trying to drive a tractor truck, and the sound cuts off and on with some weird noise, any way to fix that? No, I haven't experienced that yet. I'm just trying to make sure, and for all people watching the YouTube thing later, right now, so I should probably explain. Right now we have the RimWorld Hot Potato going on, which is a charity stream. This is not what's happening here. This is just something I'm keeping track of. How broken did Farm Sim 25 drop? It had very little issues. Not none, but like there was, I think, 2 contracts I was aware of that you could get stuck on that you couldn't complete that really shouldn't have been given out that way. The AI would not do the weeder. It would do everything else, but for whatever reason, the weeder tool specifically would just go, no, and it would quit. Like, it wouldn't crash, it just the AI would say no, and then, you know, the AI would say the job's done or can't do it or whatever. But otherwise, there was a couple other little bugs, but most of them were just like, oh, that's weird, but no one really cares. But yeah, so we have the Doctors Without Borders RimWorld charity event going on, which is run by the stream team I'm on, Halcyon Frequency Stream Team. It's a week-long, one continuous RimWorld run where we start with a save file, and every 3 to 4 hours, it gets passed on to the next person. And it's going through a total of 37 different content creators over on Twitch to raise money with Doctors Without Borders. So if it ever during this stream I seem distracted, I'm keeping an eye on that as a responsibility, because I'm not supposed to be streaming today, but I got the new microphone. My turn in the like the hot potato is tomorrow, and so this is my chance to get this all figured out before that happens. Plus, I'm going to use you all for brainstorming more incentive ideas, because very genuinely, I threw like 3 or 4 on there, which is not nearly enough, and I have been in the equivalent of like writer's block for that. So I need, have I got any ready? Yes, I've got the ones that most of the people have been doing. So I've got ones for decreasing and increasing the difficulty of RimWorld. Fair enough. Which I'm not going to say who yet. I'm going to wait till we actually get to my segment. But I turned on those incentives to get it figured out, and someone has already thrown $25 towards my segment of it to decrease the difficulty. And so it's a good thing. So that's already occurred. I have a bunch of these temporary face tattoos. Let's see if we'll actually be able to see that. So that's the Doctors Without Borders little logo there. And so I've got literally like 100 of those things. So I'm gonna have to like clean up all of the, like, it doesn't show up on camera, but I'm pretty scruffy today. Like I was working other things, and the hair all got dried already. I was like, oh man, I really should have shaved. I'm pushing a little Wolverine going on over here on the sides a little bit. So I gotta trim that up before tomorrow, because otherwise those temporary tattoos are gonna only be available from like here and up. You can see the stubble and everything, yeah. Yeah, like, oh yeah, no, it doesn't show as badly on camera. It's pretty bad. It's that point that I'm going, ee. It's not like actually itchy, but you're like, ee. And then I've got gloves, which is gonna be a weird thing, because I'm going to make it so for people donating money that I have a whole series of gloves, and the ones not pictured here are the kitchen mitts, that each time, and it's one of the more expensive one, each time the gloves get worse. So I'm going to start with the mechanics gloves will be the first ones I put on. Not going to affect me too bad. Makes my fingers a little fatter. Not that hard to play a game. Then we get to the diver's gloves, which you'd think being fingerless aren't as bad, but that's some real thick neoprene there. So it makes it real hard to move stuff around. Then we get to gardening gloves. Leather, well, it's like pleather, it's not real leather, but like leather gardening gloves. Needless to say, not a whole lot of dexterity in there compared to the other ones. And then finally, the worst level is like full-on kitchen mitts, where realistically to play the game, we have to take a pen in between the fingers and just jab the keyboard with the pen. I don't know how I'm figuring out the mouse. It'll be interesting. It'll be tough. But that's one of the more expensive ones I have with only a limited of 4 redeems because once ago, because my plan isn't to do the thing where it's 5 minutes of, it's each time someone does it, I'm stuck in those for the rest of the stream at one higher escalation until I run out of worse gloves. I was trying to get a hold of it, I didn't have time. I have a buddy who's got welder's gloves. And those, you can't do anything in those. It's like the oven mitts where you basically have a pinch, but then they're thick and heavy too. Sadly, I couldn't get a hold of them in time. Anyways, let's get actually into the game because I'm already recording to YouTube and all that. Don't worry about what's going on there. That's classified. Let's go ahead and get in here. Oh, all the, you know what? These are all giant software official mods. Except that one. And the map. So these are all ones that Giant Software themselves have released. So while they are technically mods, they are vehicles from the previous games and whatever that they brought in. I like the unlimited color configure one a lot because it means I can just change any tractor any color I want. But we've been doing the Survivorman challenge. We started it for about an hour yesterday. I finished yesterday on the beginning part of the stream. I said beginning part of the stream, like 7-8 hours into the stream, that I did go and get everything sorted out with the temple being built, the $1 million, all that stuff. You're changing tractor colors? Yes. Because while green is nice and all that, I like to have my orange and all that. I also feel like I'm too big. I feel like I'm too big on this setup. Let me just go here to you. Let's shrink me a little bit here. Maybe around there. Oh, that is where I'm. Oh God, that is not what I want. Please, no, this is not what the world needed. Please scale this down. Cancel. There we go. Let's try that again. All right, that's fine. Okay, and we got start. Let's get my music going here. Well, I shouldn't say my music. We can see every pixel. Giant Rual isn't real. He can't hurt you. Yeah, so for those who missed out what we switched to yesterday, so we switched over to the Survivorman challenge. For those who are watching us working on the East Asia map, we did make a lot of progress on that. We did finish the temple yesterday, which was honestly a little anticlimactic. Let's see, do the music settings just not apply to the main menu? So perhaps I'm missing it. I'm going to double check it again. There isn't a music setting. There's a radio setting, which I have turned off. So, yeah, oh, I'm sorry, Wednesday, not yesterday, Wednesday we did that. So there is a radio setting, but otherwise there's character and all that. So I'm assuming it's the mastered volume, maybe the GUI volume, but I haven't gone in there. I'm willing to bet there's a mod or something I can do. I also noticed that I've got like this pit here where I need to level that terrain, but that'll be a later thing. But so we did finish the temple. Like I said, it was a little on the anticlimactic side, which is a little bit of a bummer, but that's okay. And what I mean by that is we finished the temple, the place you put stuff disappears, and that's about your only signal that the temple's done. I don't remember for the life of me. I've been working on off-stream, trying to get another Survivorman challenge run. I had a bunch of false starts with it yesterday. Was like, okay, well this one I'm doing the grass, let me do the lumber. Got myself set up, I was like, wow, the lumber in the setup I'm using is really not a good time. It's gonna take even longer. Let me try something else. Let me try doing the start with the bales. Oh, that's gonna be even worse than just mowing the grass. Okay, let me go ahead and do the greenhouse. Well, that's not fun to watch. And so I ultimately did end up with the same thing. Let's see, if you could have any tractor, what would it be? I actually don't have a strong opinion, to be entirely thing. Like, that's, so I very much enjoy Farm Sim, but I have no real brand loyalty. I have no real agricultural background. I do have some decent knowledge about plants in general, just from being someone who, you know, ADHD things, hyper-focus. My hyper-focus was gardening for a long time. So, like, I used to grow, I had this habanero plant that was like 4 feet by 4 feet and would produce literally hundreds and hundreds of peppers every year. And all that, and I used to go through and grow like a whole range of different things. So I'd do, you know, all the balancing the potassium, the nitrate, the phosphate, making sure, you know, they're properly dealing with the moisture, that we're actually keeping the plant set up that way. Doing stuff to like growing certain plants between my plants to deal with various annoying pests. All right, Lardine, you have a good one watching your tournament. You're familiar with the hyperfocus? Like, oh yeah, you get into the weeds. In this case of gardening, sometimes quite literally of going, what is this weed? How can I get it to go away? Beyond just rip it out of the ground. It's like, how can I get it to go away longer than just I yoinked it? And sometimes it is what it is. Just like, yeah, this weed comes back. You're not getting rid of it without hurting your plants. So like, you know, you see it start getting established, yoink it. Does he really like this new cam angle view? It's very cozy. Is it comfortable? Yeah, no, it's comfortable for me. Nah, people like that. I mean, it's mostly, like, honestly, it's a little bit more straight on than the other one was. It's just, it's not as zoomed in, so it's showing, like, all the upper torso, like, honestly, mid-torso to upper torso. And it's not that I was avoiding that for any particular reason. Like, I'm nowhere near as fit as I used to be. But yeah. You can see your shirt and stuff? Okay, I mean, if people like it, it's easy enough. New day and new me. It's a very cool shirt. I have a lot of very cool shirts. You know, now I think about it, I haven't gone back and really thought of people seeing the shirts. Like, I do look and be conscious about some shirts, in the sense that, like, I've got a lot of shirts that are from tech conferences I've attended and spoke at. I usually avoid wearing those shirts. Most of them. Just because a lot of those shirts, you know, they can be very doxing, because you'll see, like, you know, whatever the name of the conference is, like 2021 or whatever, and they'll be like, oh, what is that? And then they'll look up the conference and then see my picture with my real name there, and that I was a speaker at that conference. It's like, let's not, like, I'm 100% aware if someone is really committed to figuring out who I am. And this isn't even because of, like, me and my background and having a little bit of a public image outside of streaming as well. Generally speaking, if you have any type of real presence, whether it's internet or whatever, if someone has the motivation to figure out who you are, they can. Like, there's a lot you can do to deter that, which you should. But, like, if the motivation is strong enough, you know, they're gonna figure it out. It's one of the reasons why when someone starts to be a little bit obsessive or whatever, you just ban them. And just ban and block it on everything. And the hope is to de-escalate that by not feeding into it. And so, you know, they eventually just move on. But if people start to get to too much of a level of obsession, then there's only so much you can do. I've been fortunate that I've not had to deal with anything like that. Like, I've certainly dealt with people who push boundaries, but not in that manner. You know, I've had people ask like really personal questions that are like, hey, you know what? I'm not answering that on stream. I did like, I'm not going to name the other creator, not because I don't want to give credit where credit's due or anything, but you know, generally speaking, when you're dealing with interaction with other creators, unless you know for a fact that they're comfortable talking about their stuff, it's best to just leave it alone kind of thing. But there was another creator, and the person was asking what time zone they were in or something like that. And of course, a lot of us try and, you know, keep where we live on the down low for personal safety and all that kind of stuff. And this is a very big creator, and his response is like, oh, no problem. Yeah, I can give you my, like, what time zone I'm in. I just need your mother's maiden name of the last 4, though. You know, and the point was like, hey, man, you know, don't dox yourself. I personally am not as, like, people know I live in Florida because it is a thing that I say, hey, I'm in Central Florida. I give them no closer details than that if I can help it. And I'm sure people have figured out, like, what city I'm in. I know there's enough there that people could easily put that together. But, or at least what general area I'm in, maybe not the city itself. But, with all that, there's not, because people know I'm in Central Florida, there's no reason for me to be like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna say the time, you know, the time zone, because there's only 2 of them in Florida, and the one is just like the tiniest little bit of the edge of the panhandle. So it's kind of one of those ones. It's like there's no point in hiding it. The moment I say I'm in Central Florida, you know that information. Versus I totally understand people who live in like states across multiple time zone or countries across multiple time zones. That it can be one of those, especially countries that like, or locations you have where it's like, you know, either like the whole middle part's swamp or the whole middle part's desert. And so when you look at it, it's like, well, there's the big city on the east, the big city on the west. And so when you do the time zone, instead of just saying I'm in this giant region, you've narrowed it down to the city with just that one answer. It's like I can imagine a lot of people in Australia will be a lot more likely to be cagey about their time zone. Because don't get me wrong, there's more than like the handful of major cities in there. But if you start talking about living in a more urban situation or rural situation, if you say anything remotely urban, that time zone might narrow you down to just 1 or 2 cities immediately. So I guess getting a message as a streamer stating your in real life address would be worrying, I guess. Oh yeah. Well, there's a lot of things that general just streamer advice for other content creators. Take variations on your home address. Put that crap in your auto mod. Yeah, I'll answer that. I tried to have it so auto mod would take literally any address and do it, but it just falls positive way too much. That like random messages, because what it was doing is picking up if someone did like numbers, word, and then like the next thing started with ST or RD, which doesn't sound like it happened that much. But I had that for a while, and it was like false positive constantly. So I got rid of it. But yeah. I'll go ahead and like wait till after the ad break to finish my thoughts, since I know there's a couple people here who got stuck in ads that would want and or benefit from the thing, or at nothing else are active with other content creators who they can do it. This isn't like some original idea I had. It's one of those things that's just, you talk to a bunch of content creators, you're gonna hear the same advice. I bet you have some cool game shirts. I've got some. Like I've got a Path of Exile shirt I wear on stream from time to time. I've actually got a couple of them. I've got this one. It's sad one of my favorite ones was a tank top that says still Sane Exile, but that poor tank top, it's had a long hard life. It's one of those shirts you still keep because it's still comfy. It doesn't have any holes in it, but like where it says still Sane Exile on it, that's barely there anymore. there's like, you can kind of make out that there was some symbols, and I think that was a bunch of symbols from a bunch of gems or whatever. But like by and large, the shirt, all the letterings come off. I've got a really cool shirt I don't wear too often, but it's just science, and it's a bunch of scientists standing over a grill with this giant I'm not bat, like this giant bat with like a T-Rex inside, but they're sitting at the grill. Because of course, if you get a T-Rex, you gotta try it. We gotta know what it tastes like. That's information. That's not screwing around. That's science. And I'm saying this somewhat mockingly, but also not wrong. Alright, so the ad break should be coming to an end here, and I run the minimum amount of ads required to get rid of pre-rolls, because pre-rolls just absolutely obliterate your new viewership. So I'm very, very solidly in team just, yeah, ads suck, but the damage that pre-rolls do to a channel is so severe. Just accept the way it is, man. Do what you gotta do to succeed. We can see royalty? Yeah, because I changed the camera for this will be, like, this is not a sponsorship this stream, but, pretty soon I will do a sponsorship. I wanted to make sure it's all set up and working, that way, you know, it wasn't, hey, look, I got this new mic. Let me spend the next, you know, half hour on stream trying to get it all sorted out. But yeah, no, what was it? What were we talking about when you got pulled into the ad real fast there? Oh, right. Yeah, generally, as like content creators, or if you know someone who is a content creator, one big piece of advice that I can highly recommend is I highly recommend as a content creator, no matter how big or small you are, to take many different variations of your address and to put that into your auto mod. So like your full written out street address, put that into auto mod. You know, like your city, zip code, put it in auto mod. Just the street number and the street name together, put it in auto mod. Like, and try and do that as much as possible. Be careful about putting just the street name unless it's like something very unique to where you are. And then cities as well, because you can kind of deliberately, unintentionally reveal where you're at, where if someone drops in a city name and then just suddenly it auto mods out. Because then you'll be like, why do you do that? Or you can do the other thing, like, I had debated once or twice. Yeah, that's actually where it's going. That has happened once or twice that, you know, people have been talking about areas they live around here. I could turn around and go, okay, like here's the 10 like closest cities. You know, I tell people I'm in Central Florida. I could like grab all of the nearby cities and put all of those into auto mod. More likely you'll trigger that, you know, false positive, but you are trying to obfuscate, you know, someone being like, I know what Rual's real name is, and he lives at and like once the information's out there, it's out there kind of thing. It's also good to take, if your name is common enough, like you're a John Doe or something like that, you know, auto-modding, that's not going to do you enough. But if you do have a name that's not super common, like auto-modding the full name, that's the thing. Yeah, no, I realize people have been around here have figured out my first name. I'm not, like, it's not those things that, like, if someone, like, I wouldn't want people in chat to use my first name, even if you have figured it out. Because, again, it's not that they're trying to be, like, super cagey. It's a personal protection kind of thing, because people get weird. But it's those things that, you know, just because you figure it out, you keep it to yourself. Yeah, no, it's not Rual, it's Rual. I've been just deceiving you this whole time. I keep telling you all it's Rual, but it's actually Rual. No. But the automod also opens up to bots to brute forcing it. It's not reliable unless you had a bunch of random crap. Well, yeah, that's the thing. You had a bunch of random crap, but the idea is someone being able to just drop in the address real fast. You want to protect against that. But also, when it comes to brute forcing with the bots thing, don't leave your bot running up when you're not live. Just let the bots fire off into silence. But yeah, no, the idea being like, if in stream I see someone, you know, dropping like, you know, they said they'd start dropping a bunch of random city names in Central Florida, I am gonna just time them out immediately or ban them right out. Because, you know, if it's obvious they're trying to dox me, no one needs to tell you that doxing the streamer will absolutely get you permanently banned. Not only on the channel, but if I could demonstrate that you were trying to dox someone, that's your off Twitch for good kind of thing. You don't dox. Miami is totally Central Florida. Got it? Yeah. No, if we're counting the Keys, sure. Miami's Central Florida. Yeah, no, it is a TOS violation to dox people. That's the reason I was saying you wouldn't just get banned from the channel, you get banned from Twitch because of TOS violation. Tallahassee too? Yeah, that's farther south of the Panhandle, so we could say Tallahassee, Central Florida. I never specified how central it all is. It's actually much worse than that. It's a violation of privacy. Well, that's the thing. That's kind of like one of the things with like that. Some states actually do have anti-doxing laws. I don't actually know if Florida has one or not. I know California does. That is actually one thing I do really appreciate with, and it's a lot more West Coast than that. I do appreciate how much more like the West Coast is at least trying to keep up with modern concerns and all that. So, you know, people doxing and doing all that stuff, or swatting and all that. California, in a lot of cases, is one of the states that was usually pretty quick to pick up and go, hey, like they're the ones, they have the law that basically if you try to get someone swatted, which is where you call the police on someone at such a escalation that the appropriate response for that circumstance would be to send SWAT, that they do now challenge it as attempted murder. Which I think is honestly, like, with how dangerous that is, I think that's totally fair. Because it's not just a prank, bro. It's like literally you're putting people's lives in danger. Hey! How's it going, NL? Getting your 20 stream streak, catching the last 20 without missing a single one, so thank you for that. Means a heck of a lot, and I hope you've been enjoying it. The plot twist, he's actually been tricking us this whole time. He lives in Colorado. Hey, you know what? You don't know. Very genuinely, there are creators who do that. And when I say a false persona, I don't mean like they're lying or whatever, but that, you know, they have their, like, it'll be their personality, authentic self. But as far as like where they live and all that kind of stuff, they'll effectively create a false persona. I don't do that myself, but there are a lot of people who do that kind of thing. Because like I said, people get weird. People get weird. And now that you live in an area with an anti-doxing laws, people use this information to dox you. Pyongyang is in Central Florida, right? I mean, the climates are probably similar. Low-key, I would absolutely much rather be in Colorado. The weather there much more aligns with my preferences than here. It's just unfortunately for the nature of work that Tomb does, there's not much opportunity there. She's got like a really good place in her career and all that. It's just one of those things that unfortunately that's very limiting on where we can be. Gotta go where the work is. And unfortunately, Florida's one of the places. It has to do more with climate than it has anything to do with, like, Florida itself. Let's see, for there, violation of privacy can incur a fine from 10 to 100,000, but it's very specifically to your state, or in your case, province. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We do have some states in the U.S. that actually do have fairly strict anti-doxing laws, but it's not a long list. I think it's like, I want to say California's got some pretty strict rules around it. I believe Oregon has some decently strong rules around it. I think Washington. You know, it's all the states that generally are far more progressive, that they're kind of looking at going, hey, you know, like this is something that has genuine harm. There isn't a positive reason to do this. And as such, you know, it's not like you go, oh, lifetime in jail, felony, that kind of sentence. It is like you're saying that usually you'll get a misdemeanor charge. Usually it's a finable offense, and the fine would probably vary wildly depending on where you're at. And then I want to say, in those particular cases, that upon request, you can automatically be granted a restraining order against whoever was the doxing person. So it's just like instantly, it's one of those things that, like, this person does that, and once, like, the fine and all that, you know, they got to go through the court system, but like upon completion of the court system and all that, it is just one of those things that they don't have a separate case or trial or whatever for the restraining order. It's like, hey, if you were found in violation of deliberately doxing this person, it's just assumed there's ill intent there once you've been found guilty of doing that and all that. And to be clear with that kind of stuff, if you accidentally, like, you're flipping through your tabs and it came up on your email and you're like, oh no, you don't get hit with the 10 or 100,000 times, like $10 or $100,000 fine or whatever. It's the whole, like, malicious being like, I know where this streamer is, they live at whatever address, blast it on Reddit or wherever you're dumping it out to. You know, that kind of thing, that type of doxing, that'll get you in trouble. There's more nuance than I'm aware of in it, but it's just the malicious doxing of people. That'll catch you a fine, that'll catch you a misdemeanor charge in some U.S. states. But generally, the more rural states, it hasn't been as big of an issue because there's not as many people there to deal with, so it's not been escalated as much. Yeah, doxing is sad, people are cruel. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. There's certain behaviors that have been around for a while, and that, you know, we're starting to catch up some to start getting them under control. And doxing being one of those, and swatting being another one, that we're starting to get laws that are a bit better about. Then there's definitely places I wish we did more. Like, generally speaking, if you send a death threat to someone here in the U.S., that isn't instantly seen as anything actionable. Like, if I send an email and, like, I'm gonna kill you, like, for law enforcement generally, that's a nothing burger. Like, doesn't break a law, whatever. Now if I go, I'm gonna kill you on Sunday with my revolver in the back here in the afternoon, then that's actionable, because then that's deemed as a credible threat, because they've shown that they're going, like, they have a time, they have a place, like that kind of thing. So it's not just someone, like, blowing steam. It's someone that's like, oh no, they're heavily implying that they're actually going to go through with it. They got a plan and everything. But the problem is proving that is so impossible, because almost no one's going to send an email or something to you and be like, hey man, I'm going to kill you at your home address of XYZ and yada yada. You know, watch your back. Like, it's not that that could never happen, but it basically never happens. It's usually just someone popping on the internet and being like, how dare you change this one damage attack in here and this Path of Exile that I like, and you nerfed its 1000 damage by 5. You should be ashamed of yourself. I'm gonna see you in the alley behind. you know, they just send death threats. And I'm like, you know what? Credible or not, death threat, I don't think that's acceptable. Like, I think the first offense should be like a minor thing that, you know, you get to spend the weekend in the slammer cooling it off, and then be like, that's your shot across the bow. That's the warning one. Like, you don't have a real charge on you yet. You don't have like a misdemeanor or felony or anything like that. This is the, hey, don't you do that. That's do not pass go. And then, you know, when the person repeats it, then it escalates. Because like it shouldn't be a normal response to, hey, I didn't like what this person does. You know. And that's like usually the counter argument is like, oh well, I play COD all the time, and someone goes, I'm gonna kill you. It's like, yeah, in the context of the video game, sure. That's fine in the context of the video game. Sure. Obviously there's gotta be wiggle room for it and all that. But it's the random email to like the game dev or whatever, and be like, I'm gonna kill you. They're like, hang on, hold the hell up. If people can't treat you, let's see, people can't treat people they disagree with, dislike with courtesy anymore. Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. But yeah, like that's the thing. Like, there's disagreeing and there's even argument. There's, you know, petty insults and all. It's like, yeah, I mean, obviously, petty insults. We should genuinely also kind of do the same thing with like the petty insults and be like, hey, the most in terms of petty insults, whatever platform you're on should suppress those, because it's not adding anything of substance. You're not learning anything. You're not doing anything. You're just getting personal attacks. But it's different from being like, hey, we just don't want to see it. You know, Blue Sky, like let me go in here and say I just don't want to see this type of content, and it disappears for me. And then there's a very different thing when someone being like, hey, you know, I'm gonna do things to your mom or whatever, like those kind of things. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm sorry. People call that banter. I hated that from the very beginning. Like, very genuinely, like all the way back to the days when I'd play like Counter-Strike and Call of Duty and all that. You know, I'd play games, there'd be the people, you know, so they're, you know, your mom jokes are always just tiresome. But, you know, like the people who are sitting there saying that they're gonna do like all sorts of awful things, I'm like, you know what? This isn't fun banter to me. Like this really isn't a fun thing. Like, by all means, I'm down for some trash talk. But like, people get weird with their trash talk. They're like, why is that where you're going, man? But yeah. Oh yeah, no, Blue Sky has been way better. Like, don't get me wrong, I have had my very first art bot hit me up on Blue Sky. That's how long it took. I've already got a lot more traction going on Blue Sky than I ever had on Twitter on my stream account and everything. My dev account is still way bigger on Twitter, but that's because I had like 10 years worth of growth on it. Even then, I'm not using that anymore on there, and it's getting close. But like, literally, it's almost all the time on Twitter. You just get your message to be like, hey, can I ask you something? It's like, ah, here we go. So like, my dog's almost dead, and I have cancer, and I live in a hell-torn war zone, and I'm just trying to make a couple of dollars. Would you be willing to commission some art? It's like, no, man. No, I know 90% of those things you said are almost certainly not true, and the other 10% are probably also not true. But also, you're very clearly a bot. Because I've literally seen this exact same word for word a couple of times. Let's see, you like the cute pictures you're seeing on there? Lots of cute proggos. Oh yeah. But then it's like, on Blue Sky, I got my very first one. Don't get me wrong, it's the exact same script of, you know, hey, can I ask you a question? And, you know, their name will have something art in it. So it'll be like Artie McArtface. Not really. But it'd be like, you know, Jasmine Draws or whatever. And you go in there, it's the exact same profile. Like, word for word the exact same profile you see all the time. And it's got like the exact same like emotes and everything that look just straight up lifted from someone else. You're like, uh-huh. You know what this is? Not a real person. Like, don't get me wrong, I've done the art thing. I get the hustle. And I respect that it's difficult. And I respect how difficult it is. But at the same time, one, you ain't gonna get crap for customers that way because you look like a bot. And also, you're probably a bot. Yeah, someone's legit trying to argue that Elon made Twitter better earlier. There are people who genuinely believe that anyone pushing back on any speech you make whatsoever is violating freedom of speech, which means they don't even fundamentally at all understand their own basic rights, which is a shame because it's much easier to lose those rights when you don't understand them. But that's a whole topic we can leave the heck alone. But like, it's the same thing, you know, if you went into like the preschool and then started talking about like the wild sex you had in the weekend, and people being like, hey, we're not talking about that here, you need to go. And someone would scream, you know, freedom of speech or whatever, and it's like, no, it's a private business, go away. Also, you're being wildly inappropriate. But there's just a thing that people believe that, like, when you drop in and you say something super controversial and people are like, hey man, we don't talk about that here, that somehow you're, oh good, we got hail. Neat. But, you know, that you're suppressing the right to speak. And it's like, no, man, this is walking into the theater, standing up on the stage and yelling on your megaphone. The theater's allowed to tell you to get the hell out. Let's see. You enjoy a bit of trash talk, but when you bring moms in the mix, you're Helen Keller to it. Do you hate that kind of trash talk? Yeah, well, I mean, it's not only, like, just the moms thing. It's like, there's banter that is, okay, you're being clever and interesting and all that, or you're being fun. That can, like, and don't get me wrong, it can be absolutely name-calling, and that's fine. As long as everyone involved is cool with it, that's fine. Now, obviously, if you're trash-talking other people on the internet, and it can get to that, whatever. But, like, as the attacks get more and more personal, there's definitely a point where you're like, all right, this isn't just, you know, hey, it's just banter. It's like, no, now we're being genuinely just nasty to people for no reason. And I would still, like, there's people who are blaming the election for why Twitter's a ghost town. It's not part of it. It's not the only thing. It's definitely a whole lot of things. Like, you have, you know, moderation on Twitter has all but died. So it's full of all these bots that, like, I've talked about before. Like, I did a post that I thanked a game dev and said, hey, you included this dyslexia friendly font. You know, thank you for doing that. Like, it's not often people take consideration of people with dyslexia in these, so, like, it means a lot that you take that time. And so it's like a totally positive, wholesome thing between me and the developer and all that. And some random person popped in, and there was always people like, accessibility is ruining gaming, blah, 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 blah. But, like, went on this, like, racist tirade, like, what the hell is your problem, man? First of all these things you're complaining have nothing to do with the subject matter of what you're talking. I'm pretty sure it was just some bot that was looking for certain words, and whatever word I said triggered it to respond or whatever. But, like, that's been my experience on Twitter for, like, the last years. Anytime I post anything just about, it either A, gets so suppressed by the algorithm that no one sees it because I dared have the hubris of including a link that wasn't other places on Twitter. And then otherwise, if it does pick up any traction, I always have to go through and be like, you know, delete that comment, block that person, block that person, block that person, block that person. And it got really, really awful. And then on top of that, they followed up by, like, basically making the block button utterly useless. it now makes it so you don't see their posts, but they can still see yours and respond to yours and yada yada. And people be like, oh, well, you know, all they had to do was log out. I could see your stuff anyways. I'm like, yeah, but they at least had to log out. That still is an extra step of effort. Anyone who's worked in security knows you can never truly 100% stop someone bypassing your security. What you keep doing is you keep erecting a bunch of these little fences, and eventually, after 3 or 4 fences, the person goes, you know what? F it. I don't feel like it. The amount of effort I'm putting into this is just more than I want to do. Let's see. You went from the highest score on Twitter to lower score on Blue Side, but the interactions are way more genuine. I have been genuinely just getting more reactions whatsoever. Like, I post something on Blue Sky, and I'll get, like, 10, 20 different people following, and all of them are, like, people involved in streaming and game dev and all these kind of things, and not just a bunch of bots doing all sorts of garbage. Okay, has done genuine good. Why does Ellen have to make rockets such cool rockets? Yeah, that's kind of the thing. So somewhere along the line, the man changed in some capacity. I think he's always had some of these itches. But, like, he does have this whole mission about making human beings a multi-planet species. That way, if we F up one planet, you know, we still have... And it's not that we specifically F it up. If something happens, like a meteor strike or whatever, that, you know, we're not attached to one or the other. And that's a very laudable mission. That's a very thing to say, hey, you know what? That's not a bad cause. Like, that is genuinely a concern. We could get hit by a meteor and humanity ends. Yellowstone volcano goes up. Humanity basically ends. But if we are a multi-planetary species, that means not all of humanity's fate is tied to one blue marble. Prevent the Ixion disaster. Yeah. But you get the idea. So, like, that's a laudable thing. And that's part of why he's gotten away with so much of the stuff he has, is because it genuinely is a thing, and he's at least willing to put his money where his mouth is on that. Which, that part of it, I have no problem with the guy. I think that's actually not a bad characteristic. You know, a lot of other people are like, but can I make a profit? But can I make a profit? But can I make a profit? And he's like, well, here's the goal. How do I get there? That said, as time has changed, he's definitely become a lot more worried about making money off of stuff and, like, what people view of him, and a lot less caring about, you know, that initial mission. And he absolutely does all sorts of terrible things to people at SpaceX. I've known so many people who used to work there that they just run them dry. But yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, now he's sipped the Kool-Aid, as it were, and has these, like, really fairly radical views on a lot of things, and the means in which to get those out there. He's also another person who acts first, thinks later. That's how he ended up with Twitter in the first place. I 100% think his entire plan was to, you know, put out this offer on Twitter, have them never go for it, and, you know, walk away from it, you know, making Twitter look bad or whatever. And suddenly he realized he was in over his head, that he got something legally binding and is just trying to find any way out of it. But, you know, the people running Twitter were like, man, we just want to make money. Like, we've been at this thing and struggling to make this thing profitable this whole time. And they're like, nope, we're taking our paycheck and we're walking, and stuck him with it. Which, you know, yeah, I'd be pissed at them too for selling out, but at the same time, they were being offered way more money than it was worth. I think he definitely has a role at SpaceX. As an engineering student, I don't think he's doing the analysis work, but allowing the company to run by trial and error, makes a lot of mistakes, have been cool. Oh yeah. Well, I think one thing that's worked out really well for him with SpaceX is when I say he's not involved in the day-to-day operations, that's not exactly true. Like, he's focused on the business side of it and leaving the engineering to the engineers, which that's that's what a company leader should do. Whereas I would argue that's kind of where he's messed up with stuff like Twitter, is because he fired half the engineers and that he's just arbitrarily making all sorts of rules without really understanding his customer base or anything like that. And you can see how that's going as he's burning down the entire company around him. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You're more right than wrong. He hasn't gotten rid of literally all of them, but yeah, no, he definitely cut it back like 80-90%. And the thing I laughed was, you know, people saying they're like a day later being like, oh, they got rid of all the people. Huh, I guess they didn't need them. It's not shut down. And then we've had so many issues with Twitter over the years now where moderation has fallen apart. It's rife with bots. It's like, yeah, that's all those engineers gone. That's the kind of stuff that they were there to prevent. No wonder that's not worked out. Also, you're not wrong about it's very easy. Like, it's very easy for it to for getting in like positions of power or fame or fortune to make people desire more of it. That is a thing. He apparently also wants to buy Hasbro. That's a weird choice. I mean, Hasbro's still relevant and everything. I don't want him to own anything else relevant. Twitter moderation was poop long before he bought it. I mean, they've been dealing with bots for a long time. That part I agree with. Moderation definitely took a major hit after he bought it. But that's not me being like hyperbole. That's literally, he made a point that he was going to reduce the amount of moderation on there to stop people from being silenced and freedom of speech and blah blah blah. Like that was one of his big promotions about stuff going on Twitter. I can only imagine this hail has to be absolutely horrific on the encoding. But yeah, that's definitely one of those things. Is, you know, I've been on there the whole time. Twitter was nowhere near the same after he took over. It wasn't immediate. It took a little while. You saw something in Reddit that someone who owned D&D sassed him on Twitter or something, and now he wants to buy Hasbro to own D&D. Citation needed. Have you seen the tornado from the hail? The tornado from the hail? I thought tornadoes and the hail were entirely different weather events within the game. I mean, in real life, they're different. We saw an interesting graph tracking his Twitter post time over all the years. It indicates generally getting less sleep. Things are probably not good. Oh no. Like, you put yourself in his shoes. He spent all that money on Twitter, and clearly it's just all burned down. Because, like, it's just been losing value and losing value and losing value and all that. So, like, the Twitter side of it, that's an investment that's just kind of imploded. Let's see, it knows you a bit when the freedom of speech argument is used for people in other countries on the internet. Oh man, that was talking to another content creator. I'm not gonna say a name just so, you know, Sass doesn't find it their way. But it was up in Canada. They had a whole bunch of people coming through who were they were arguing about their freedom. Like they were blocking the border, and they're arguing about their freedom of speech and their Second Amendment rights. And it was just one of those things that people were going, we have a Second Amendment here. It has nothing to do with what they're saying. It was like recognizing that a province has been recognized as like a territory or whatever. It was like what their amendment was. Like, I don't understand. No one's arguing that this province is not legitimate. But it was a bunch of people who were like buying into crap from here in the US and then parroting it up there. And just, you know, it had no, like, the things they were doing had no bearing. But to explain the fish tank theory, if you look in the most vulnerable, and they feel safe, you have made conditions for them to thrive. Everyone thrives. Yeah. Like, it's one of those things that's good to look at, like, when you're making decisions going, not who benefits most from this, but, like, okay, the people who are in, like, the worst position, if they don't thrive in that situation, then there's things to consider. So, you know, people with accessibility needs, you know, grandma in her wheelchair, if you do something and it's actively hurting grandma in her wheelchair, that usually you can step back and go, wait a second, there's probably a problem here. And then, you know, bigger picture goes there. And it's not that it's not that you as not grandma in the wheelchair, it's not that you directly hurt because grandma's doing good or anything like that. And if I seem like I'm constantly being distracted here, I'm keeping an eye on the Rimworld Hot Potato. That's not a normal thing that happens to that channel, but that is an event. Normally I wouldn't be streaming, I'd be keeping an eye on that strictly. But I need to test all my stuff, and I figured I'd stream anyways. And so I'm not dealing with the, we have roll call and all that to see, like, is the next person ready? It's mostly that if the stream goes down and stays down, like, the moment it drops, then I start messaging people and going, hey, people on standby, who can step in? And, you know, then I'd do the socials and yada yada. So, like, that's the priority for right now. If anything happens with that, the stream comes secondary. But it is an unusual thing because we do have a charity event that I'm involved with going on at the moment. We all benefits when grandma's happy. When grandma's happy, we get more cookies. Chat, we need to make this happen. Yeah, and this is the frontier map. Yep. Like, don't you want your chocolate chip, your butterscotch, your snickerdoodles? Like, I don't have much of a sweet tooth, but I mean, if we're talking about if I'm going to my chalky chips, and they're not going to be available as much because grandma's in a big mood because, you know, she's having a tough time of it, I'm sad that grandma's not having a good time, and I'm sad that I'm not getting my cookies. Gonna need flour for those cookies. Let me fill you in on a little secret. Barley also makes flour, which we're working on it. For the record, this is a challenge run. This is the Survivorman challenge. So we gave ourselves the absolute minimum to be able to make money. And I'm not allowed to take loans or leases on the hardest economy settings. So we are going to be doing barley first because we rolled the crop wheel, which decided through random chance what crop we would start with, and it said barley. So that's going to be a little tough. One thing I could probably do, as we're running back and forth, I need to tally what is the minimum amount of money I need myself. Geez, not even real farmers do that to themselves? I mean, real farmers go horrifically in debt and get there, and it's not me insulting it, it's getting into farming is not cheap. That isn't me being like, oh, they don't know how to manage their money. It's like, well, no, if you want to start a farm, you're going to be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on equipment at a minimum to get started. And then it's a matter of if you got the chops and means to make that happen. If it's a grain, you can make flour with it. Or if it's an insect, you can make flour with it. Crickets. If only farmers are paid fairly. I mean, that's definitely a thing. I agree. 100% same page. I think what I'm speaking here is a separate issue, though. This is more the cost to start a business than the am I being rightfully compensated for my business. Both are issues. But in this particular case, it's I want to start a business. What's the cost to start that business? And it's just the equipment is god-awful expensive. It's like the number of people who who get into the restaurant business, you know, most restaurants, you end up going like hundreds of $1,000s to $1 million plus in debt before you even open your doors because of all the equipment you need, the space, and yada, yada, yada. And it's not like, sure, there's, okay, I need to get my business license and all that. Business license costs next to nothing. I have owned 2 different businesses in my life. Technically, I own a business right now. And it costs next to nothing to set that part up. Like, all the government tax nonsense is a big old nothing in the whole situation when it starts with that. But, you know, when you're a physical location kind of thing, you have to have the land you're on, you got to have the equipment that's relevant to your job. There's going to be some amount of money you're going to need to begin with to pay staff that you're going to end up needing, because you won't be able to do it all yourself typically. You may have additional financial concerns of material supplies that you need, and it's just kind of one of those things that's real rough to get off the ground. Yeah, and there are absolutely taxes that do impact it, to be clear as well. My point is, if I as someone with no background whatsoever was like, you know what, I'm gonna hecking farm, and I sat down there and I did my research and I, you know, studied real hard, you know, went to various farms and learned from, you know, people practicing. I was like, you know what, I know how to do this now. It's time for me to do a farm. And you gotta buy enough land for it to be viable, and then you gotta buy, you know, your tractors, your plows, your, like, whatever's relevant for whatever crop you're doing. And it's just, before you even get your very first plant out of the ground to sell it, you're already just eyes-spinning level of money you've had to spend to get to that point. And sure, you could garden in your backyard, but it'd be nearly impossible to make enough money to do anything with that, which would go into the pay side of things. But at the same time, growing stuff in your backyard, it's unlikely you're going to have a volume of crop that could be sold for, you know, a decent enough amount to keep you taken care of for a year, because it's just not going to go that far because you're dealing with just too little space. But yeah, once you get past that initial equipment, that's definitely where the compensation for your efforts becomes very relevant. Clarkson's farm lays demonstrates the that you can't make money farming. I mean, there's ways, but it's just not easy. Well, it's the other difficulty you run into is like, food is one of those really touchy things when you're dealing with economics, because everything that makes food more expensive impacts your entire economy, from people on the very bottom to the very top. Economically, everybody gets impacted. And so you gotta do what you can to keep it cheap. At the same time, if you're keeping it cheap by underpaying people won't want to do it, yada yada. It becomes a whole nother problem. And if it's not fiscally viable, then people also don't do it. And so there's a whole lot that goes into it, that it's one of those things you gotta be real careful that, one, you don't have too few people who can just jack up prices on stuff, i.e. the megacorps. I had a good Thanksgiving. For me, my actual Thanksgiving, we celebrated with my family a couple of days before Thanksgiving itself, because, you know, some of my family wasn't going to be there for Thanksgiving, with half of us being, you know, getting married and stuff like that, and living in different parts of the country and whatnot. It's just one of those things that we got together a little bit earlier so everyone else could, you know, get with the other parts of their family too, so all of that. Thanksgiving itself, just me and Tomb went to a few places to get our hold stuff. Let's see, regulation, supply and demand, the biggest unknown, Mother Nature. Yep. Well, that's also, it's another thing with farming. Farming is far more vulnerable to inclemental weather and all that kind of stuff. So it's not like some like some businesses are fairly, insulated from everything but extreme weather. Farming, if you have a particularly bad year for even just a year that it's not as sunny can be real rough on you. You make a lineup when you can? Yep. Oh yeah, that's the whole thing. Alright, I'm not seeing my thing because I've got... Oh, I guess it's just not close enough. There we go. Some zones exist because the grow season is what it is. Oh yeah. Well, that's the other thing you run into. It's just kind of one of those things. Like we're going through shifts in climate that we're looking at. For example, Florida's just gradually getting hotter and hotter. You have other places where it's actually getting colder, and it's just all going into like the shifts in the climate. And it's one of those things that we're having to look at the zones, saying like, this is zone 15, this is a zone whatever, and we really have to stop and go, you know what? These are changing, because that's one of the things that's been happening here in Florida is our citrus farms have been slowly moving, because as the temperature's been changing, the place that they've historically grown stuff isn't really viable anymore. It's going from this is a place these plants can thrive to these a place the plants can live, but they're not nearly as productive. It's kind of hitting the edge of what they can tolerate and still, survive year after year. And so that's been a big upset here is just, the orange groves have been moving around, and unfortunately, especially with trees and that, you plant them and you stick a nut tree in the ground, it's not producing crap for 7 years. Not enough to care about. And so if the climate keeps shifting and you plant this tree in the ground and you're looking at it being ideal and you're like, oh, I'm only going to get like 10, 15 years out of this, and then, it's going to get that 2, 3, 4 degrees Celsius hotter. And your tree's living now, but it's not doing as great the really hot spells in the summer just to get to be too much. Like, it really is remarkable how, like, when you look at a lot of the plants, especially food crop, how very little flexibility they have, that your pH in your soil is just 0.2 off, and that goes from the difference between thriving and dead plant. And so it's like so many of those things are so sensitive, but that's partly because we've grown them that what is the motivation? We need this plant to produce as much food as possible. Okay. That's how we've selectively bred them. And don't get me wrong, we've done stuff like we've grown crops that are particularly hardened against certain types of pests and mildew and all that kind of stuff. We have also grown plants specifically with the purpose of helping them grow in different climates. But then those plants usually have lower yields compared to the ones that hasn't been a focus, and yada yada. It's not looking at we're going to be in any type of like food crisis from the growing side of it. Blueberries are a pain? Yeah. We used to have a blueberry orchard not far from where my parents were, but that went under a while ago. I don't know if that's related to weather or not, but that was a thing that been there forever and ever and ever. It just they pivoted away from having it just being about selling the blueberries, and they went a lot more into the novelty of visiting the blueberry farm and getting your blueberries. And so they did a lot that really prolonged them. They lasted longer than almost all the other farms in the area who were doing other stuff. But they eventually went under. And I honestly think it was they got tired of fighting it. It's going to be expensive, but you're expecting more and more hydroponics farms being thing? Yeah, I think we're going to see more like alternative ways of growing stuff that, for the space are extremely high yield, but not quite as cost effective. So your hydroponics, your aeroponics, your aquaculture, like those kind of things, where you can have a far more controlled environment. You don't have to, like, you know, once you're inside the greenhouse, it's only if it gets extreme weather conditions that become a problem. So you used to have a cottage on a lake, and they had a place known as the Blueberry Island, which was a community farm with a small island of wild blueberries. Yeah, no, this was, I don't remember the name of it, but it was a blueberry farm. It was one of those things that the farm itself, like there was a bunch of farms in that area, and they were relatively small farms, but you had like some citrus, you had blueberries, and a handful of other things. And it's kind of like one by one they were going under. And it was it's getting more difficult for them for a whole range of reasons. But the blueberry farm lasted longer than the others. But that's because the other ones stuck strictly to, you know, they were trying to grow their crop and sell it. And the blueberry farm was like, okay, like, you know, this is getting tougher, and there is absolutely nothing I see here that would imply that it's going to change. It's just going to keep being tough. So we need to find some way we can either get alternate revenue or something. And like I said, they started doing events, so they would host an annual 5K, you know, that would go past the blueberry fields and all that, so it'd start and stop at the blueberry area. So you could have like a foot race there, and then afterwards, you know, you go pick your blueberries and whatnot, so they could charge money for the race. They would have, instead of worrying about like harvesting as many blueberries and selling it, you'd go in and pick your own blueberries and that. And so they're just trying to make all sorts of events near the farm to make it kind of like a get-together place. So they took like part of their farm and they dedicated it to a whole different thing. So you have people who do weddings or whatever at the farm. Because, you know, if you wanted a more out in the beautiful weather kind of thing, you could have that out in the countryside. It wasn't quite really countryside. It was nowhere near that rural. But you get the idea. You doing the potato? You're going to get a mess? You can't wait? Yeah, I'll be doing the potato later. I've just been keeping an eye on the potato, making sure everything's working fine and smoothly. The good news is, for my responsibilities of potato, I am now on break from that, because that was right before Wasted Space finished. It switched over to the next person. I got another segment, I'm keeping an eye on it later. But like I said, for this stream, I'm going to be a bit more distracted than usual because I am keeping an eye on the charity event we got going on. And that's all stuff. Gotta check one thing. There's a message here, making sure it's nothing I gotta... Okay, it's literally just announcing that it switched. Yep. Because for those who don't know, there is a lot of stuff with the Rimworld Hot Potato we got going on behind the scenes that you never see. There is so much going on behind the scenes. I won't like spoil the inner workings, but at any time there is like two of those. What is the charity we're supporting? Oh, it's Doctors Without Borders. It's not in this channel right now. I will be doing it tomorrow for my segment. But we have an event called the Rimworld Hot Potato going on right this moment. That is a Rimworld save that gets passed between 37 different creators where one person does 3-4 hours. On their turn, it gets passed on to the next person, so it's one continuous Rimworld colony for the course of about a week. It comes to an end on the 1st, but I'm going to get the wording wrong, so it's probably not going to be accurate. If I remember correctly, I believe we were the largest online donor cause for Doctors Without Borders, or whatever. I forget the verbiage they used. But basically, we've raised, at this point, we should be over the $500,000 we've raised for Doctors Without Borders. And that's not just this event, that's from, I should say, that's not just from this year, but it is from the event from years past, cumulatively up to this event. I believe we're past that. Don't count me on it, but if we do keep on track, we're definitely going to be over $500,000 if we aren't already. Which is absolutely huge. And such an amazing cause, too. But it's one of those fascinating things that if we really step back... Yeah, so like this year alone, we're pretty close to $69,000 raised. And I think we're a little over halfway through the event now. if I remember it correctly, because I know the first is the end of the event, but it's like mid at like depending on your time zones. But for me, it's in the evening, if I remember correctly. That comes to an end, kind of thing. And I need to remember to actually sit down and do the math to figure out how much money I'm going to need to, sorry, how much money I'm going to need to get my first crop going. But yeah, so it's a fun event. It's fun. It's a good time. It's not like a super duper sweaty challenge, though we do have some people who, for their segments, it is a super duper sweaty challenge. It is as well as the events that, like, people have it, you know, hey, you can donate this amount of money, and they'll turn up the difficulty. Hey, you donate that amount of money, they'll turn down the difficulty. Hey, you donate this much money, I'm not allowed to pause the game. Hey, you donate this much money, I'll do a silly drawing. Hey, like, one of the popular ones this year is, hey, if you donate a certain amount of money, they'll put a Doctors Without Borders temporary tattoo on their face. That's what I'm doing. Speaking of which, that actually is a perfect segue. Part of my ulterior motive on streaming today, because normally today's my day, one of my days off, is I have been absolutely struggling on some of my milestones and incentives to convince people to throw money at it, because it is one of those things that, generally speaking, if you have like fun stuff to do, then people are more likely to donate, because yeah, they're donating to a good cause, but they're also getting entertainment or some other thing that they can enjoy, you know, getting a little extra for their contribution. Now, that said, keep in mind with the suggestions, this is tomorrow. So I don't got a lot of prep time. And it's not like, it's late enough tomorrow, in a pinch, I might be able to like run out to a store and grab something. You sure? Oh, I could. My problem is I don't know where I would do it where it wouldn't be a huge mess of problem. Like, I would need to completely clean up this whole area. And that's gonna be the thing with that, because I wouldn't be like no to a pie to the face. And I'm sure like Tomb could run out. That might even be a thing. Towels, lots of towels. Yeah, no, the big thing with like the pie to the face, I know Tomb and she would go for it. She knows how to deliver on stuff. She wouldn't be like that kind of thing. She would be like plop. So it's gonna be one of those ones that I'll probably do is take the green screen behind me and lay something over it to be a back sheet for you know, to like catch the airborne thing. Do more of a face dunk? Yeah, we could see, like, you know what? That's not a terrible idea. I wonder there could be tabs or whatever. You had a real pie to the face? And that's how you learned about milk bacteria? Add time? Add time to what? Said a 1/4 inch off your mustache for $50. Alright, I mean, I have no problem about shaving for charity. I'm trying to think how I would handle that to make sure my mustache doesn't get misperceived if it gets to be short. But like, I mean, I could start with one side. Well, I mean, once I start going one side and across, that's kind of committed at that point, because you know I'm gonna have to clean that mustache up after stream to make it something. You love the glove idea. It wasn't kind of wasteful, putting an extra medical glove. Would each donation be fun? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Usually when it comes to, like, pies or whatever, you just get, like, a banana cream or just, like, you know, a pie that's glorified whipped cream or whatever. Yeah, no, I've got latex gloves they use for food prep stuff. Like there's some stuff I cook that's like extremely spicy that, you know, while you're in the prep phase, you'll just have burning hands that can mess with your hands and all that. Yeah, I could sit there and pick up some kind of pie. That's not a bad idea. That'd definitely be a milestone one, because I think that's a classic. That'd be one of those ones I'd commit to doing towards the end of stream kind of thing. Basically, if we hit the milestone towards the end, because it is one of those things that once you do it, like, everything's a mess. You want to clean it up before your whole room is sticky. Yeah, I will. You know what? I'm going to put it on there. If I can't get everything together for tomorrow, that'll be a milestone one. So create milestone. I do think I will say that'll be our $1,000 milestone and see what we do. Pie to the face. Oh, wait, will Toom be home? What day is this? Oh, yeah. Toom's home tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, but she won't be up for it. Oh, we'll see. I'll have to do it before she goes to bed. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, JD. Is if we hit the goal, like, maybe 15, 20 minutes before the end, we do the pie. Yeah, no, it's not a problem. If I ask her, she'll probably commit. It's just our time. It's going to be something like 4 a.m. or something like that. And she has work the next day, so that's the snag there. Yeah, worst case, I could pie myself in the face. You never seen the person that's on the hot potato right now, and you immediately know you're going to be going back to their content? Yep. I am unfamiliar with them as well. But I can't hear them, but I'm keeping an eye on the stream still. Oh yeah, no, I'll 100% be cleaning it up. That'll honestly be the biggest thing, because we don't exactly have like a bunch of plastic. No, that's not true. You know what? I take that back. I do have some really crappy painter sheets that'd be perfect. Alright, so we've got a list going on. Right. So I did get pie to the face added, and right now I'm just putting at $1,000. We'll probably, like, as I come up with ideas, I'll adjust a bunch of stuff around. I've got bath towels as well. Probably, let's see, how are you tracking who is doing the section of the hot potato? So right now I've got the hot potato open on the other stream to keep track of it. There is also a schedule, so if you go up and do, I believe it is, exclamation mark HP, SHE, it's the first 4 letters of schedule. I'm, like, trying to do this and think on other things at the same time, and my brain is having none of it. And that link should give you the schedule with UTC, and the UTC -8 or whatever. But that's the two ways you can keep track. We're also doing like social media stuff and all that, so if you're following any of the Halcyon Frequency channels, every time it switches, they're putting up a brand new post and be like, hey, here's currently who's active. Also, if you look at the Tiltify, like the actual charity event thing, if you get any of the links over to that, which if you type !donate, it'll give you the one to the, my personal campaign. There is a separate thing in the bottom that will take you to the larger hot potato campaign. And we do have people behind the scenes flipping, like, who's live to show on that to take you to the right place. So we got a good handful of ways for you to find it. Oh, another thing that's happening that's completely unrelated to what we're doing, but is a benefit, is there is a thing, I think they call it like Giving Tuesday or whatever. So all of the donations are being tripled, up to, I think it's like $575,000 for donations for Doctors Without Borders, including our event. And now that said, whenever we're doing our donations, you won't see that figure because we won't see it till like 2-3 days later or whatever. But that is a thing that's happening. So where we've raised this, like, we're getting to, like, I can't see it, it's too small, like $69,000 or whatever it is. That does mean that is going to be tripled on the other side. So it's actually going to be like $210,000 will result from that. Which I don't remember if we had heard about that beforehand. It was something that someone mentioned, like, really? It's going to do that much more? Hang on, wait a second. That's kind of a big deal. Last year was Boom Rat Chaos. I haven't noticed a particular... Some years there'll be like some particular thing that'll be like the standout theme. Last year was definitely the Boom Rats were like the main theme. It wasn't a planned thing. It was, we just ended up with 2 Boom Rats. They made more Boom Rats as Boom Rats do. And then we had a lot of Boom Rats. And it just kind of became the whole theme for that run. I will say, the potato's been extra spicy this year. That there were a good like 3 drop potatoes, kind of like towards the end of day 1, beginning day 2, and it was just one of those things that, like, because all the charity stuff coming around is distracting everyone from like keeping a close eye on that, and the colony had a lot of wealth, and the combination of the 2 of those was not good for the health of the colony. Yeah, no, I saw the giant double strand feel. I was like, oh, oh, hang on, that's a lot of wealth. And there's ways you can make that work that are just fine, where you can like do that and trade away to keep your equipment up and all that. But there's enough new players that, well, new-ish players in the whole event, that that's a real dangerous thing. Yeah, and it was just pretty high wealth by the end of the first day. And it was a thing that people started to correct. It just, takes a little while. And then for a lot of people who haven't made those mistakes, or haven't made them in a long time, like everyone's done good on playing this time. It's just all the stuff being passed around. What time is my segment in EST? If you go to the Discord and you scroll up, it'll show like the times that are that I am streaming it in your local time zone, regardless of where you are in the world. You just, as long as your computer's got the right time zone set, when you scroll up there, it'll be like, oh, it's 5 a.m. your time, up 3 a.m. your time, up 2 p.m. your time. So I'm just gonna do that before everyone starts asking me to convert and all that. We did add the universal tags you can put in Discord and all that to make it show on whatever people's times are. It'll be like the next post after you see the big schedule, or the post after the next post. It'll be right by it. Alright, so it's starting to get to time that we're gonna probably have this be the last load of stuff for this in-game day. That's the reason I turned the time back to default, so I wouldn't just sit here and slam out trying to mow all of this, in one setting. It would have, one day that lasts forever kind of thing. So I am making it so that we do have the days turned on to force me to, like, keep advancing time. Because we can also watch for things to go on sale then. And maybe we get lucky and get the equipment we need. Get it on a discount. All right. But yeah, so the beginning of this is going to be a little slow because I'm stuck mowing grass as my means of making money. And we make about 700 a lap with the current price. So this was said at work today. Really cute German Shepherd boarding that you couldn't interact with because he's very spicy around men. That's no fun. Oh, and someone earlier asked if I have a lab coat. I do not have a lab coat. Or something adjacent enough to a lab coat to pass as one. So it doesn't affect any of his boarding or anything. You're just the only guy working there, so it's not like you can't have someone else do it. Yeah, no, I gotcha. They're just like, aw, you know, it'd be nice to be able to have interactions with that dog, but also that's not good for this reason. You have tons you can come up. Well, I actually know there's like a uniform store not far from here that you can buy scrubs and all that real quick. The problem is, like, I might try to spin by there super fast if I can make it happen, but it's very unlikely. The pie's more doable just because there's lots of options to place to go for it. But realistically, I'm not gonna be able to like run a bunch, like 8 or 9 different stores beforehand to make anything happen. It's gonna be 1 or 2 quick trips because I still have to prep, do everything else, and whatnot. I did debate. I have a cosplay of. I literally just said it's going to end today's day. I actually have a cosplay of my avatar. I've only done once or twice. I'm not sure. Like that would, if I do this like a milestone or something, it'd need to be a really cheap one. Since it's not a big thing. All right, so we have our very first day of the Survivorman challenge done. We did make about $13,500. So that's good news. Didn't buy anything, but let's do a quick tally of what I will need at a bare minimum. So we're not talking about doing it well. We're talking about literally bare minimum to be able to do our barley. So the first thing we would need is a plow. That is not going to be something we can do without. So plow is 14,000, and it does have to be a plow because cultivators can't make new fields and all that. So that's going to be terrible. Make it expensive because they're making you wear a hat and a scarf in Florida. Oh, no, that's fine. And let's see. So that's just for my own notes. That's 85 horsepower. Just so if I run to something that's going to be a hard, like, we're not going to be able to pull it off. So we've got that. The next thing to look at is going to be a cedar because that's something we're going to need for the barley specifically. So what's interesting is, and this is again a mod that is directly from Giant Software, the developers of the game, that is not another thing. So they do actually have a mod that is cheaper than the version here. So let's see. So you're 3 meters, 165 horsepower, 3 meters, 150 horsepower. Okay, so the big difference here is this one is a lower volume of seed capacity than that one. But they're both about the same. So we are going to have to get a bigger tractor because my little 70 horsepower is not going to be able to do it. The good news is this one also does, both of them actually do allow for fertilizer right in there. So just checking to make sure that's nothing I need to deal with urgently. Okay. Yeah, that's not a me problem. All right, so the cedar is going to be 30, we'll call it 34,000 because we're just going to round up on all of them. And it requires me to have 150 horsepower. Fair enough. So that means it does, like, we could get away with like 120 or 130, but if we go below that, we'll probably just activate it and our vehicle just stop and literally won't work. So that's the cedar. The next thing that is absolutely required without question is the harvester. And this is where I'm having a curious thing. I would like to, instead of using the normal harvester, I would like to try going to the McDon route. Now, the McDon route adds an extra thing, but the catch is that's an extra expense. So let's wait on that. So for the bare minimum harvester, we would need you. Let's see, let me check to see the header for the McDon. We can go here. Let's see what the header on the McDon costs and see what horsepower it's going to require to include that in our decision. Because if it's only like an extra 10 or 20,000, it's worth going for. If it's a lot more. Okay, so what we want is that one. So this will be like a bonus. McDon itself is 135,000. McDon header, we'll deal with in a moment. And let's see. You are the, what's it called? Thresher. The Thresher header is 52,000. That's a weird looking tractor. It is a very weird looking tractor. So I just wanted to check that real fast, because then we can go here. So then the crop header. Weirdly enough, if we get the McDon, it can still do the grass and more effectively with that header, but it's way narrower. What's interesting is a header for the windrower to mow the crops and thresh them later. And that's just his mower. Okay, so we're looking though at 97 for the crops. No, that's not true. 48. 48 gets us started. So 48k there. That would be going for the McDon route. And I didn't check on the special headers. Combinations. Okay, so that's implying that I probably want to get at least the Kloss here. So it's a harvester. It's going to be at least 226,000 for that one. So that's probably one we're going to have to work our way up to. That's fine. And then if we got bigger, that's fine too. But it is implying we can't go with the littlest one. Alright, so let's look at our harvester. Oh, so that... Was that literally one we were just looking at? No, the one we were yeah, no, that's... Okay, so it's literally that second harvester that can do it. If we skip the first one. And then we'd have the harvester. And that'll be 52,000 for its header. Cool. Sorry, I put that in the wrong spot. Harvester header is 52,000. And then the harvester, I'd say we can get it potentially at 104.5 or 226, depending on where we go. Okay, so I think we've got the minimum required to set everything up, figured out. Hey, Cedric Cookie has a 320 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for that. So with all that said, what we've got going on is, if we look at this, the money for getting the bare minimum whatsoever to being able to produce... Oh, the tractor. Because the tractor I have can't pull the seeder. And the seeder requires 150 horsepower. Like I said, we could probably get to about 130. Yeah, so if we were to customize you... Yes, it's 130,000. Yeah, so we're looking at about 103,000 on those. Let's check the medium tractors. Okay, so that one doesn't have a front header. They've got the weight in the front, but they would work. See if there's any ones that are cheaper on here. We got you. You got the front hair. So that's the one the same one we got the last time. And those are mod ones. Which, like I said, those are the official mods. It's interesting that those are cheaper. You don't have a normal front point on there, which is why you're cheaper. I don't really know why you're so cheap. Do you have a bad top? I mean, you have a bad top speed. Yeah, so I'm just going to probably get that same one we got last time. So we'll go ahead and mark that as well. So then I will have to upgrade my tractor. Because otherwise I can't pull the seeder. So tractor is going to be, we'll say, at 90,000. Alright, so with all that said, so that's going to be 104,000, 148,000, 252,000, about 300,000, assuming I get none of them on sale, is what it'll cost to bring everything up. Just for that. Let's see. I think realistically we're going to have to do something in between now and that, because if I'm making about $13,000 a day for multiple hours of work, probably not a big win there. Okay. So that brings up what we do to improve our money production. And we've got a couple different options we can go for. One option we can go for is basically scaling this up. That I make more money doing this faster. And there's a couple different choices we have for doing that. One is I can get a tedder and a windrower, and so that we would then go in, mow everything, use the tedder to spread it all out, and then turn around and use the windrower to bring it all back together on the other side. And what that would let me do is that would let me get hay, and hay is worth like 20 or so % more than just straight up grass. The other option would be starting to get into bales and silage, which then require me to get a baler, a wrapper, and then a means of getting those bales back home in any kind of a timely manner, which is not going to necessarily be cheap. And that'd be like your two main paths I could go, or some combination of those. And that would be my main thing of just scaling up this. The alternative would be seeing if there's a production line that we can do, which means like greenhouses would be an option, that we would be starting to manage the greenhouse and all that. That's what a lot of people have done. That's what I've done in the past as well. I do have a rule in this run that I may not go into power generation. And the reason for that is it's just one of those things, you build it and it's literally free money forever after that. And to me, while I don't have like any problems with people playing that way at all, to me, for the challenge purposes, I feel it goes against the spirit of the challenge to just set that up and fast forward through time. You know, like at that point, I'm just trading, hey, I did the thing for a bunch of hours of pushing the fast forward button. So when I go to do this drop-off, let's see what our options are for the tedder and the windrower. Because I feel like, well, we'll look at the tedder and the windrower, and we'll also compare what it would cost if instead of going that route, if instead I went for a baler, probably a baler that can also wrap and just do it in one, pay the extra. And some type of bale loader. Because without the bale loader, that's going to be very obnoxious. I did a test on the offline one I was messing with, where instead of doing this, what I ended up doing as an alternative was baling and then loading them up onto a pallet. And it just ended up being one of those things that, like, very genuinely, this was the better time of use than going for just regular bales. Hey, Ince, how's it going? Alright. Keeping an eye on the potato, making sure everything's going fine. Okay. Just checking out a bunch of things. Alright. Who gets a generator hooked up? All you can watches unclearly. I'm missing something? But yeah, no, the McDon, so the McDon is technically a windrower, not a tractor, but sort of tractor-esque. And for those who don't know what a windrower is, it's just a thing for like bringing grass together and all that. It's just like, it's weirdly this like lawn mowing, windrower, tractor-esque thing. But a reason I want to go that route for the crops is it is supposed to give me, I think the actual amount's like 21 or 23% more crop for the same amount of field. But it does add one more step to the process of harvesting things, but at the same time, it goes really fast while it's doing that. And so it is curious being able to go through and just blast through the fields and just hack down everything. And as a side thing, with that, if we go the route of like the silage and all that, I could see getting the McDon as a middle step and using it for the grass for a little bit, where it can fly through the field and do like this really big pass, and then circling back with the, you know, tractor to like tether it back out to make hay or to bale it or whatever. And, you know, scaling up the grass side so that we have all that, because that would give me the McDon to then turn around and just skip the lower level harvester and go right for the other thing. We're gonna get the extra. And then the plan to be we'd make a very large barley field here when it came time, because it's going to be a major investment before we can get another tile of land, just due to the nature of how big the tiles are on this mod map. That's honestly my only complaint with this mod map that I can think of just off the top of my head, is the tiles of lands are so just astronomically large that it is a major investment to get those going. All right, so as we're going up here, sales today, that tractor would cover a use case, but I can't afford it. And then that's a roller. That's an optional more thing. But what we'd be looking for if we went into the grassland. So you have the tedder. So cheapest tedder is 6,000. And I believe that is well within our horsepower. Yeah, we can definitely run that. We can go with that. And then the windrowers. I don't really get why you do that one versus that one. So it looks like we're looking at about 9,000 for the cheapest windrower. I'm not sure the 9,000 windrower is even worth me doing, but we'll see. I'll jot it down, and we'll take a peek. So windrower is 9K, and that's all it would take for me to make hay. Now, if we decide instead that we wanted to go to balers, we can do square. Let's actually check the transport for like the cheapest one that is an automatic transport, which I think is you. If I remember correctly, you're the cheapest auto transport, because these ones, you can see here, there's no thing to automatically pick it up, which is what I don't want to deal with picking up manually. So you got that one for 50,000. This one for considerably less. I actually have no idea what the capacity is for that thing. It says, so 14 bales, 24 bales, and then there's that. So cheapest one's 50,000. So if we go for the baler, so it'd have bale transport is 50K. We'll say 51. But That's back into the tractor needing to be upgraded. So that's a pretty big snag. We would need a round baler. And is there a round baler here that can wrap as well? Yeah, so that'll bale wrap. Yeah, so we're looking pretty expensive. So that's 112 for the first one that wraps as well. These ones all do
Take
those.
a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right. Versus, so let's see, you can do up to 150. Yeah, so it'd be 16. Yeah, so we could do that, and it would be able to do the other ones. I don't remember what the limits are on silage and all that either. I'm blanking. For silage, it's literally you just wrap it and just dump it on the ground. Yeah, so you just... Yeah, that'd be fine. So you could grab the 16,000 one there. That doesn't have a horsepower limitation at all. We grab the very smallest one of these, and that's another 120. So that would be... Baler is 60,000. And then the wrapper was, I think, 16,000. We're just basically trying to figure out what we're doing. And that was, I'll just call it, yeah, 16,000. And that also requires the tractor, which for that, we would want the one for like 90,000. Okay, this one to do that. So basically what it's looking like, if I just wanted to go for hay, that for about 15,000, I could get the equipment where what I would do is I would have step 1, I mow, and then I have the tedder behind it, and we just basically drive along, we mow the grass and we spread it out, we let it convert to hay, and then it would go in the next day, or I think it's the next day we'd go in, it would dry out, and I would have, I believe you can put the windrower on the front, I'm not sure about that, and then the foraging wagon. I would want to look into that before I spend, that I can put it on the front, because that's already going to double it, so instead of one trip I get the one amount, it's 2 trips I get the amount. So there's definitely a thing to say, well, I get paid more, but if it just takes me more than, like if it takes me twice as long and I get only 50% more, it's not worth my time. But if I spend twice as long, or I spend only like 1 1/4 as long, and I get, 1.5 times as much, then that is worth my time. Because the other added bonus is if I can split up into 2 different phases like that, the mowing and tedder phase, I don't have to stop. I can literally go through the whole thing, make it all into hay, and then it's just a matter of cleaning it up the next day or whatever. But we can see, like, it looks like the silage might be the way to go. The other one we could also check is, I believe there's like a silage ditch thing. They could drop your silage in and just drive back and forth over it to squish it down, and then use that to make your silage, and then you pick it up with the foraging wagon, which I already have. So that'd be a matter of loading it up, dropping it in there, letting it sit there long enough that it ferments, and then basically picking it back up and selling it. But I have to check the price in that. You forgot you voted for the lawnmower stream? It's all good. I mean, today wasn't a planned stream. Yeah, no, I'm thinking the same thing, Izzy, is that the hay, if it is a thing that I could just 2-phase it, where I could put the windrower on the front and the foraging wagon on the back and run it, the 15,000 should be able to help us out a lot. But if it is a thing that the windrower has to go on the back, then there's no real point to me doing it that way. Versus the alternative is if I can get like the giant mower setup, and then, you know, do the windrower on the back, or sorry, the giant mower setup, and then do a windrower pass, and then bail it. That makes it a lot more reasonable. Alright, so while that's struggling there, check construction. Bunker silo can be filled with chaffgrass hay. After compacting and covering the silo, it converts to silage. So it looks like the cheapest is 25,000 if I want to do the bunker style silage. Yeah, so I knew that was going to probably fall off the line. That's fine. Yeah, and that would be in place of doing the bale and wrapper and all that. Which I don't remember how you cover it, but that's fine. So that'd probably be our cheapest route for doing early game silage. Is just buying a trough, dumping the grass in it. You just drive back and forth on it a whole bunch to squish it down, and then you toss plastic over it, and they just come back for it later. When it come back for later, it's just the foraging wagon. So I'm leaning towards doing the trough, because that won't require me to upgrade my tractor, I don't think. This won't be a good tractor for dealing with it, but at least be a functional one. Let's see, do you see they added conveyor pickup module in the base game? I did not, but I mean, I believe it. Because our goal here is, with the Survivorman challenge, it's almost entirely about getting the momentum going kind of thing. That at the very beginning, getting your next piece of equipment is a lot of effort, but then once you open yourself up to a new source of income, that now you're making more money per year, so your step to the next piece of equipment is a little less time, and then a little less time, and a little less time, until it effectively becomes a normal run at a certain point where you make in the course of a year enough to buy a major piece of equipment or another section of land or whatever. But it does slow down the early game. It does give use to a lot of those like middle ground, low tier equipment. But yeah, no, I think honestly starting with the silage route wouldn't be a bad move. Because like I said, I think the cheapest we figure we could get barley producing at all is somewhere in the area of 300,000. And if we are including the McDon and all that, 500,000 almost. Let's see, tractor weight is calculated for the bunker route. You wonder how much time you need to spend compacting in such a small tractor. How heavy is it? I'd have to look up how heavy it is. If it ends up being a colossal pain, we can deal with that, like start investing in the next tractor, and just having the silage trough will still probably be a thing. Like, it is just the thing. Silage going the other route for it, I have to get the bigger tractor. To do the barley, I have to get the bigger tractor. I can do the hay without a bigger tractor, but it is looking like the hay might just not be worth my time. And as far as the weight goes, the tractor we have weighs 2.9 tons. Yeah, versus these other tractor, like, that's a medium tractor, so that's a much larger tractor. But yeah, we can figure that out. I actually have not done hardly any silage in the time thing. But it'd be fairly cheap to conveyor rather than loader to filler. It'd be fairly cheap to conveyor rather than load to filler trailer than sell, in your opinion? How would the conveyor... So this is my entire thing of equipment I have right now. And I know you can do conveyor to a trailer as a thing. I would need to buy the trailer, and I would need to buy the conveyor, though. And then we are dealing with a very, very small tractor. All right, let's see. It'd be fairly cheap to conveyor rather than load to fill the trailer to sell for silage. What would I be using the conveyor to fill? In this case, like the trough? Because my understanding is I just need to get the grass into the bunker and just drive on it a whole bunch. Oh, are you saying to get it back out of the bunker? Because I could see that. Get like a proper trailer, then use the conveyor belt, and I believe we can just back the conveyor belt into the area. I don't know exactly how it works. I haven't used the conveyors, admittedly. Despite the well over 1,000 hours I have in 22, I don't think I ever once used the trailer to the sell point. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, I believe we're on the same page. This is someone over on YouTube. I believe we're on the same page of potentially put the conveyor to the bunker, to a trailer, then you grab the trailer and drag it back. It just had to be a trailer that this tractor can handle, and at 70 horsepower, it's not much, but it would definitely be a higher capacity than the foraging wagon we've got. But that would still be a thing to look at after, after I've got the other stuff done, because I could literally make no money on the things until we've got it set up. And until we got set up, well, I mean, we're not making no money, we're mowing grass and selling grass clippings. But yeah, so we can definitely get the silage. But the first step is I do need to make enough money to plunk one of those down. It looks like 25,000 is the minimum. But with that, we'd at least have a bit more interesting process than mow lawn, sell grass. Because the alternative for, like, something I can repeat again and again would be the greenhouse. And I'd like to avoid doing the strategy of I put the water in and I fast forward. Like, we can get a greenhouse at some point, I have no problem with that. I just don't want it to be literally, like, I'm trying desperately to avoid just fast forward game as our strategy for play. Trying to still think about other things I can do for milestones and incentives for the Rimbled hot potato tomorrow. We've got a pie to the face, which I'm gonna try to make houses. But see, mainly greenhouse is a fair bit of work if you refuse to direct sell. Yeah, you're not wrong. I would need to spend the $10,000 to get the forks for the front and then sell those. And I wouldn't be against that. You make a bit better money ratio-wise. And I don't mind doing that for a little while. And they do finally have the autoloader mod out. I didn't get the chance, by the way, to test to get it working. When I say out, you can go to their like GitHub page and grab it. It's not on the mod store the last I looked. Or I keep calling it the store. The mod hub. The last I looked. But that would be something worth looking into as well. But nah, if we go for the silage route, that would let me start pursuing the McDon. The McDon would let us mow the grass extremely fast by comparison to what we're doing now. Because then what I could do is I could go through, get the McDon, have it blast through the grass really fast by comparison to what this can do. And from there, we can go and get a really big windrower. Or actually, I may not need to. I didn't look. The McDonald's literally called a windrower. I'm willing to bet when you mow the grass, it does put it in the piles to begin with. So you don't have that extra step. But you know, it'd be one of those things that it'd drop it all on the ground and we just have to clean up afterwards. I'm gonna do like a headland next. The next pass I do here, I'm gonna go all the way down to the edge here. I could do like a headland around here so I don't leave those spirals on the edges. Now, as mentioned before, we can also go for the greenhouse. There is a water source on the map. For the greenhouse to go that route, we would have to have the price for a greenhouse. And the cheapest greenhouse that produces anything we care about is, I believe, 9,000? Yeah, 9,000. So we'd have greenhouse at 9K for the greenhouse itself. Let's correct our heading just a little bit. And then it would also need a trailer here, so that's 6K. That I could fill up the greenhouse. And then the final thing I would need for that is some kind of trailer. Sorry, there's two things I need. I need a forklift front. Technically, actually, I would probably need just the forklift. Oh, I keep doing that, hitting the wrong button, and then shaving the edge of that area. Just like that. Alright. And then the last things I would need is I would need the forklift front thing, which is 10K exactly. Forks, 10K. And so that we'd be looking at a minimum about 25,000. Which happens to be the exact same price we'd be looking at for the silage. Yeah, so it's basically 25,000 to do silage at all, 25,000 to the greenhouses at all. I think I'm leaning more towards the silage anyways, just because I haven't done that on any meaningful capacity. It does mean when I could scale it up, then we would use the McDon and the windrower, the McDon with its large mowing blade and all that, to scale that up. That prepares us for when we go to do the barley, to be able to have the barley produce better. So that is going to be a little bit of time we're going to be doing silage. But we can put to use the foraging wagon we have for right now to get that all going. I'm going to go check our prices real fast. So with grass, we have 41 bucks to 50 bucks for our sale price. For silage, we have between 119 and 123 bucks. So basically not quite 2.5 the value. Not quite, sorry. It's not quite triple, a little over like 2.5 the value. So that's a pretty substantial bump. I think that's where we're going. Get our first 25,000. We get that 25,000. We get our silage going. The silage lets us take the existing work we're doing, add one extra step to it effectively, and that extra step just shy of triples our income out of it. And so you get the idea there. With that nearly tripled income, we can start working on trying to get like the McDon or something to just make the actual mowing process faster, because that's our big limiter right now. Is just, it takes me a hot minute to mow and collect it and then do the drive back and forth. So if I could cut the time down on that, that'll massively improve the rate we get money. And it'll let us, you know, finish the area. You weren't aware that the forage wagon can pick up silage? Yeah, the foraging wagons can pick up silage. They can pick up straw, silage, hay, and grass, I believe, is the limit. I literally just said I was going to do headlands in this one. That's fine. We're going to go to the side here. I'm going to effectively do a headland on the other side. Just because I keep having to do this, like, sweeping turn, and that sweeping turn on the other side just keeps getting me in more and more of issues of, like, missing stuff and whatnot. So if we do a headland on the outside there, that's fine. And my goal isn't to make this entire thing one giant grass field. I'm basically just taking in what grass we can here and doing all that. And since we don't have that amazing of equipment, the grass here is enough to keep it so I can kind of just keep running. Because you'll see the grass we mowed the last time is starting to come back. Alright, so this will be our headland. But that way, when it comes to like the turnaround points and all that, it doesn't get messy. Yeah, so actually has a decent amount of trees on this tile. We'll eventually, like, we'll either keep those. I mean, I'll probably keep those, honestly. Because, yeah, the lumber is worth a lot of money. But in this particular case, I've got more than enough open area to put pretty much all the farms I want for right now. And so taking the time to clear out the trees to do more is kind of eh. I have no idea how good the border is of this. Let me check one thing real fast. Alright, bear with me, chat, for just a minute. I got one thing I need to quickly do. I've got to do a check-in for the hot potato for my segment tomorrow. So what I'm going to quickly do is I am going to turn off the tractor for just a moment here. Because we're about to hit an ad break anyway, so I'm going to do the ad break real fast, and I'm going to do what I need to do over here real quick, and I'll be right back. So thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. So let me go ahead and put you on my way screen. I'll be right back. No. I'll just... Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. How to make you take off your pants. Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields! In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh god. Did you interrupt my picture? getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect. As well as 5.56, the big downer is we don't have a gun that uses 5.56. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 5.56 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. Now, if only you kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town in this side of Gem Sea. Vote for Mayor Lewis. My jokes are terrible. And now the winner of this year's egg hunt is. Give me my hat. Do it. Jas and Vincent. Wait, hang on. Hold up. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully. All right, you know what? It's fine with me. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance that they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. Get out of my way, man. I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. Or maybe a little judgment. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! Ho. Please step forward when you get up. Please step forward when you get up. Buddy, you and me, let's do the worm over on this side. Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's the wrong mic, my bad. That's not the way I wanted to run. Alright, sorry about that. I will likely have at least one more of those that I gotta deal with here in just a minute. Just stuff for the charity stream tomorrow. Yeah, new mic. Yep. The company who has it gave it to me. This isn't like officially its debut or whatever on the channel. And no, it's not the sponsor I've been teasing about for a while. They just heard I needed a new mic and they were like, hey, as long as you like promise to do 2 streams where it's in frame and put our link in when you do it, we'll give you a new mic. I was like, deal. But yeah. So that's not this stream. That's actually what this stream was about, was I got the new mic. My old mic was getting dodgy. And so I was like, okay, got the hot potato tomorrow. The mic came in time. Let me go ahead and get set up, run it through a test for the stream, make sure it's working, you know, do whatever audio adjustments I gotta do. That way, you know, when it comes time for the hot potato, I'm not getting caught by surprise that, like, the mic starts popping or any other issues I can run into. Okay. But yeah, that was, we have a check-in we do, like, the day before anyone does their segment, the hot potato, and it was just, I was having people reach out and be like, you know, hey, here's the check-in and all that. So I got a couple things I gotta do for that, like, I need them to show them that, you know, I've got my scene configured right and all that kind of stuff. And normally that'd be no problem, but I'm actively live at the moment. Which does require me, like, it could also be a thing, I could easily pop in with all this. Yeah, because just gotta show the scene and everything. Yeah. I mean, worst case. Nah, it's, I don't wanna put them on a spot or anything. I was going to say, it's like, I could very genuinely be like, hey, just hop into stream, let me just boot up RimWorld and show you in 2 seconds real fast. And do that. Like, that wouldn't be a problem. But I think that might be awkward for them to be like, hey, just, let's do this live. That's the whole thing. I'm not too worried. I'm just gonna do it after stream where I record a little bit. Oh, that thing's not been picking up for a while. You know what? That's fine. Alright. That's got some weird texture artifacting. Okay. Yeah, so we did a headland on that side. I'll do a headland on the other side. I'll try to meet up somewhere in between. And I just wanted to do that just for these edges where I have to, like, do the little weave at the end. If I just make it so I have to go into a headland, I don't have to worry about missing a bunch of grass, and it'll stay on the ground. Eventually it does disappear, but it's one of those things that what happens is it starts out with a bunch, it'll rain, a little bit will disappear because it rots, and then you'll rain and get a little bit less because it rots. And it's a percent-based thing, so it doesn't disappear until you start reaching the point that it's, like, just about gone. Let's see, have I experienced tornadoes in the game yet? I have not. I've heard of a lot of people who have. I think for me, because we only just started the Survivorman run, prior to that we put in quite a few hours of, when I say quite a few hours, it was like 19 streams of the other map, the East Asian map that we were doing, building the temple and all that. But because I was mostly running that at one-time speed, I think it was just a matter of I wasn't getting far enough into the day that they happened, so maybe just missed them. I could also definitely see if it isn't obvious it's happening immediately, you very well could just be, you know, down here looking at the ground, and meanwhile there's this tornado going off in the distance. I have no idea, like, how front and center they are. So we'll see there. We want to keep an eye on those sales. So check those when we wake up and when we go to have our character go to bed. Oh, also, let me verify one more thing, and then, chat, I might have a little surprise for a lot of you. Let me just make sure I actually have that surprise to do first, because it'd be really embarrassing to try to do that surprise and then realize I can't, and that would be devastating. So let me double check. Excuse me. Fortunately, we'll do. For hitting the millionaire achievement, I got an email, and it says, "Unfortunately, we are out of Farming Simulator 25 plus Holland Gold CR11 edition. Please accept this replacement of Farming Simulator 25 plus the Holland Gold CR11 edition." Okay, it's the same thing, but, you know, sure, I guess. I can give away the same thing that I was expecting to give away in the first place. That's fine. That's not the right one, and let's check this other one. Yeah, that's the thing is checking. So I definitely have one of the keys. I'm gonna probably have to like pull up the actual website, which is fine. I just want to see how many keys I have. I should have 3, but they did get back with me way faster than I honestly expected. Which usually they do get pretty prompt. So just want to make sure that things up in the up and up before I try and give out the keys. Let's see. You wish you could change the awful-looking tires in the gold CR? I haven't looked at them one way or the other. I'm just cleaning this up before I do that. Shouldn't matter, but I don't want it to look too ridiculous. Okay, alright, cool. I was like, oh, please tell me you label my keys where they came from. Alright, so yeah, so I should have 3 keys to give out. All 3 of them for Farming Simulator 25. 2 where the extra thing it gives you is the Holland Gold CR11 Gold Edition DLC. And 1 that is the McDon Pack is the extra DLC. So we'll be 3 different people being given a giveaway. I'm going to do 1 here in just a minute. Right by the beginning of the stream, like, because we're actually farther in than I intended to go before I gave it out, but that's fine. I remembered now, and so we're gonna do that. But first, I'm gonna go and check on this response to make sure it's good. Okay. So, with that, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna go exclamation mark, giveaway start. If you would like, this will be the Farming Simulator 25, the full game on Steam, plus the Holland Gold CR11 edition. So you have to do. Oh, let me pin that real fast. Why didn't you pin? Let me pin it. There we go. There we go. Manually do that. Okay. So to enter, you need to do exclamation mark giveaway space enter. And all that good stuff. If you don't type in the whole thing and you forget the exclamation mark or anything else, you don't get in. If you're not sure if you got entered, try and enter again. If it says, you know, entered the giveaway, then you're in the giveaway. Um. All right. Can you just enter for giggles? I would prefer if you enter to actually want the keys. Now, the only requirement you have is you don't need to be following the channel, you don't need to be subbed, nothing like that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The only thing you need to do is you need to be present at the time the drawing happens. We'll say, let's give that, I've got 3:15 as far as how long I've been streaming, so we'll give it about 15-ish minutes, and then I'll do the drawing. And all you have to do is respond in some way and say, like, yes, I'd like the key, or like when you get drawn or whatever, just say like, yes, I'd like the key, or here, or anything to let me know that you are here. So you just have to be here at the time of the drawing. When that happens, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to shoot you a whisper on Twitch with the key. I believe technically it might be 2 keys, one for the DLC and one for the base game. I haven't looked at it yet because I have to reveal it. It's like in my UI it says like, this is what it is, and it's all stars, and then I can, you know, drop it in. But they work. At least they've worked for me. I've yet to have a bad key through Dare Drop, because that'd be incredibly embarrassing. Like that's always the fear, and why I don't usually do a lot of key giveaways that isn't something like Dare Drop that I know I can trust. Just because there is always that risk that someone gives you a key and you're like, all right, let's give it away, and someone gets all excited that, you know, they're getting the new hot game. They get like the Factorio DLC or Farm Sim 25, and then they go to redeem it, it goes not valid or already in use, and then you just like. This one does not have the Mecton pack. This one does not have the Mecton pack. At least I don't believe so. It shows it as having the Holland, or what is it? The one I'm giving out now, the thing it tells me is that it's Farming Simulator 25 plus the Holland Gold CR11 edition, and I just have to trust it. If it fails to label that there's more, the only way I can find out is by trying to redeem the key, and you don't want me doing that. So I don't believe it comes with the Mecton pack. It doesn't label it as coming with the Mecton pack, but I don't know if the Holland Gold CR11 edition comes with it. I don't think it does. But yeah. And this is the key we got for doing the $1 million. Is the Mecton a tractor or something? So the Mecton is a windrower. It's this thing. It's a weird sort of backwards tractor that can mow down crops so that you can use a thresher header to get it. So it does actually add a new mechanic to the game. I don't think it's like a super important mechanic, but it is a new mechanic that the game doesn't have otherwise. But I would also argue if you receive the entire game plus this other DLC and it doesn't have the pack, buying the one pack is probably pretty easy to justify. You can also turn around and if, you know, you want to get the season pass to go with it. But that wouldn't be through this. You would have the option as an additional thing if you really want the Mecton pack, you can buy it separately or buy the season pass. Either way would get it for you, I'm pretty sure. Because usually the packs are just equipment, and then you have the expansion usually will give you a whole series of new crops and all that. And the season pass, I believe, is 4 packs in an expansion. It's either 3 packs in an expansion or 4 packs in an expansion. So you're gonna have one that's gonna add, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, however many crops, depending on what they do. I have no. This isn't me being like, I'm not telling. This is, I genuinely have no idea what we're gonna be getting for new crops or whatever. Or what the packs are going to be. But yeah, so let that go for about 12 more minutes. But again, if you want to get into the giveaway for a full, like a copy of this game on Steam, plus the Holland Gold CR11 edition keys, You just gotta do the exclamation mark giveaway join. You'll see it on the top of chat. And that will get you into the drawing. We do the drawing, and then all you gotta do... Sorry, all you gotta do after that is just say, like, here, I won, thank you, like, whatever. Just anything to let me know that you are present to receive the key. And then I'll whisper it, DM you, whatever you want to call it, on Twitch. You don't need to be followed, you don't need to be subbed, you don't need to be on the Discord, you don't need to do any of those things. Now, obviously, you should absolutely join the Discord, because anytime I do streams, there can be a different time, or starting a new stream, or if a stream gets canceled or delayed, especially events, all that kind of stuff, I do announce that on the Discord. We do have channels for discussing whatever games interest people, so we got like a Factorio channel, we've got a Farming Simulator channel, we got a RimWorld channel, we got a Kenshi channel, bunch of that going on. We also do have, you know, conversations around like technology news. It is not a channel, or it isn't a Discord that we use everywhere very often, or everybody very often. We only do that in the event that, you know, there's some like major change in this Discord that's like, hey, you know, we've reworked our roles, you got to sign back up for your roles or something like that. I will also do it if like there is some major scam or vulnerability or something going on in Twitch, something that's like, hey, this is actually kind of important. I'll do it. That ends up only being like maybe twice or 3 times in a full year that we use the @everyone. Otherwise, we have a role called the information role, which is what we will shout out to if you want to know about like changes on the schedule, stuff like that. I've got a @Twitch role that will literally tell you anytime I go live on Twitch, it'll shout out to you. And I have a @YouTube role, which isn't currently doing anything, but once I start posting YouTube videos again, which I am actively working on make happen, that's what that role will do, is it'll be like, hey, there's a new, you know, Rual's put up a new video on YouTube, go check it out over there. But yeah, because I try not to put everyone on blast constantly, because I know it's a very annoying thing. It is one of those things that as a content creator is always the juggle, because very genuinely, the @everyone does help you get response to stuff. So far as like people on the Discord noticing you've gone live and yada yada. At the same time, you know, it's everywhere, and the sheer volume of noise from it is part of why so many people, like why you're unwilling to engage in nearly that many Discords. It's just, it's too many people trying to grab your attention constantly. And it's always hard to navigate that thing where, you know, you're respecting people's time and not being too spammy and all that kind of stuff. But also, there's a pressure for you to do at least some of that kind of stuff, because that's how you grow as a content creator, is by getting your stuff in front of people. There's always a juggle you gotta do. Well, not nearly as effective. I do like the opt-in notifications. Yeah. No, that's the thing, because I know for me, when a Discord uses @everyone a lot, I end up muting the notifications entirely, which makes them useless. Hi.
Hi. What's it like being so incredibly handsome?
I wouldn't know.
What's it like turning the color off of your new microphone? I see what you did.
I'm not a big fan of RGB. I like the microphone. I've already had people saying it's better than the old mic.
You want a soda?
I would take a soda.
Okay.
Thank
we'll
you.
Get you a soda.
Yeah, we did the first 45 minutes of stream where this is a new microphone for this stream that I just got. The company sent me for, like, this isn't like the big sponsor thing for it, and I shouldn't even say it's a big sponsorship thing. It's literally, I'm gonna have 2 streams where I have to make sure the microphone is in frame, and then just basically have a link to the microphone. So I'm not doing it this stream because I spent the first 45 minutes just, you know, it's a new microphone. I gotta adjust my noise canceling, I gotta adjust my limiters, I gotta adjust my compression, I gotta adjust my noise gate so it's not cutting on and off constantly. And that's like literally any microphone you own. It has no anything with the quality of your mic. Thank you.
In all fairness, I was wondering how long it would take before you turned the color off.
Oh yeah, no, it was definitely a thing. I know for the day or two that, or sorry, the 2 streams I'm gonna do that I'm actually like, they're like, I'll turn the light on. Gotta show it off. People are gonna want, like, there are people who are super into RGB. I'll also show that you can turn it off, because that's what people like me do. Is we hiss at the RGB like a cat that just had the lights turned on, and then, you know, that whole thing. But yeah, and I don't have a problem with people who use RGB. It's just, for me, and this might be an ADHD thing, like especially this, which is front and center in front of me, that just pulsing and blinking and pulsing and blinking is just going to hold my attention. You see this tractor struggling? That's because you turned the RGB off. Ah, I'm sorry. I thought I had to have the RGB on the tractor to make it run better. Oh no, no, don't make a mod with the RGB tractors, but actually do, because I think that'd be hilarious. I would make it so you have a mod that does it, but it like takes 20% of your horsepower for no apparent reason, because obviously it's electrical, not mechanical, so that shouldn't really impact anything. But just as my commentary on RGB, just you turn on the RGB on your tractor and it's just like someone sapped 10-20 horsepower off of it. Also light sync the tractor and the mic. Now what you gotta do is you gotta get synced with the music with the strobe light, like the strobing effects in the bottom of the tractor. So just go. You turn on the red for the mic in RimWorld when things go sideways. Yeah, we'd have our, like, what's the current status of the colony? Oh, colony's in a bad shape. Oh no. This is supposed to be orange, by the way. That's the one sad thing, is the orange is very yellow. I do appreciate that they have like a touch sensor on there, so you can turn off. Oh, that was something I wanted to check. Does turning you green piss off the green screen? Oh, I touched it too many times, it went to blue. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Like, it's fine. It's just some LEDs in there or whatever. Like, it doesn't hurt the mic. The important thing is this mic sounds better than my old mic. Like, I've been very happy with my Blue Yeti, but that Joker's been around since, like, 10, 12 years I've been using it. And the mute button, the physical mute button on it's mechanical, and that switch isn't, like, it works, but it definitely was ones I gotta give it, like, 1 or 2 pushes before it actually registers it, which isn't the end of the world. But when you're trying to mute in a hurry and do stuff, you know, like running to the restroom and all that, you know, you accidentally mute or you fail to unmute, it can be very distracting. And as a content creator, 90% of some of the stuff you deal with on your channel is just, what can I do to minimize distractions from happening? Because that ends up being a big problem. Because if you get too distracted, it ends up being a whole thing. Blue Yetis will never die. Well, that's the thing. The mic itself is still sound. It's that mechanical button they put on the Blue Yeti. It's kind of a known, not design defect, but failure point on the mics, that the mechanical mute button wears out. The microphone itself, like the hardware is fine, but yeah. Let's see, some LEDs also generate static. You turned it on and you heard nothing. Good for that mic. Nice. I'm surprised by that. Like, don't get me wrong, the LEDs take voltage and all that, but LEDs are generally very low power consumption. So I'm surprised, because you'd be worried about electromagnetic interference. Because all an LED is a diode. It just happens to be a diode that when the electrical charge goes through it, it gets excited. You know, and it lights up. And so, usually your concern with electromagnetic is high voltage, high amperage. Thoughts on LED headlights? So, if they are set up properly, which is a very, very big part of that, if they are set up properly, they are better than normal headlights all around. They last longer, they're cheaper, like they're cheaper in the long run when you consider the replacements and all that, and the brightness is fine. The problem is how few of them are configured properly. And for the record, I don't have them because I can't be bothered. But the problem is either they're tilted too far up or otherwise they're just not aligned correctly. And in those cases, you get freaking blinded. Those things need to be pointing at the ground. So it is a thing that a lot of people get their headlights replaced with the LED ones, and you know it's after the fact, and they're not aligned correctly, and yada yada yada. And so you get these weird, slightly blue lights. Well, actually, no, the blue ones are the halogens, not the LED. Those ones, I'm much less of a fan of the halogen ones. But the blue ones are fine. The ones I don't like, the things that genuinely super annoying to see, is the tail lights that are doing all sorts of weird crap now. So instead of having like you touch your brakes and the brake lights come on, fair enough, makes sense. They're brake lights. It's what they do. The one that's genuinely starting to annoy me is you'll have tail lights that the people will hit the button. It'll be like this gradually, like, it'll slowly, like, light up across, do, like, a little spiral and, like, go be the other way out. They'll have, like, all sorts of, like, weird animations in the taillights. And, like, please, for the love of everything, just make it light up. It's fine if you got, like, a weird pattern to it. Just don't have it be, like, this whole animated sequence and all that crap. It's just so incredibly distracting. Here in Norway, your LEDs get checked every 2 years for vehicle inspection. Good. And I'm assuming alignment would be one of those things. I almost feel like it's a thing that some people do is like some people turn the alignment up because it lets them see much farther forward. It's just the problem is the cost of that is you're blinding cars going the other way. It's kind of like instead of shining your flashlight at the ground to see, you know, the next 20 feet, 10 feet or whatever, you're pointing it straight forward. You're not seeing the ground in front of you very well, but you can see the distance. But the problem is anyone coming from that direction is just getting flashlight right to the face. But yeah, no, it's the halogen bulbs I genuinely don't like. The good news is since LED bulbs started showing up, halogen bulbs have been kind of going away. Which, good riddance. The halogen bulbs are nice because they're so bright. Those are the ones that are like the weirdly blue lights. They're not quite blue, but they're blue-esque. And a lot of times when you're driving around with those, I find those completely obnoxious. Because they're another one, they get behind you and you just cannot see. And that is HID? I don't know the acronym. Halogen is the yellow old school lights. I thought the old school lights were still filament based. High intensity discharge. Gotcha, but I'm also not an automotive expert. Yeah, no, it's the blue ones I don't like. So if I'm misattributing that as halogen, then you know I'm misattributing. Yeah, I was gonna say the lights. I'm pretty sure my car still uses incandescent. You thought that was fluorescent something? I haven't heard of people refer to the car lights as fluorescent. I mean, the tech might be fluorescent. But I always heard of incandescent, halogen, and LED. LED being light-emitting diode. That's like every light you have in almost everything nowadays that isn't an incandescent bulb is probably LED, not counting big tube lights or whatever. If halogen, high intensity, and LED. Gotcha. Interesting. Alright, and we are going to be doing this key giveaway in just a second, so there's your last call to get yourself into the key giveaway. For Farm Sim 25 plus the Holland Gold CR11. edition key thing for the like you can't tell if it's 2 keys or 1 keys. I'll get it to you in a minute. But it says the last call to get you to not join. It's right on the top. Just read your chat. Right in the top, exclamation mark, giveaway, space, enter. Right at the top of the chat. Let's see, there were blue halogens, but the ones you see now are HID. Yeah, no, the ones I'm complaining about were the blue halogens that were probably really popular about 10 years ago, give or take. Somewhere in that one. Those are the ones I'm whining about. Most of the time when you see HID, it's... Oh, yeah. Oh, you're talking about, like, high beams. Yeah, so if it's when you're saying it used to be and you're talking, like, 10 years ago, those are the ones I'm whining about. That's, like, you don't see them very much anymore. HIDs are usually have adaptive lights. So they aim themselves. Gotcha. Let's just ban headlights and make sure it's survival of the fittest. That's the easy part. You just add a light to your car. It'd be like you banned headlights. Like, all right, well, it's a cabin light. It's just pointing forward and it's really bright. And I cut a hole in my window so I didn't blind myself with refraction off of my light in my own car. For anyone who's had like kids trying to turn on the interior light in your car while you're driving around, or significant others or backseat passengers, whatever. And all you can see is the big light and you're reflecting in your window. You're like, turn that stupid light off. I can't see the road. All right, so I'm going to drop this off and we're going to do the drawing. And we'll see who gets this key. And this is the key that we got from Dare Drop. This is the key we got for making $1 million in our previous run. Get a night vision. So, night vision is usually not good enough for high-speed driving and being able to make stuff out. I've worked at a place that dealt with night vision. Okay. So, let me get this going because the last call has been set. Give away draw. Still impressed you did the temple 1,000,000 in one go. It was a lot. All right, so giveaway draw, and this is going to I'm gonna mispronounce it as that Tiva Watt. So Tiva Watt, if you're here, you just gotta say something in chat. You got 1 minute to say something in chat, and those keys are yours. If you don't say something in chat in the next minute, we will redraw. If we redraw and then you say your piece, it's too late, because the moment I've redrawn, I run into a situation where I can't have a key going to 2 people. So you got 1 minute. Beep bop, there you go. Thank you. That is good enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that key right there, and I'm going to pull up Twitch, and I go actually look at my own channel real fast, because that's going to be how weird this is going to be. And I will drop that in for you. And we still have more keys we are going to be giving away. I'm going to wait a little while longer before the next one, because my plan is to drop one about 1 hour from the end of stream. This is the one for the earlier part of stream. And I'm going to drop one probably just a little bit after the middle of stream. So there you are. It also helps me with you saying something, because then you go there, make sure we got all the goodies. All right, and I got the right person. And you should have that key in your direct messages. And it is one of those things that, like, obviously I haven't tested the key. It was given to me by Dare Drops. If you do have problems with it, all I can say is we'll have you yell at Dare Drops, because I don't know what I could do on my end to help. But yeah, but congrats on getting the full game and the Holland Gold CR11 DLC. Yeah, so we got one more set of keys exactly like that, and then we got another one where instead of the Holland, you get the McDon deals, the McDon pack. So that'll be good. And that's those objectives we've been working on really, really hard for the last like 19 Farm Sim streams. That's what all of that was getting 5, well, actually it was 6 keys total. 6 keys total that I was able to give out. We still got 2 more we're giving out, but you get the idea. 6 keys total I get to give out to the community and all that. And the way I look at that is that means I get to save my community $600 and some change. All those signs are sacrificed for 3 keys. Yes. Because that means by the time this is over, I'll have given out 6 copies of the game, plus a bunch of DLC for it too. Which is pretty awesome. And good on the farm sim devs. They work, the devs, they work with their drop to give them the keys to give out and all that kind of stuff. Oh, and when you redeem those keys, just let me know that they worked. Because like I said, I don't think there's anything in my capacity, like if they don't work, I could do, but it would be good to know. Which, if you say they don't work and they did, I'm not able to get you another key. Like that's not gonna be in the cards. What you can do is I'll point you at Dare Drop and be like, hey, the key you gave out didn't work, and then I can just basically back you up and say, hey, I gave that key to that person and it didn't work. Or rather, they said it didn't work. Build another so it's no. I get to sign up for 5 objectives, and that's based on the number of viewers I have. If I have more viewers, I can, pick up maybe a 6th or 7th objective. So I picked up all 5, and I went out of my way to only grab objectives that gave out keys. But one thing is like, kudos onto the farm sim devs, because they get to choose what the rewards are and everything. And that's always been a problem, is a lot of the times there's a lot of stuff that come up in Dare Drop. You're like, oh, sweet, that's a game a lot of people will be excited about. Let me go ahead and hop on Dare Drops and see if I can get some people some keys. And then you'll look at the giveaways like, we will give you a background image that is perfectly fine, completely and utterly available on our website for free as the thing to give out to your community. And you kind of stare and they're like, really? And then sometimes be like, you can get the OST for this game, and it'll be a game that like is not particularly notable on its music. Like the music's just okay. Am I looking forward to my turn on the hot potato tomorrow? I'm honestly low-key ready for the hot potato to be done. Like I love the hot potato, it's a lot of fun and all that, but like between running around and doing all the behind the scenes, I'm ready for my sleep schedule to go back to normal. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't want to shorten the event or anything like that. It's me whining about, like, just, it's work. A lot of work to do. It's a lot of fun, but it's a lot of work. And for what I've done, it's nothing compared to some of the others. Like, again, big shout-outs to Alana, Wojess, and Sui. Like, they definitely, for as much as the rest of us do, they definitely are the ones doing the bulk of it. So it's just one of those things. You can understand your sleep has been shot since it started. Yep. It happens. Let me just minimize that because I'm being distracted because I have my own stream up and I keep looking at it being like, wait, what's that? Oh, wait, never mind. It's one of those weird things when you do content creation. You run to situations where you basically see your own face everywhere, and it's very distracting being like, huh? Because like I'll have in the main screen, I've got the game, no problem, no biggie. Over here, I've got the preview on OBS. And that preview is just basically you keep an eye, that way if like something's going wrong with your camera, you see it right away so you can make an adjustment, or, OBS starts throwing a fit and dropping frames. Basically, it's so I can make sure the broadcast is working. Since I do stream on both YouTube and Twitch, I also have up here normally. Today I don't because I'm keeping an eye on the hot potato, but normally I'd have my preview or whatever on YouTube up. That way, again, like it gets disconnected, I can see, oh, it got dropped real fast, going in. If it's something I can deal with, great. If not, if there's something I should do, that's fine. Last you heard the hot potato was up to 68,000. I know we passed 69,000. Yeah, we're at $69,472.55 is what is up to at this very second. And our goal for the entire hot potato is 75,000. And considering we still have more than an entire day left, unless suddenly everyone just goes into complete no more donos mode, we're looking really good. Especially since if it's anything like Italics was last year, Italics last year brought in an absurd amount of money. The man knows how to work a crowd. It's been super fun watching this year. Thank God for multi-Twitch, so you can see normal streams on the tablet and not been able to watch on PC. Yeah. All right. It'll be very nice when I can do more. Oh no, it skipped past 69, 420, 69. Yeah. Well, that just means we need to get to the next funny number, which is unfortunately... What will be the next funny number? 420,000. 69, 420. We can make that happen, right? Come on, that's got to be doable. Some billionaire being like, funny number, just drops a quick like 380,000 or whatever it is. Well, yeah, no, if you got to go for the symmetry thing, so you got to do like the 420, 69, 420, because otherwise you got that extra 0, and the extra 0 just kills it. But you do 420, 69, 420, then you got funny number. Otherwise, it's mostly funny number, but like the 0 is just not funny. Has he not just done that in GDQ before? He's literally dropped an absurd donation to snipe some incentives. Yup. Hey, you know what? It's going to charity. Oh, 69. Well, actually, technically you're right. Well, wait, would that work? You'd still have an extra digit. Yeah, there you go, Jason. That's what we need. We just casually have to get to 420,000. And we can do it. We got over a day left. It's totally doable. By the way, I technically do have my donation link up. Anything that gets redeemed on there and you do like whatever the incentive is, I will do immediately once it starts. Which you'd be surprised, someone has already lowered the difficulty for RimWorld for when I go to play it. Which, you know, whatever I get it at, the very first thing I'm gonna do is like, turn it down one notch. Got a $25 dono to turn it down. Okay. Which I'll give them like the proper credit with their name and all that when it's time. That way people, you know, if I say it today on the sneaky not on the schedule stream, I feel like they don't get their mileage out of it. And for anyone willing to throw a bunch of money at a good cause, I want to make sure as long as they want to be recognized, they get the recognition. Let's see, you love for Stream Awards, you can skip categories that you aren't forced to do nominations for everything. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, because that used to be a thing that we dealt with like the Twitch Stream Awards. You'd have to like choose one of everything to save in the like years past, and you'd sit there and you'd stare at it and be like, I don't like the games you've listed, I don't know any of them. I don't care about this category, but you're physically requiring me to answer something, so sure, that one. It's got the prettiest thumbnail. Sure, why not? It'd be like best first-person shooter, and you'll see like Call of Duty, Battlefield, and like 2 others you haven't heard of, and go, I literally, I think one of these games is actively bad for gaming right now because they just regurgitate the same game again and again and again and just soak up money. And the other ones I don't know anything about. Sure, I'll just choose one that's not the one I don't like. Let's see, Little Wayfinder is joining the giveaway. Oh, hang on. My apologies. My apologies. I need to stop the giveaway. We already gave out the key. We'll be giving out 2 more later, but I am going to make people re-enter when that time comes. Because otherwise there's just gonna be a lot of people who, you know, schedules and whatnot come and go. I don't want it to be a thing where I draw one and it's like, you know, yeah, no, it's on me. I should have pulled that back down. That is a me problem. You're all good. So let me go here real fast and say, hey, unpin that message and give away clothes. So that's a me problem, but don't worry, we'll be giving more out. We got 2 more keys to give out for Farm Sim 25 plus its DLC. The mower does not work well if you do not put it down on the ground. Airborne mower, not the best at mowing. Just in case anyone's been wondering. But yeah, so normally I stream for 9 hours. I did give out the first key about an hour later than I really had intended to, because usually what I've been doing is when I get multiple, I'll do like 1 hour after we start the game, 1 hour before we finish, and then like 1, you know, if I have an extra 1 vaguely in between. So that would be 4.5 hours into stream. What I'm going to actually do is I'll probably bump that to, let's say, a cool 5. So basically, an hour 10 or so, I'll do the next drop. Is there a 0 turn in this game? Like mower? I don't believe so without mods, but with mods, anything is possible. And I've had them in past versions of the game. Because we do have some vehicles that do have tank steering, which is what a 0 turn is, where you just rotate it real fast and then you just go. So if there isn't, there probably will be on the mod scene. I don't know if we'll get, like, they don't have much in the way of, like, mowers and all that. Like, we look at our grass stuff. Where are you, grass? You've got these. So you've got that one, but that's not a 0 turn. That's just like a giant mower. But yeah, so there's not that yet. I know in the past they've had like a little hand push one. Like not like you know, your old Sears like Craftsman or whatever, you got like the little handle or whatever, you just push it that way. But like a much broader flat blade thing. They just run by and just, you know, chop it all down. The push mower might technically be 0 turn. Right. I mean, sure. You're not wrong in that one. But like that's what it's like, literally you walk around with the mower in front of you. It grows back. Like actually if you watch here in just a second, I'm about to be pretty much close to full up. And when I fill up here, I'm going to drive by where we finished mowing the other day. So you see like the grass here on the right is not mowed. The grass I'm on right now, we mowed today. And you'll see just up here that we'll hit an area that'll be the grass we mowed yesterday. So it does take like 2-3 in-game months for it to grow back. So this is all mowed today. Now, if you look over here, it suddenly gets darker, and that's because that's what's grown back in 1 month. So it's still nowhere near, like you can compare to the line over here. So I've got behind me is the grass we just mowed. This is the grass we mowed, you know, a day ago, and then just to the left is the grass that's never been mowed. So you can see a very distinct line between them. But it does grow back. But for people who didn't catch on earlier, what we're working on right now is I haven't really done like a run where I've done silage in any of the farm sims. Like I did it once or twice to be like, yay, silage, and then just never did again. And silage is very powerful. What time is your hot potato tomorrow? I should probably just check here really fast and just grab the actual time. Because it's got, yeah, you can do the only reason I'm gonna be like either do the HP, so we have the HPS like schedule, it's like the first 4 letters of schedule command, or go to the Discord. And the only reason I'm saying that is the Discord will show it in your time zone, your local time. You just go to it and it'll be like, hey, it's at this time. So it's much easier than me trying to do conversions and all that. Or you can just go to the schedule and have like the UTC is this time, or I think it's like UTC -8 for Pacific time or whatever. To let everyone convert their own stuff, just because otherwise I'll lose my mind because time zones are terrible. Yeah, my time, midnight to 4 a.m., which is Eastern time, Eastern U.S. time. But yeah, so that schedule will give you everyone's times up. So like, Italix is gonna stream, then pass the save on to me. And then I pass my save on to Bonder, and then Bonder is passing it on to Amber, I believe. And then Amber is passing it on to Adam versus Everything. And I think Adam versus Everything passes on to... No, Adam versus Everything passes on to Alana, who then passes on to Sui, if I remember correctly. I might have the order wrong. But, so we got a lot of fun stuff happening. Yep. So not tonight midnight, but tomorrow midnight. And yes, that's technically correct. Before someone's like, no, but midnight is, you know, it's like, nope, it's correct to say tomorrow night. We are in this night. This night will not contain my stream on the hot potato. U-Bond, Analog, yeah, it's like Analog Amber. Ilana, okay, so I had Ilana and Adam backwards. Yep. So Sunday. Unless you're, well actually, yes, yeah, Sunday. I just drove right past where I wanted to be, but that's fine, we'll just start mowing on this end. Who needs it to make sense? I sure don't. Yeah, so we should be good. I think we've got enough grass here left that we can get the silage going. What is going to be a weird thing we're going to run into is I'm going to probably reach the point where, other than if I start weaving between trees or whatever to get grass, we're going to end up waiting like an in-game month for the grass to catch up and all that. Does your firm propose of having the date change at 4 a.m.? It's late enough where people stay up going to bed, and early enough where people who wake up don't have to deal with waking up. I actually don't really have a problem. For me, I wish they wouldn't bother doing like the 12 o'clock midnight is the rollover kind of thing. Honestly, that's a reason to be like, yeah, let's forget this 1, 2, 3 and do the 24-hour. Very genuinely, for all of my clocks since like high school, I've always put on 24-hour. This AM PM can go fly a kite. Because sure, there's times you don't need to think about it. If someone says, hey man, we're gonna meet for lunch at 3, you down? They don't need to give you a PM or an AM. Contextually, you look at that and be like, well, very clearly it's AM. Because why on earth would you go out and eat lunch in the afternoon? But then you have stuff, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna have a meeting, it's a little outside hours at 7. And you stop and go, which one? a little outside hours at 7 could really go either way. Like, a meeting at 7 in the morning would be 1 hour outside, and a meeting in the evening at 7 would be 2 hours outside of your normal 9 to 5 or whatever. Well, sorry, it'd be 2 either way out of your 9 to 5. But you get the idea. You had to stop and be like, which one? And we don't have to have that discussion if someone, you know, bothers to do the 24-hour clock. And then plus, we don't have to worry about midnight shenanigans. The 24th hour is still part of the same day. Or give us a 0 o'clock. So the day starts at 0 and counts it from there, so you have like your first minute of the day starts at 0. But the starting the day at 12, it's like, why did you have to make it? Why did you have to make numbers weird, man? "24-hour clock has 0 hour." Yes, it does. But I'm saying still, even for the 12-hour clock, make the first thing in the morning, make it 0. I mean, just go to the 24-hour clock. Just never mind. Just go to the 24-hour clock. It's just a weird way to do your units. To like start your count over in the middle of the day because reasons. This is, you can only handle 24-hour clocks. A side effect of dealing with date times and code. Yeah, for me it was dealing with Space Center stuff. Like that's when I started working at the Space Center, was as a teenager and all that. And so it's just kind of one of those things that there was just, most of the stuff at the Space Center runs in what they refer to as military time, which is just 24-hour clock. Yeah, daytime. Oh yeah, if I'm doing with daytime, you will watch me go into a whole thing. If you are writing software, if you are writing any kind of software, I don't care what you think its long-term future is. If you are writing software, you use UTC. I don't care how much you believe in your local time or anything like that. You use UTC on the back end. Now, what you show the user, you can do the conversion to your local time and all that. But the moment you have not UTC on the back end, and anything changes, like you move your servers to a new location or you add in a customer base in different time zones, suddenly you just take, just take a Molotov and just chuck it in your server room. It's all, you have no idea what time something actually happens because just shenanigans are afoot. And then you got to deal at the whims as they change the laws in different areas. Go, well, now daylight savings time starts at a different time, or now we're going to go a half-hour increments instead of full hour, or now we're not going to have daylight savings times, or now we're going to put it back, or now we're going to do something that's completely misaligned with anything you've ever heard, and suddenly your entire data sets are messed up. Just UTC it and deal with the conversions later. Let's see, you got used to the 24-hour clock because it was the default on Linux distro you were using at the time, and you're too lazy to change it. That is a perfectly reasonable way to do it. Let's see, you sometimes use Linux time on the back end, but that can lose leap seconds. Yeah. Unix time's at least close enough to UTC that, yes, you can lose the leap seconds, but at least time zone pains and all that goes away. Because that's really where the pain happens, is daylight savings and time zones are the really Achilles heel of using anything that isn't based on UTC. You haven't once used 24-hour clock? It's one of those things you get used to. It really doesn't take you long. Like, honestly, the thing that throws you the most when you first switch to 24-hour clock is like 4, 5, 6 o'clock. Just your brain wrapping around being like, It's those ones right in the middle that you have to at least take 2 seconds to do the addition, subtraction, be like. But then once you've got your brain to just thinking about them, you know, as 24, you just don't have to think, like, you don't do the math anymore, it's just there. It annoys you to no end that the timestamps are in 12-hour format. It's not 11:12, it's 23:12. Yep. I would love for, and this is one of those laws that shouldn't actually exist. I would love there to be a law that says, like, every system must default to 24. It's like, you can change it, but, like, 24. And just make it a thing to just go on a quest to eliminate the 12-hour clock. I know it'd be the exact kind of battle of going and switching from, you know, imperial to metric, and how you'd have holdouts and be like, absolutely not, and yada yada. But very genuinely, it's one of those things that's like, but yeah, it would literally be better for all of us in the long run to just have one type of clock and something that's, you know, easy. So what's gonna happen real fast is I missed most of the ad break, but the ad break's going on. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm gonna do it real quick and I'll be right back. And that's what's gonna happen. So I'll be right back in a second. I'm about to go. Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier. It's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. Okay, so things I need to do is I need to remember for the away scene and my start scene and my finish scene to get this mic added to it. Because right now it's not there. Let's see, most people here use 24 hours, but some regions invented other ways to confuse me. Quarter 8 is, oh, a quarter to 8? I hate it. I've heard that before. You don't hear that often now, but it's like, oh, it's a quarter to 8. It's like, I don't, what? Why wouldn't you say it's 7:15? 7:15 is less syllables. It's less, why would you do that? Why would you make me math? You want to go back to sundials? Something you can't use in a huge part of the world. Yeah, sorry, I misphrased that. Quarter to 8, it'd be 15 until 8. Right. But yeah, that's the other one, is when people say quarter of, and you're like, why would you say it that way? Just tell me what you mean. Don't get all fancy. Just tell me the time. Don't don't flavor in like half, quarter. Do like, hey, it's 10:30 or 10:45. You're not saving yourself any real amount of use of words by doing quarter of, quarter till. Well, it's a quarter past 4. Quarter past 4. Pretty well. It's either. Yeah, it's pretty early in the morning. Those are the same people who measure their children's age in month, like cheese. Oh, Billy is 28 months. So that actually does have some value when kids are really young, because honestly, especially that first and second year, that there are a lot of development milestones that don't wait for years. Like a kid in their 3 month and a kid in their 4 month and a kid in their 6 months are dealing with very different things. Once you get past like 2 though, like you're in your 3s and all that, then that's not needed anymore. You're pretty sure it's a culture thing at this point. You live in a country, or you live in the country part of North Carolina, and you hear stuff like that way more often than 715. Yeah, versus I do find, like, in Central Florida, I couldn't tell you the last time I've heard someone say it where they didn't just say the time, with the exception of maybe, like, you know, it's like halfway to, like, for 30 minutes or something like that. It could also be a language thing. I could certainly see for different languages that it could be more of a mouthful. Because saying 15, that's actually not a good one. So let's say like it's 23 after. And we're saying that in German to be Dreiundzwanzig. So in that case, you're definitely saving yourself some syllables. That's the one I do remember, is I remember learning to count in German. And the big German, like the big number in German words get pretty long, pretty fast. Yeah, top of the hour, bottom of the hour. Does it count around these parts? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably where it even comes from, is like a quarter past and a quarter back or whatever. Quarter before. Is it's probably literally looking at, you know, the old analog clock and where the hand is. I still know people who are like, no, you need a normal clock, not a digital clock. It's like, okay, you know, if that's a personal preference, that's fine, like whatever. But like, no, really, a digital clock's fine. Let's say in Norway, it's I'm not gonna be able to pronounce it at all. Yeah. I wouldn't know the trans. I get the idea. It's saying some amount of minutes till, you know, 4 o'clock instead of whatever. I'm assuming those are words for the time and all that. Let's see, 7:30 is 7:30 there, though it's kind of obsolete in some parts. I guess it's the younger generation who use it rarer. Yeah, no, that's the same thing. I'm thinking it's true as well for when you're talking about people saying, you know, it's a quarter past or a quarter till. I do think that's probably something that's going to become more and more infrequent with younger generations, because like a lot of those don't make nearly as much sense without a physical clock being present, other than like the staying power of the people already saying it. And as you have more and more people fall out of that habit and whatnot, as they come from, you know, different places and yada yada, we'll see that habit become, you know, less and less frequent, because there isn't something intrinsically trying to keep that, other than people, you know, you know, being curmudgeons and shaking a stick, like how the young kids and they keep changing and all that. In the UK, you say quarter past, half past, and quarter to, but written down, it's 24 hours. Gotcha. See, even your watch, which has a full health tracker, is the good old analog face, right? But I'm thinking like how many kids today? So not those of us who grew up as like, you know, Boomer, Millennial, and Generation X. Maybe like the very early very early Gen Z or whatever that may have had to deal with like actual clocks or whatever. But you'd argue it has nothing to do with analog clocks and more to do with people don't understand fractions. Does say a quarter people don't understand a quarter. I mean, I haven't noticed people having particularly difficult with fractions so much in that regard. Like, being able to know, like, oh, 33.333 or whatever is 1/3. Like, yeah, that's when I see people missing. And people do have to think longer about fractions, I would say. You have coworkers that couldn't read your watch. It doesn't have numbers. You just crumble to dust. Yep. That's what it's like being old. It's where people sitting there goes, why does your phone have a tail? And you go, oh, please. I don't have a landline anymore, but I heard my niece say that. Saw a photo of my mom's house and was like, why does your phone have a tail? And you're like, ow, right in the age. Right in the age. Oh, it's the save icon. Please. Well, I mean, that's just because cursive's bad. I can read it, and I'll still call cursive bad. I can write and be effective in cursive as well, but, like, very genuinely, cursive is scribble. Fast written scribble. I remember being hounded by my instructors that I had to learn cursive because I was going to need it every single day. And I shouldn't, like, I'm not allowed to use a calculator because I would not have a calculator on me everywhere I went. And it's one of those things, I'm like, even then you're going, no, I don't think that's true. But, you know, whatever, I'm young, I don't know any better. And as an adult, it's like, liars. I mean, you obviously didn't know it was going to be changing, but also liars. I got a calculator with me everywhere I go. It's called my phone. If I can't do the math. Yeah. Well, yeah, so it's weird that you still actually do need a signature. Like, that's actually one of the things that threw me off, is every once in a while I have to sign something as my screen name. Because, like, for the record, like, here in the US, if I wanted to go by a different name, I can just start doing it. As long as I'm consistent and I don't, like, hide it or whatever, most of the time you can literally just, you know, use an alternative name for, like, a stage name or whatever, and there's just, like, you don't have to, like, register it or anything. And so for, like, stuff that's not really important, a lot of times I'll be like, oh, yeah, you know, I'll sign as Rual Storge or whatever. And you have to sit there and be like, oh, I have to, like, actually come up with a signature again. I came up with a signature for, like, my real name. Crap, as a young teenager or something like that. Probably even younger than that. I may not even have been a teenager. You know, it's changed over time and gotten more nicer looking and whatever. As, you know, I got better at writing and whatnot. But it's just one of those things that you have to stop there and be like, ah, and it feels so unnatural trying to do that whole thing. You can't write or read cursive. They taught that year before mine, and mine they didn't bother. Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to, like, learn to read and write it. There's just, honestly, these days it holds very little relevance. Like, you know, I put cursive nowadays about the same place I put calligraphy. It's a cool thing to know, but it's more about, like, hey, look, I can write a fancy letter, than it actually being that useful. Sure, you can write with it really fast if you know it well, but also you can print really fast if you know it well too, so... It's very calming, calligraphy is? Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And I used to do a lot of calligraphy. Actually, a lot of times if I'm taking the time to write something, like, I'll use just like chicken scratch, I'm just jotting down a note real fast. But part of the way I make my handwriting look nice without having to be amazing at it is I do give it style, like I do give it a style that's sort of calligraphy without the pens and all that, so you have like little bits of swoop and all that. It'd be something that'd be absolutely horrific for someone with like dyslexia or whatever, but I'm not. Most of the time, I'm writing it for like my own notes or for like just like Tomb or whatever, and so for those handful of cases, like yeah, no, it just looks nice. It's more presentable than if I put down my my normal handwriting. And if I take the time, I can have really nice handwriting. But most of the time, I'm either A, doing down a rush note for myself that I don't care, like, I'm going to read it once again in my life, and then I don't care about it ever again after that. Or it's going to be someone referenced by someone else, so I'm going to take the time to just make it presentable or whatever. Because I'm writing something that actually needs to be gone back to, like, documentation or anything. It's not going to be in handwriting, it's going to be in electronic format. Because you always write in cursive, but that's the way you were taught. It's a well-formed habit. Oh yeah, there's like no judgment for anyone who uses cursive. It's just one of those things that doesn't have the value it used to, so far as like, it used to be one of those things you'd go to school, like, you need to learn this. Like, this isn't something you might use. This is something you will need to know. And it's just kind of just not a big thing anymore. Yeah, exactly. If you want to get into calligraphy, there's lots of calligraphy kits that'll even come up with, like, how to do calligraphy. You don't need to get, like, the really fancy metal pen with a divider in it. You can get what's a glorified marker that's got a flat spot on it. Like, it's got a flat edge instead of a sharp edge. And then later on, if you find out you really like calligraphy, then you can, you know, get your fancy pen that you, like, twist it out. You put the little ink well in it, and you close it up. Then you can do that. You find digitally signing things odd. I find digitally signing utterly meaningless. Because it's like, it's supposed to be your signature, but it's being generated by the computer. So, what value does it have? Because, like, the whole reason you used to sign stuff in the past is there's the argument that someone could look at and they can compare the signatures and be like, ah, it's you. But, even then, they've gone back there, and that's those things that they've found. It's like, yeah, it's a bit of a, it's not a crap science, it's not nearly that bad, but it's kind of like a lot of other things out there where it's like using bite patterns to identify things, like, oh, did this dog or this person bite someone? And they found that literally random chance was just about as good as the supposed experts of those types of forensic sciences. Whereas other forensic sciences are way better. Like, DNA is nowhere near as strong as it's made out to be, which is why it shouldn't be accepted as just, like, discovering DNA shouldn't automatically be guilt, because it's not actually that reliable. But it is good enough to be like, hey, I've got these other 8 or 9 things lined up, and this is another one in the stack that, you know, the quantity of those things together can be, you know, a stronger sign. Like, it goes to, like, more and more pieces of evidence on the pile that it's less and less likely this person didn't do it. But you'll have ones like, oh, we found DNA, and then it goes like, oh, well, it's actually their brother and their DNA was close enough that, you know, we mistook it. Because, very honestly, when you look at DNA in humans, we actually have very little different in our DNA compared to our species. There's still differences. But, like, I'm going to have the quote wrong, but as if you take two, say, like, gorillas and you look at siblings, that those 2 gorillas are more genetically diverse than if I picked any 2 random people on the globe. Like, different race, gender, everything. That those 2 gorillas, same gender, will be more genetically diverse than any 2 people on Earth. And it's mostly because we practically got wiped out. See, whenever you had documents sent you via email that need a signature, you have pics saved where you signed your name as large as I could in thick black text, then scanned and shrunk the image. Insert that. Oh yeah, no, nowadays a lot of the digital signature won't even be a thing you actually sign. It'll literally be a thing where you click on the documents, like put your signature here, and it just plops it in, and it just sort of stylizes, you know, stylizes like the letters, but it's not a thing you ever wrote. Isn't like 99.99% DNA the same across all races? I don't know if it's quite like that, but it's something really high. It's like 99 point something percent. Like it's like 99.98 or 99.96 or something like that. But it's just one of those things. For those who don't know why that is, during the Ice Age, human beings basically got nearly wiped out. Like just in general, humanity nearly got wiped out. That we barely eked through it. And because of that, we had actually reached a population that was low enough that generally, if we were to look at, say, like lions or tigers or some other animal, and that population got, you know, that dropped, we would have been put at the highest classification of, you know, threatened or whatever, that basically we were seen on the brink of extinction. So there was a lot of time to trying to bring that back from the brink, which unfortunately, with that small of a population, means genetically some people who are pretty closely related to each other had to have a lot of kids, because when you consider that age range and having at least some level of age separation and everything going on there, so far as, like, you know, not everyone is the same age, not everyone is viable to have children at the same time, and yada yada, and so you narrow that like 10 or something thousand even smaller, or whatever it is. You get where that's going. We got quite a few diseases, one would assume, from passed on recessive traits. Till that worked itself out after who knows how many generations of mutations and, you know, hopefully recovering population. Let's see. In 2015, the typical difference between an individual's genome and the reference genome was an estimated 20 million base pairs, or 0.6% of the total. Yeah, so it wasn't like the 99.9%, but it was 99 point something percent, which is very similar. Yeah. 200 sounds really low. But I wanna say, I can't remember where we nearly went extinct. My understanding was we got down to like less than 10,000 or something like that. Living people on the globe as the estimate. And I've heard there's been like different ones where it's like, oh well, there's people over here, over there, and all that. And that all very well could be true, but that's kind of the issue, is like, of that population, they had to rebuild from that small set. Well, I mean, without the... Yeah. Well, that's the thing, because they weren't all in the same place, the remaining people. It's just... Like, if we had a species like, you know, some species of bear or something that said, oh, well, there's less than 10,000 left, you'd basically be keeping them in captivity and having breeding programs, desperately just trying to keep them from going fully extinct. Like, you would be intervening, because at that small of a population, you would just assume basically that that species is done. And that's the whole thing. So like nowadays we're just genetically so incredibly similar. Didn't humans only hit 1 billion people in like the past 1 or 2 centuries? Yeah, I believe you're correct. Another world population is in billions. And not particularly high billions, last I recall, but that's those ones that, like, I look at the statistic and go, that's interesting, and then I forget about, it's like, how many billion people are there on the planet again? You tell me 400,000, you'd like 400 billion, I'd be like, that's probably right. If you tell me like 13 billion, I'd be like, that's probably right. I have no context without looking it up again. It's just one of those statistics that it's those numbers you can't really wrap your mind around. If someone says, oh, there's a billion of them, you're like, that's a big number. And then if you try and like visualize a billion, your brain just goes, you know, flat line. It's like, it's a big number. Well, how does a billion compared to a million? Well, it's 1,000 more. But I mean, like, visually, it's like, I don't know, man. I'd assume it's like 1,000 more, but like, I can't really picture a million, so, you know, that's really kind of hard for me to quantify. It's more than 2, I know that much. 8.2 currently? Yeah, 8.2 billion. That's, like I said, that sounds right. I do know the rate we've been increasing the population, as I recall, it's still increasing very rapidly, but it has slowed over the last couple decades. And that's just, there's a whole lot of factors that we don't need to dig into. But like, less, you know, just less kids are happening comparatively speaking. But it's still very, very going up. It's just the rate of going up has begun to not be quite as fast. Our brains are surprisingly bad at understanding scale beyond a person point. My counter argument is our brains had no need to ever do that. Like, there's not a situation in humans normally, not counting like our modern technologically advanced situation, where millions and billions were numbers relevant to anything we have to deal with. Alright, you have a good one, Randall Thor. Thank you again for hanging out. Because if you let humans count who have never been confronted with mathematics, they count logarithmically. Interesting. China and Japan are getting negative population growth. Yep. And then the US, it's also been slowing. And I believe there are parts of Europe it's also been slowing. I honestly think a lot of places, generally speaking, population growth is slowing just overall. There are certainly going to be exceptions. But just broadly speaking, whether or not it's like still going up, a lot of places are slowing. And there's a whole bunch of things. A lot of it has to do with just modern society and strains and stresses and economics and blah, blah, blah. That a lot of that we can open without, like, we can avoid opening without getting to, like, the really, really big, like, political conversation. But it's kind of one of those things that, generally speaking, people are choosing to have less children. Part of that is just, it used to be a necessity. But yeah. Anyone ever heard of the Do It for Denmark commercials? I had not. India has the highest population now? Yeah, they have for a while. India's also a big place. Like, India is a big place. It's a big place that has a relatively high population density. But even then, a lot of its places, the population density isn't even that particularly high compared to other high population density centers in the world. It's just, it is a big place that has a very large amount of it as high population density. I also feel like that's what things, I can't speak for in Europe, but here in the US, we grossly underestimate the size of other countries. So of course, because the population growth is slowing, they tend to treat that as becoming infertile as a species. Never minding the fact that most of the Western world can barely afford to survive. Yeah, I mean, there's that, like, the whole why people are having less kids goes into the whole thing. But yeah, no, it has nothing to do with infertility as like a major problem. So like all the people who like watch those movies back in the day, they're like, oh no, people can't have kids anymore. Bum bum bum. It's like, that's not what's happening, man. And also, there is an economic strain in the short term of people having less kids that just the way we've set up so much of our things, we're taking care of people, require to have a lot more young people to support fewer older people and yada yada. That is a problem, but like there's a whole thing around that we can just avoid. A situation where humans need to think things through and rationally keep cool during crisis. When Seven the Fan, you also had the really rare evolutionary. I missed. Oh yeah, no, it's for the scale, I wouldn't even say it's like an emotional or whatever thing. It's just from a pragmatic standpoint, there was a thing. Long story, Denmark has had a population growth proven for years. Over a decade, Danish travel agencies started offering rebates on trips if couples could prove it was result in having a child. Interesting. They're like, hey man, if you go on your honeymoon and you come back with an extra person, or you know, whether or not they're out in the world yet or in progress of having, you know, we'll throw you a little something for having a kids. I mean, but those are programs that tend to work. Is a program saying, hey, like, we need more people. We're going to give you money if you know, you give us more people. Fair enough. Makes sense. There's a lot of stuff you got to go in there for some guardrails around that, though. Those commercials are still on YouTube, and yes, they worked. Oh yeah. Well, no, if you incentivize having kids and then providing the support when people have those kids, people will have kids. Like there will be a point you're like, okay, hang on, we need to maybe slow the roll a little bit. But when people are concerned about their economics and the living situation and yada yada yada, they're far less likely to have kids in general. You know, whether the situation is perceived or real is actually irrelevant to that situation. If you think you're under like a lot of things that you can't afford to have kids and yada yada, its effect on society it might as well be true, because you're going to get all the symptoms of that situation regardless of if the economy's in a bad place or not, which is understanding. There's also theories that we are breeding infertility into humanity. Makes no sense, because infertility has something passed on through genetics. Yeah, no, it's like I want to say there hasn't been a significant increase in infertility, and it is a thing for people who struggle to have kids or just simply can't. You know, it is definitely a difficult thing that, you know, for those who want to have kids, it's just not an option. You know, that's a whole real difficult thing. Things supposed to mean getting 3 years of previous pay while you take care of your newborn work here. Oh yeah, no, you give people the time and space to raise their kids. Usually you also get more well-adjusted children because, you know, you've got a parent who's there to actually, you know, have the time and everything to spend around their children. Yes, there are parents who don't do a good job and blah blah blah. That always will be true. And that kind of thing, but it's just one of those things, like, you give people the resources to do better by their kids, the vast majority will do better by their kids. They'll be more likely to have kids too. That's just, you're giving them the tools to do what you want them to do. Let's see. You thought there were infertility issues that have contributed to chemicals in food and microplastics? There very well could be. there's a lot of that gets tricky because one of the challenges I've had with a lot of stuff, and this isn't me like, oh, microplastics aren't that bad. Quite the opposite. I think they're terrible. That they're getting everywhere, and we do not know the ramifications of what we've already done yet, let alone if we keep doing more. But one of the challenges I do run into is at least a lot of the studies you end up seeing quoted aren't necessarily really well done, and that's a topic that becomes hot button in its own, because there are really good studies doing really good science that will make really good discoveries, and because of so much crap getting quoted by newspapers and by whatever before they're properly vetted, that it's really undermined your confidence in like different studies unless you have the time to sit down and look through them and be like, okay, you know, who is involved? What are their motivations? Are they just trying to do the research type like situations? Are they, you know, backed by someone who has a political motivation, therefore potentially biasing the results? And it's a whole thing now that's just an absolute minefield, that all the good work that's being done out there, and it's viewed in the public light as being, you know, directly equal to, you know, this mega amount of money being thrown around for someone to, you know, fuss up some stuff. Like we talked about the other day, the taste tests between, you know, Coke and Pepsi and all that, and how a lot of those taste tests were 100% BS, not genuine science. Like, they were biased in, out, and started from, and literally had heavily flawed tests. But that's where you get, like, you know, the person who'd go and review their experiment and go, we can check that, and it's garbage. And so it's just, it's very difficult that there are people doing really amazing science out there, and unfortunately, because of all the garbage that gets its time in the sun regardless of its validity, finding the good stuff is really tough. You bought a distiller with active carbon filter for your water to deal with plastics? Regardless of it does a lot, the water definitely tastes better. Yeah, distilled water is definitely different. Let's see, studies are often done for pure political and prestige reasons. So much internal politics in science, sadly. And then lots of political influence from the outside. Yep. Because a lot of science has to get its funding from outside, which means it's at the whims of that outside stuff, which can create influences. And then plus you also sit there and you'll have situations where you have like the researchers at the universities doing their jobs, and they'll have the people over top of them who they'll be doing their study. The results of those studies would be bad for one of the main people who's contributing money to the university, and it'll get shut down, or they'll take the information, they'll water it down. I've seen that one. And to me, it's almost like there should be some like scientific malpractice, like a medical malpractice equivalent. So like for one that is actually like well documented and known. We very famously had knowledge that, you know, cigarettes cause cancer, that they're very bad for you, that really we shouldn't be smoking these things, that they're incredibly harmful and all that. And nowadays, people know about those things, and so if you still make that choice, that is your decision. It's a decision I don't really understand, but it's not my job to understand, and that's fine. But like in the past, they used to imply that smoking was completely perfectly healthy, that you didn't need to worry about it. You know, people have been doing it for centuries and yada yada yada. And then come to find, a lot of those cigarette companies had done studies and discovered this stuff was absolutely awful, and just went and said, slid the answers they didn't like under the table and brought out new studies. They're like, no, actually, you can smoke it and be totally fine. And it's like, to me, it's those things that when you do that, where you have deliberately manipulated the science very clearly to be not good, and all that kind of stuff, like to back up your product or whatever, to me that should be some form of like criminal fraud. Like, it's one thing if you get results and you're like, Good sir. We had to catch a stream, 14-hour day of furniture moving. Yeesh. Doctors did smoking ads? Exactly. But that's what I'm like, is when you have someone who is deliberately creating misinformation. Again, if you do a study and you get the wrong results, and like you're later able to look back and do a better study and go, ah, you were wrong, that's fine. Like that's something that will happen in valid and honest science. That you'll do a study and you'll look like the results, and then someone will go, oh, you missed this variable over here. This variable you didn't have a control for, and therefore that has tainted your results. And then we rerun the study with that variable considered and go, oh, different results now. That's fine. That's literally science doing what science does. But yeah. But like when it is those things, like I was dealing with wrist pain, and I was just trying to find like the proper approach, and you had like this one who had the stack of studies that says, oh no, our stuff is good, and this other one had the stack of studies like, oh no, our stuff is good, their stuff is actively harmful. I'm like, look man, I'm just trying to do what's good for my health, and you're feeding me all this garbage. And yeah, so I do wish there was some controls over that. Like, I genuinely wish we had rules that when you deliberately and knowingly manufacture misinformation for personal gain, that there would be a consequence for it. Like, obviously, again, if people get stuff wrong, that's fine. The burden of proof, the thing that would push you from, okay, they got it wrong, to, okay, now it's you know, potentially serious implications and all that, is when you cross that line that, you know, you've got that smoking gun email that's like, you know, hey, we've been looking at the results of the study, and the way this is looking right now is going to be really harmful for our product, and then suddenly you see all of the study information just overnight changes where it's like, okay, very clearly I see what happened here. Like, there is a direct line that people started manipulating the results to get the results they wanted, that kind of thing. Or like, hey, we're doing the study, we need you to find these results, don't disappoint me or whatever. You know, that kind of thing where it's like, okay, the moment you've done that, there's a huge conflict of interest, even if you did the science correctly, because of the lack of credibility that would leave from you with that contamination from the conflict of interest. It'd be like, all right, you can't, like, you are no longer allowed to proceed forward with that study. Your results can't be trusted. But we don't have any of those systems in place. It's just not where the money is. And that's not me criticizing scientists. Like, that's because, like, half the people who do those manipulated studies don't even have that background. They're not your good scientists and all that. And I don't want to sound like anti-science either, because it's quite the opposite. I'm more frustrated that I want to find good information and I gotta sift through the garbage. And then, you know, double check and be like, okay, cool, this one is peer reviewed, cool. So you peer reviewed it, and the groups that reviewed it aren't like a bunch of big political groups or whatever, or if they are, that they peer reviewed it, they were with political groups, and those reviews were, you know, directly misaligned with the results of the study, which means, you know, good on them that, you know, they had their political motivations when, hey, study's good. It's against what we want. It disproves what our viewpoint is, but we're still going to sign off on it because, you know, study's good. Then that's when I'm like, you know what? Probably fine. Greg Mendel. There's a lot of famous people who came back that they had a bunch of like really good discoveries, and then they also got those skeletons in their closet of, you know, stuff they may have utterly faked. Or you have to live with the biased view one rather than the general consensus? Yeah. Let's see, in most statistical fields you've read from studies from, usually have to state whether or not there is an interest in conflict of interest. Right. You're supposed to. That's where things get mucky. Because one of the things we run into is for like scientific journals and all that. There are some really good scientific journals that they do a lot of good work to make sure the stuff that they print and all that and publish are, you know, properly tested, and, you know, they get peer reviewed and all that kind of stuff. And then there's scientific journals that are like, hey man, you got money? All right, let's publish this thing. This actually, was it last week today or whatever? I think they did a whole piece on that. And there's been a number of scientists who deliberately made very obviously fabricated stuff that, like, anyone who read it at all, you didn't need to have any scientific knowledge to know is complete and utter BS, and just tried to publish it to each of the journals to see which ones it got through and which ones it didn't. And it was of, like, the 5 they sent to it, 2 of them rejected and were like, what is this horse crap you've given us? Because it was, like, talking about, you know, have you heard of Plagueis the Wise? Or, like, you'd have, like, just random stuff in there like that. It's like, according to Plagueis the Wise, this and this and this. And it was just like, the study was without saying Star Wars stuff, but it's like just basically about Star Wars stuff. So, you know, talking about like midichlorians as opposed to mitochondrion and all that. And they got published successfully in 3 different medical journals. Or sorry, scientific journals. You've read so many emails about a publication fee for $1,000. Ah, yes, the Sting Publishing. But yeah, no, that was 2-3 years ago that happened. That was a big outcry because it was, you know, it wasn't just that this person did it, that they actually managed to get like proper media attention and being like, hey man, these 3 journals are really bad. You know, these are supposed to be the ones you turn to. And don't get me wrong, like, you might get the journal, and even if you're an expert in the field, as people get more and more nuanced on what they're researching, you're gonna get down to like single and double digit people who can even run the tests on some things, which means your ability to peer review it is very limited. But at the same time, you're not supposed to publish it until it's peer reviewed. And if you can't find someone to peer review it, you gotta find, like, that's when you start reaching out to universities, like, hey, you got one of those students who's got like 8 master's degrees that we can borrow? Because we need someone who's also like a neuroscientist, a physicist, an electrician, and this. We need someone with this really weird, bizarre combination of skills, because this theory has come across here that's been published and tested, and we need someone to peer review it. And we got a bunch of people with the single disciplines, and all of them go, yeah, but I don't understand 70% of it because I only understand my chunk. So we got to find that other person on the entire globe who happens to have that combination of things. And it could just be it sits there because there isn't another person on the globe who has that specific combination of skills needed to properly review it. But hey, maybe we pay someone to go to college to get those skills, just to be like, hey man, this is important enough. Let's get, you know, some career student in here to learn all of this stuff, so we can peer review it, and then realize the whole thing's false and you wasted a bunch of money doing it. But then you got someone who does know all those things and maybe could come up with something in place of what they had. Which to me, that's got to be an interesting place to be in your like research stuff, because you certainly have plenty of people who cross discipline, like 1 or 2, but when you start like really intermixing disciplines because of just new, novel, interesting things, there's got to be those situations where you go, okay, well, I'm doing this research, you know, I want to bounce ideas off my peers, and you look up your list and you go, well, last I looked, there's 8 of us on the planet who have that knowledge, like have those disciplines in here. So I've only got 8 qualified people to deal with, and nobody likes Deborah. So I've got 6 people I'm going to deal with. I'm sure that happens in very niche disciplines, that you'll have like the small number of people you have to interact with, and it'll be like the one who's abrasive, and it'll be like, I mean, I'll go to that person if I have to, but I really don't want to. I know that happens in very niche disciplines in tech, usually old school stuff. There's also predatory publishing, where publishers try to suck as much money out of researchers as they can once they get a handle on the paper. And then even weren't open access, made it really bad for a while. Gladly, that's been improving the point. Yeah, no, there was a bunch of stuff that happened with, like, restricting access to published papers and all that. You were in a computer field or a field in computer science where that happened a lot. Yeah. Well, there's individual technologies, like I shouldn't say very famously, somewhat famously. There was a system at Disney that got a reputation that there was this French company who had made this database architecture. Disney adopted it. They're like, hey, this fits our needs. We got this company over here in France dealing with it, and they made us. It's not directly designed for Disney or anything like that, but they went out of their way to seek like a database that fit this one specific system scene. I don't remember what the system was. I wasn't involved. This is all secondhand. But what ended up happening was eventually that French company went under. The Microsoft SQL and MongoDB and all these other ones, became like the main one. That French database is always kind of a niche, specialized database, and they just couldn't find enough customers to keep themselves afloat, and eventually went out of business. And so this is a core system they had at Disney. I don't remember what, like I said, I don't remember what the heck it did. And so we're in that weird spot where it's all there. All the systems and how they work in the background were in French. And so for like the main part of Disney as a company doesn't speak French. And it was this whole big thing that they were based on this database that, you had handfuls of people in the world who knew how to use it, but it was really a really exclusive club who knew how to work in it, because the database never really took off in a big way, and had been around for 10, 20 years or whatever it was. And it was this whole big thing that, there was only like 18 people in the world who knew how to work with it and whatnot. And there was no documentation to speak of because the company was gone and hadn't bothered to put stuff aside and all that kind of things. So it took them forever to get off of the system because it was just such an integral thing. They couldn't just spin up a new database and move the crap over. Just figuring out how to move the crap over was this big monolithic thing to deal with. The favorite study you ever read was several years ago. Some psychologists tried to determine if Deepak Chopra was actually spitting wisdom. What? So they made an AI wisdom generator, and people couldn't tell the difference. The published study titled something about pseudo-profound BS. Time to write a conversion script procedure? Yeah, the problem was no one knew how the first one worked. So they had the half of the equation of like, oh, I don't know what they're moving to. Let's say it's Microsoft SQL. Oh, we're going to move to Microsoft SQL so we get our T-SQL and all that. All right, so we just need to make, something that can read from the other system first and then, bring it over. And it goes, okay, who can write the part where it pulls it from their system? And they all look at each other and go, I don't know. I'm studying French right now to try and figure out these technical terms and all that. Going to Google Translate word by word and trying to figure out what this code means. I don't know how they resolved it. My assumption is they paid one of those 18 people a small fortune to help them get the whatever conversion script or whatever they had to ultimately come up with. If no other way to be shut down the system for a day and just make everyone do whatever it was manually while, George and this other person go around the back and then just do a bunch of select statements and just keep inserting it one by one. Not even do a full-on conversion script. Just be like, hey, give me this table in a CSV. Just Give me each and every table to CSV one at a time, and we'll just dump it in the other side, fix all the relationships, and call it a day. You know, the most scuff moving of stuff. I've had to do that kind of crap in my dev career, where you just have a system that, for whatever reason, like there's permission lockdowns or something that you just cannot get behind because there's just so much red tape, and you're like, you know what? I could do this very easily with the proper migration tools that I'm not allowed to use. Okay, I need this table. That's fine. New table, put in all the stuff here, you know, do the thing where you go in there and like go to the table, hey, like give me the T-sequel for it, dump in the new table, select star. Yup. Don't miss those. Those are places who don't have proper procedures and practices. I've run into plenty of things I've had to jump through such incredible hoops. For all the things I actually have promising I could say about working when I was working in academia, there's like a lot of stuff they do really well. The bureaucracy in academia was next level. I've literally worked government, and it wasn't as bad as dealing with academia. I'm pretty sure it was a job. No, it would be I got hired as a dev right away. So not my first job working for a college or university, but the one I got actually hired on as a software dev. I'm pretty sure I couldn't actually access the code for about a week and a half, 2 weeks. For a week and a half, about 2 weeks, I was sitting there going, they're gonna fire me because literally I can't do anything. And it was because, you know, I needed to get IT involved to like get my hardware. I needed to get, you know, the network administrator involved, you know, get my accounts all set up. I need to get like the next person involved to get, you know, access to the software I need installed in my computer. Then I need to go back to IT because I didn't have the permissions to run the software. So the software would be like, hey, you need to sign in as an admin. And then I'm like, well, I'm not an admin. And I go, oh, well, then the answer's no. Oh, okay. Sure, I guess I'll go bug IT again now. And you know, I had no rights to the computer. Like I could do all this stuff in the course of like an hour or two if I just had permissions to access the computer. And I got admin rights anyway, so they would have just given me that in the first place. Other than the account, you know, obviously the network admin has to go in the domain controller and do all that garbage. But like, you know, installing my code editors and the debugger and all that crap. You know, I just set it up, set some system variables and yada yada. Then I had to get access. Oh, that was right. I was the first employee they had that I needed to have access both to the engineering college and then the honors college stuff for the software I was writing. And so they didn't even know how to set that up because there were two like completely separated parts of the internet over separate VLANs and everything. So I had to have my computer put like in this outside part of the VLAN so I could reach into both of them. I was like, look, man, I'm just trying to do my job. But, you know, they were paying me for all that. Now, granted, I understand why a lot of it is. Unfortunately, there is so much bureaucracy involved in education because everyone wants to make sure education is using their money effectively and all that. And the sad reality is all of that stuff they put on the top to make sure you're using your money effectively is so much extra admin overhead that any benefit that you ever would have gotten from making sure people were efficient about money is just lost to the administration stuff. And that's not on the college, that's regulation side on, you know, government. And some of that is good stuff to have for like accountability. But it's just there's some of the stuff that's just so pedantic that you're like, you know what, come on, man. Because we had a professor ask several times, a facility manager, to clear your access card to the office door. Until then, you couldn't do anything. Yep. I had to deal with the card. That one at least I could just walk over to someone's desk and be like, hey, I need to be able to get into that door. Like, I've got permission. Here's my boss's stuff. Like, I just need my card to go in there. They saw the thing, it's like, yep, that's the right person. Cool. You know, hands me a card over, do like 1 or 2 things. I don't know what system they had, I didn't really care. And then my card worked. It was all the on the computer stuff, for like just all the security they had, all of that. And that like every college had to operate as its own thing because every college got their own different grant money and different rules they had to obey to make sure they would get their funding from the state and yada yada. That anytime you cross those lines between college A and college B, you just knew you were in for a fight of paperwork. That way, if anything came down, you know, someone went to drop a hammer on the college for not following some policy, that they had all their paperwork in order. It's like, yep, we can demonstrate we followed the entire procedure the whole way through. Sounds so horrible? To be fair, working small government was pretty rough too, depending on what you were dealing with. Some stuff in small government was a big pile of paperwork for everything you did as well, and other stuff is like, nah, just go put in the card. It's fine. It was super inconsistent. It was basically, you could tell the things that people heavily regulated versus the stuff that were like, okay, your department has a budget. Just don't go over your budget. If you go over your budget, then things get messy, but as long as you stay within your budget, that's fine. You've got whatever your hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars your department has for its budget this year. Just keep it in that. To be fair, I also ran into that kind of crap in private business too. The manufacturing place I always found wild. But that one, it wasn't regulation or policy. That was like the whims of the CEO and, you know, the vice presidents and all that. I remember working as an assistant network administrator, and we had a single point of failure switch. And all you need to know is that means literally the entire network that runs the entire company, that was millions and millions of dollars every single day going through it. And we had this one network device that everything plugged into, that if that went down, it's, you know, it's like someone just taking a big breaker outside and slamming it down. The whole place shuts down. All money making stops. Because everything had to be tied to the network. You had your engineers and all that. And the moment that goes down for more than a trivial amount of time, that people can't, you know, move stuff up around the network, the whole thing goes down. It's like just watching this money ticker roll of all the money you're losing. And not make a replacement, getting a second one, or it'd still be a single point of failure, but if it failed, I could literally just grab the cables and just like snap, you know, plug it in, snap them down to the next one, and be back up in like 5 minutes. Was like not even $2,000. Like, and don't get me wrong, it's not a trivial amount of money, but when you're pulling in millions of dollars every single day and go, hey, if your network is down for more than 30 seconds, you've lost more than the value of this switch. And it's not something that's going to just expire sitting on the rack. It's just going to sit there until the one that was already like 7-8 years old, and those things aren't really meant to last more than 5 or so years before you start worrying about them. And I remember fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting to try and get that switch, and I never did get it. But there was this like super expensive Cisco diagnostics tool that could, you know, read Wi-Fi for incredibly long distances, and it could show me the exact distance a cable had to like a break within, you know, a relative accuracy. And like, you know, this really, really cool and very powerful network diagnostic tool that I wanted, that I put on a list just as a whim because this new thing out here, and it was more I wanted a toy to play with that was arguably productive and all that. And it went right on through without any beef. And that was after the switch too. So I was sitting there being like, all right, we got to really talk about our priorities. Because like one of these is by all means an incredibly powerful and useful diagnostic tool. It lets me fix stuff really fast. Because then it's not, okay, I have this network connection down. All right, it could be the cable, it could be the port, it could be this. Going through and running all your stuff. Instead I have this thing that literally I can just put it in here and put it in here to like bridge the connection. And I'd be like, oh, your cable's bad like 100 feet down that way. Cool. I don't know where that is, but you know, at least now when I know I'm dealing with, I can potentially just use a different cable in the interim and then try and you know, get this cable out of here, track it down, whatever. But the fact that I got so much pushback on that $2,000 switch, and it was just arbitrarily that the person who was in charge of making the decision of whether or not I got it had no technical knowledge, which, fair enough. But, you know, considering how little I tend to push on my purchase orders, that usually be like, oh, hey, we need this piece of equipment. If we don't have it, here's the consequence. Okay, you know, Carl just won't have a computer to work on that's reliable. All right. And then, you know, when you don't get the computer, you just go, hey, Carl, they said no to your computer, so, you know, I'll keep it working as best I can, but you've got failing hardware. So, you know, when it dies, I'm just going to need you to scream up and down to the person who's blocking my purchase order on it, okay? And then usually go until their stuff goes down, and then the person who denied it would look bad and all that, but whatever. But yeah, the fact that switched, because there wasn't another person I could really get involved until it had like a proper failure. There wasn't a second voice I could get in there, unless I could convince, you know, one of the higher ups to deal with it. And none of them cared, so it was a weird company. You work in marketing and your marketing server runs rashly slowly. You keep offering to buy them 256 gigabytes of RAM and an SSD, literally each less than 1K. Nobody wants to take you up on it. Well, I mean, one would assume that your IT person deals with it, unless that's partly your role. Yeah, no, it's weird the places that companies drag their feet in the sand. It's like it's some of those ones you hear out why. Like there was some of our CNC machines, they could all be hooked up to the network directly, and literally the engineer could hit a button, send the pattern over to the CNC machine, and just be there. You still have the machinist pushes go or whatever, like checks it out kind of thing. But you know, you could do that. And they were always like, oh no, it's a security issue. I'm like, it's on a separate VLAN. Like this is connected, and this one point has physical hardware connection. These computers can't talk to each other. Like literally I'm punching a hole through this one computer here, over there, and all that. And this isn't running Windows or something. Like, they're entirely different operating systems with entirely different infrastructure with entirely different hardware. The chance of someone writing a piece of malware that can bridge this gap without very specifically and individually targeting your company with internal knowledge is basically zero. And you're giving them USB thumb drives to get those things, to walk them to the other side of the building to plug that in. If there is a vulnerability, that's still, like, having it plugged in on the network or USB doesn't change anything. There's still a data transfer happening there. And arguably, at the time, more things were targeting those USB thumb drives than the network because there was less security being done on those thumb drives. You could get around all your network security with those. But the CEO was just specifically scared of network viruses, which, you know, honestly, fair enough. And it was just always one of those things. I'm like, I can save your people literal hours of their day with just going, okay, we've got this new pattern. I want to get these 20 machines up and running on that new design to get this order out. All right, here's your thumb drive. Get walk-in engineer who's, you know, probably getting paid upper 5, lower 6 figures. You get to walk around to the thumb drive and push an install button. Wasn't Stuxnet transferred USB thumb drive? I don't know about Stuxnet, but a lot of the big viruses around the 2005, 2008 timeframe, probably earlier than that, like maybe 2003 to 2008 or so timeframe. A lot of those primarily were USB driven. They would, like, once they got on your network, they would usually have like a network worm or something like that. But the initial infection was usually, you know, someone would plug in a USB thumb drive, it would install the virus on the thumb drive. You go to the next system, you plug it in, and just, you know, at the time, people weren't really good about having stuff watch for malware that have I forget what the tech was called, as like autoplay or whatever, where it would detect the thumb drive and be like, oh, there's music on here, and it'd play the music automatically, or oh, there's a setup file on here and it'd set it up automatically, or at least it'd give you the prompt being like, do you want to? And people don't read prompts and they just hit okay. Yeah, so it wouldn't surprise me. And you also had worms. Like, that's for those who don't know the difference between a worm and a Trojan virus. A worm virus does not typically require you to do anything knowingly about the virus. Like, you don't have to install a program, you don't have to do that. It's just, it detects some vulnerability, and it just kind of slips itself in there. Versus a worm is, or sorry, versus a Trojan virus is usually something that tricks you into installing the virus, but you actually do execute it. So, like, if I send you a file and be like, this is the brand new hot game unreleased exe, and you double click it and you get a virus, that's a Trojan. A worm is you plugged your computer onto a network and someone else's computer was compromised, and because you were both on the network, now you're compromised. Worms are scary. You get a worm on a 0-day vulnerability, that's when you shut down networks and all that. That was also the time frame that the solution a lot of people had to protect their computers from attack was to take super glue and put in the USB ports. I hated that. I had one time, it was like around time there had been like some vulnerability. We didn't even get hit by it, but it was going around, and it wasn't the CEO, but one of the higher ups was scared and said, hey, you know, we should glue off our ports. It's like, no, we're not doing that. No. What we're doing is if anyone walks inside this company with a thumb drive, they're fired. Like, we have a strict no discs, no things coming in and out of the building kind of things. It's like you're literally a Department of Justice company, or sorry, Department of Defense, not Justice, Department of Defense company that has all sorts of restrictions on what people are allowed to do, with big scary things that happen if you break those rules. You just put the fear in them that if they bring in a USB drive from home, that's the end of their job, and potentially they could be responsible for damages. Because it is 100% company policy and, you know, big federal government kind of thing. Hey, Thomas, how's it going? Big words are scary, like which end then, snakes or eels? Easy to understand, worms themselves unnatural. I never really thought about those. Glue sounds easier. So the problem is, USB drives are used for more than USB thumb drives. At the time, a lot of stuff was still using the PS2, or yeah, PS2, or was it PS2 serial ports? Am I getting that acronym wrong? Whatever. They were using the old serial ports for keyboard and mouse. But like, it was at the time that fewer and fewer mice were coming with the adapters anymore. And so it's like, it was very clear, like, already at that point that USB was going to be the port that everything used. And every computer that I super glue those ports is a computer that's going to eventually need to be thrown away because you'll no longer be able to use your, you know, the printer on your desk or whatever, unless it's a big expensive network printer, which is fine for a lot of that because a lot of them aren't going to be network printers. But you get the idea. You go, oh, hey, there's this new piece of hardware that's going to be good for the engineering team. Yeah, if we could go ahead and get those. And you'd be like, nope, sorry. Glued all the USB ports. What am I doing right now? I'm mowing mode spots. But yeah, no, there were people who would super glue their stuff, and pardon me, kind of, yeah, PS/2 was zero. Yeah, and that was the thing. For some reason, my mind was getting stuck on it. But yeah, so it was like, it was already clear at that point that USB was going to be, at least for the midterm, the future of our peripheral ports. It was becoming the standard that everyone was using. And so it's just kind of one of those things. It's like, if we do that, everything goes to heck. You're waiting to get this game for Christmas? Gotcha. Speaking of which, we are at about the time on Twitch side that I'm going to get the next giveaway going, so bear with me for just a minute. Because I do got 3 keys to give away today. We've already given out 1, so bear with me. I'm going to get this lined up, and we'll start our second giveaway. So let me go ahead and do that and pin that message. until I manually unpin it. All right, so we're starting the giveaway. This is for Farm Sim 25 and one of the DLC, and the DLC coming with this one is the Holland Gold CR11. Sorry, it's the Holland Gold CR11 edition. So it is both the base game as well as that one DLC. We do have one more key after this. I'll give about 1 hour from the end of stream that will have the McDonald DLC pack instead. But we're going to give this one away. And let's say we're going to give it away in about 11, 12 minutes. So about 5.5 hours into stream. So you got a little bit over 10 minutes to get your name in there. The only rules around it is you don't need to follow, you don't need to sub, you don't need to do all those things, though I really want you to do those things. So let's just pretend it is, even though it is not. Which that isn't like some term of me giving it away. Like literally I could just sit on these keys and I wouldn't be breaking any rules. But you don't need to follow or sub or anything like that. What you do need to do is when I draw the key, you need to let me know you're here. That's the only requirement, is you need to let me know you're here to receive the key. Because otherwise, I'm not going to give a key away to people who aren't here. Like it's a thing to help with like bots and a whole bunch of things. But what'll end up happening is if you win the key, I'll be like, hey, what's your name? You won the key. And then you'll get 1 minute-ish, I'll make it over a minute to respond. That way, you know, if you're on cellular or whatever and your internet's slow, you don't miss out. But you got 1 minute to respond. Like, literally, you can say, like, hey, cool, I won, or hey, I'm here, or wave, or, like, any response whatsoever. And then I'll DM you the key. Can you explain what we're doing? We are mowing grass. And the reason we're mowing grass is I am doing what's known as the Survivorman challenge, which is basically I started with $0, the bare minimum equipment to make literally any money whatsoever, and I'm not allowed to take loans or leases. And what that means in practice is I can only afford to mow grass right now. We are on the hardest economy settings and working up from there. And the best part is we are going to be moving into tillage, which is something I didn't really do in any meaningful amount in Farm Sim 22. I know it's a meta, which is probably half of why I ignored it in 22. But my choices were to cut logs and sell the logs, which thing? Let's see, why did micro and mini USB die off? Because USB-C. Just USB-C got a lot more momentum behind it, has a lot better stats to it, and all that. And then plus half the people using micro and mini were keying their ports, basically every single cell phone company out there. And keying ports means that you can only use their cable with it, or only use their cable with that device. It can go either way or both ways. And that happened. And then on top of that, the European Union's regulations did make it so that USB-C cables weren't allowed to be keyed. And that's a good thing. So basically you had a faster standard that the ability for companies to muck around got to be more restricted.
Thank you chili_cheese_burritos for subscribing for 3 months. Oh.
Hey, Chili Cheese Burritos, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and that means a whole heck of a lot. I really do appreciate it, so thank you so much for that. I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing, as well as the ad-free viewing. Yeah, that'd be a stickler. You subbed, blocked, banned. Yeah, I want my access-free viewing, my viewing I cannot access. That's certainly what everyone's aiming for, but thank you again for that support. It means a lot. But yeah, as a reminder, on the Twitch side, if you are on the Twitch channel, you do !giveaway space enter. That will enter you for a drawing. We got ourselves in our 7 minutes before we do that drawing. It will be for the base game and the Gold Holland whatever vehicle is, CR11. The Gold Holland CR11 DLC. And we'll be giving that out in about 7 minutes. And we got that for doing the dare drop. So if everyone remembers where I was being like, no, we need to get this temple done, this key exists because we got that temple done. So I put all that time and effort for all those streams in there. This is the reward. That temple was basically $100 worth of keys plus whatever the DLC costs that I get to give out to all of you. And these are the Steam version, by the way. Yeah, the temple I thought I finished 4 days in a row. Yep. Yup. Temple key, cult key. Yeah, that's the reason we sacrificed all the signs. Now, the really good news, chat, is the ditch we're going to be ditching this in to make silage. That just, we're about to get that 25,000. Or silage, or silage, I don't know what the word is. The fermented grass. We're gonna go ferment some grass, and then we're gonna sell it for extra.
Thank you, Harry Balzac, for subscribing for 11 months. HRMM, I need a better secretary. Letting my sub run out.
Thank you, Harry Balzac, for the tier 1 sub. Just to clarify, where it says resubscribe for 6 months, did you resubscribe for 6 months at once? It's totally fine if you didn't. I'm trying to understand the verbiage there. But thank you so much for... That was a tier 1 sub, right? Yeah, tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. Silage, that's right. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, you know, you gotta talk to that secretary, just not letting your sub keep going. You did resub. Well, thank you so much for resubbing for 6 months in advance. I am surprised you think you'll still like this channel in 6 months, but you know, I'm gonna take it because it pays my bills. But thank you so much for that. It's very, very generous that you wouldn't just resub, but you'd resub not only now, but for like the next half year. So thank you so much for that. It really means a lot. And it really helps me as well. So I do hope you enjoy your next 6 months of advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. They are lovely emotes. Oh yeah! That was... And again, I'll bring it up. If people have ideas for incentives and all that for the hot potato I'm doing tomorrow, you know, I'm fishing. I'm fishing for that. We've got pie to the face for a milestone. That'll be near my segment on that because it's going to be a mess. You're not getting the Steam version. You're gonna get a real copy for the PS5. I'm gonna let you in a little secret. All versions of the game that you can play are real copies. Fishing for incentives? Yeah. Any good art? I have done a lot of drawing in there. That is one I'm thinking about potentially doing is my drawing, because I've done a bunch of different drawing incentives over the year. I have done the Scuff MS Paint drawings. I've done like the nicer pencil sketches. I've done where I specifically will draw like all sorts of themed crabs because we have like the crab is kind of becoming sort of a mascot of the channel. Deliberately, that was a thing I was like, I want something that, you know, isn't just a little person to do this. Crabs can be like a little crab in a beret and scarf, which is adorable. Which you can tell when people do like their follows and all that, and you'll see it like pop up. But yeah, so like I'll probably do like Scuff MS Paint art kind of thing. Which usually I put that in as, you know, paint in MS, you know, MS Paint masterpiece or whatever. But if you tried the McDonald, you saw another streamer use it, and it has a cutter windrower head. I haven't used it yet. It looks really good because I have seen others use it. Which is one of the things I'm thinking about is going for the silage here, and then maybe trying to save up for the McDon for a nice big, you know, like mower head or whatever, as well as having a better tractor, because then I can actually turn around and make that into, like, it'll cut it down style harvester, but then I'll need to get the other harvester with the thresher head on it. So it'll be an extra step, like an extra process, and an extra process is supposed to give you just a bit shy of 25% more. 25% more yield for the same, you know, same crop. So I'm gonna grab this. We're gonna figure out where I'm putting the silage ditch thing. And then it's gonna be a matter of like how much grass I want to throw in there. And I believe what I have to do is I have to throw it in there. I have to like press it all down. And once I press it all down, I have to cover it up. And once I've covered it up, then it just has to sit there and ferment for a couple of days. You think it's a pre-order thing? Oh, the McDon? The McDon, I believe, is just a DLC pack. You can just buy that. I believe the gold CR11 whatever nonsense, I think that might be a pre-order thing. Silage ditch. Yeah, no judgment for anyone who gets a console version. That wasn't me, like, bad-mouthing people who play it on console. It was just, like, the implication I'm getting a real version. It's like, well, all versions are real. These days, like, even when you get console, you're still basically getting a license. You're just getting a disc that has the license. It doesn't even... Like, a lot of times they don't even have the full game on it anymore. Because they know you're just going to go on there and it's going to need to update a whole lot anyways, so... It just gets you the bare minimum pre-install kind of thing, and then you have to download the rest. McDonald's a pre-order... gotcha. So the pre-order got you the DLC as part of the pre-order. Versus needing to buy it independently. Are you looking for ideas for the time during? How about doing stuff after the event? After the event is fine for milestones, yep. So stuff I can do like in during the event where someone goes like they give me $50, I do thing. But also like if we hit, you know, $2,000, I do thing. You know, whether it's then or later. So like if there's like I've debated doing something like having a getting over it with Bennett Foddy stream. Just remember, if buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. I understand the sentiment of what you're saying. I also don't agree. Like, it is one of those things. I definitely feel like if a company is no longer selling a product, then when it comes to proving damages, then there should be a whole thing where, well, okay, it's not for sale, so it has no value, and therefore the damages are zero. I also know it's not how it works in real life, and there are reasons it doesn't work that way. But also, hear me out. If you're not willing to sell me your product, and it's something that can be freely copied, why should you be able to go after me for it? And again, it's one thing like if I'm stealing your intellectual property and reusing it, and blah 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 blah. I'm not actually condoning grabbing that. I don't do those things. But where, you know, you have companies like Nintendo's like, no, you're emulating our game we haven't sold in 30 years. Back off, Nintendo. Like, very genuinely, back off. You can't, like, trying to buy a copy is nearly impossible, even on, like, the secondhand market. There's a certain point where, if you're not going to sell it to me, then why do you care? But yeah, as far as, like, if it's licensed, it's not stealing. But the reality is, like, every game on Steam is technically a license. Everything you buy from Ubisoft is a license. Everything you buy from Microsoft, for the most part, is a license. Even when you own a physical disc, if you look at the documentation a lot of times, it will still refer to it as a license of the game. That way, you know, if you're playing a multiplayer game and you get banned from the server, you don't have any recourse either. You hate that we shift from not owning things? I don't disagree, but from a practical sense, it's not changed too much. With the rare thing of multiplayer games, like build the game and they shut it down a month later or whatever. Let's you didn't see how Nintendo was caught using emulators in its own buildings in Japan. I hadn't heard that. Yeah, no, the whole thing, I meant to put that in Sillage. And before I get distracted, it's time for the key giveaway. So last call, if you're going to get your name in the giveaway, you need to do !giveaway space enter for a copy of Farm Sim 25 and the gold CR11 whatever Holland thing DLC. It's Farm Sim 25 plus an extra tractor. But yeah, so we'll give that just a minute, and then we'll go ahead and do that. They put in their terms and conditions that you agree when you played the game that you are paying for a license to play the game. If you don't read it, that's on you, not the companies, just like any contract. Yep. Oh no, you're all good. Yeah, no, every time someone says shut up, Automata is always like, it's an insult, bullying. Stop bullying. Why are you such a bully? Why you always bully? Alright. So let's go ahead. It's giveaway time. So like I said, if your name gets drawn, you just gotta reply in like the next hour. Not hour, minute. Definitely not an hour. Infinity Simplex. Are you here, Infinity Simplex? Definitely didn't say something 2 seconds ago. Definitely not something I need to worry about. But are you here and wanting the key? I'm assuming the answer is yes. I'm gonna work on grabbing that key for you. But here we go. That'll be that key. Make sure we've actually copied it. And I'm just making sure, because I had before where someone, entered and they're like, oh no, I don't actually want the key. Like, I've had that before. I just want to make sure actually here. Infinity Simplex. You were just talking 2 seconds ago. There you go. Good, you good. Just making sure. Because I've had before where someone like won a key with me and they're like, oh, but I don't want it. And it's like, Alright, making sure I'm not giving you the key I just gave out earlier. Making sure I got the right name. Alright. And that should be in your DMs on Twitch. So congratulations. It's good to have someone who's like... And I don't remember who I gave half the other keys to. It's good to have someone that I know, like, has been around the channel a lot. And by all means, I like giving stuff out to new people too. No judgment there. Wait a second. Oh, yeah. Okay. I was like miscounting. It's like, wait a second. Do I have an extra key than I was expecting? Hang on. That's not how this works. But that was me just miscounting. Because I keep in my head thinking it's 5 keys, and I actually have 6. We've given out 5 now. So we're down to 1 more key, which I'll give out about 1 hour before the end of stream. So we got a couple of hours till that happens. So all that good stuff. And hey, Bentley, how's it going? All right. So this time, before I forget, construction, going here, we are looking for, I don't remember, you were here under the silos area. We can get ourselves the teeniest, tiniest little bunker. Where do I want to put you? So like, very easily I could put along here. Let's put over here. So let's put around here. So like right off the end there, that'll be fine. Because I was thinking about putting over there, but I might want to do so the tree line. Alright, so let's go ahead and fill up. And I need to remember... no, it should have said hello there. I can double check to see if the command was broken. Because it should be working. I'm pretty sure I heard the hello on my end, but that doesn't mean you all did. I really wish you sorted by alphabetical by default, because that would make my life way easier than dealing with... Where are you, hello? There you are. There you are. And what device is that sound playing? Nope, it's all set up. I think you just didn't hear it. I was probably talking over it. And I miss whatever the conversation on that going between the licensing and ownership of a product. Oh yeah, no, it doesn't matter if you disagree with the practice. The fact is, if you buy something and it has its terms and services that you own the license, not the actual data, that's fine. There is a caveat to that though. There is a caveat. If you cannot get to the terms of service without purchasing the product first, then they don't, then in a lot of cases they don't apply. Yep, thank you. I never did get a report if the first one worked, but it very well could be they got the key and they immediately left. But yeah, and that's the thing. That used to not be the case. That was it may even have been Adobe that was the big name in that case. I think it may have been Adobe that they did have it where you'd buy it and they had changed their terms of service. And I can't remember what they changed that people were upset about at the time. But they changed their terms of service. People bought it, got it home, you know, looked in the terms of service and went, wait a second. And it was something about being able to like use your stuff or whatever. And it was one of these ones that was like the wording was a bit too vague, and then they later fixed the wording to be not quite as predatory. You know, to be like at least reasonable. And it was just one of those things that, you know, people would buy it, they get home and like, well, no, I can't agree to that. Like legally I can't agree to that because you're requiring me to take anything that I make on this and make it accessible to you with rights or whatever, and I work for a company who's not going to allow me to do that, and all that kind of garbage. So, I see where the conversation's going. So some of the things that have happened when it comes to terms of service and all that kind of stuff, apathetic, is it has been made that if a person would read over the terms of service and would not take the understanding of that to mean what it means, it can be deemed unenforceable on a case-to-case basis kind of thing. So if I were to sit there and like use a bunch of legalese to walk you in a circle about reading something to make it imply the opposite of what it actually legally meant or something like that, then it could be deemed as unenforceable because I am deliberately trying to make it difficult to understand. And there is also cases where they can have it where you have your terms of service, but then it's like, you know, terms of service refer to this other thing, terms of service refer to that other thing, terms of service, to make it like super convoluted to try and even read it. Those can also be deemed unenforceable. If a terms of service is in violation of other laws, it can be unenforceable within itself and thereby null and void. You get to the whole thing, but all that gets down to case-by-case basis of that terms of service itself being problematic. But yeah, as far as like the individual case, I've lost that. LTOS are contracts of adhesion. Other party has no powers to negotiate. Yep. That's what you're saying. You're not fully buyer beware anymore. Well, no, but that's still the same thing. Like if you look at a terms of service and you agree to it, it's got one of those things in it. Like the assumption is it would all be fine, because otherwise you'd need to challenge it. But generally speaking, those challenges happen in the case that, you know, like you've bought into it and, you know, now only after the fact you get the terms of service. That's one. Or if you change the terms of service. Most of the time when you agree the terms of service in the beginning, they are enforceable unless that has a thing. So you just assume that the terms of service you are signing are valid and legal unless otherwise proven, because the reality is they are until whatever appropriate government body goes in and says, hey, hang on a second, that terms of service, you know, it breaks this law over here or whatever. It's like a law that is passed is a law until such time that is deemed not legal. Like the law is either changed or unconstitutional or whatever appropriate, you know, equivalent is the thing in the area. Oh, oh, did someone actually? Yeah. So I need to unpin that. That's a me. So we just had that giveaway. Don't worry, Soul Adams. There's one more giveaway. You're not out of luck. You're not out of luck yet. That giveaway is done, but we do have one more that we'll do about 1 hour before the end of stream. You were lied out of my hope. There's another one coming, buddy. You just got to be here about 1 hour before the end of stream. I'll do the one last key giveaway, which will be our last Farm Sim 25 key that I will have to give away just in general. And then that'll be kind of it type deal, because unless just suddenly out of nowhere I was gonna say FDev, which is not at all the right company, unless Giant Software were to just pop in and be like, yo, here's an art key to give away to your audience, which they might. They have done that for people before. I would not expect it, but technically is possible. So my assumption is I roll this out. I'm piling it way too much in one spot because I'm stuck. I got stuck in the wall, so instead of spreading that out, I just smashed it all into one big pile. I am going to regret that later. I am going to regret that later a whole lot. The curiosity I just thought of is your grass rots when it gets rained on, but I don't actually remember mechanically how that works when you leave it in piles. Like, is it actively rotting this second? Or is it like, if it goes for the day, it's rotting? Because I'm not going to sit there and silage one single little bit of that. You don't technically need a dozer. It's much better to use a dozer. You can get by with just, if I dump off this front and back piece, I can just roll around on it a whole bunch. It will work. It won't be good. It'll be a bit of a hot mess. But technically it'll work. Alright. So it does mean I'm not getting any more money today. What we're doing is we're investing that money, we're investing the product I would sell to get not quite triple the value out on the other side. I forgot what we had in sale today. That's fine. Because that's going to be our next move, is we're going to try and catch some sales here and see if we can't get lucky to help ourselves out. There's lots of options for things I could do with that. I do think we are going to be trying to push towards the McDon, is what I'm thinking we're going to aim for. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm not trying to do grass for life or anything like that. But if I get the McDon, and I get the first of the headers that lets you do the grass mowing and the crops, that'll let us do this part much faster, because then I can just race around really fast and just knock out like the field part of it. Then we can just, it's a windrower, so it stacks everything, so it should be the collection also faster. But then what I can start doing is then I grab like the mower and the plow and the seeder and the harvester and all the other things we need for the actual crops. And that'll be good. And I do think the mower is going to be one of our first spends, because this poor little 70 horsepower tractor is not the happiest camper with what I'm doing with it. You are struggling. I didn't realize this was so much of a hill on this end. Hey, Twy, how's it going? Hope you're having yourself a good one. Oh man, we're getting really close to the hot potato breaking 70,000. A couple $100 from there. What's everyone's favorite game of all time? Which is always one of those questions that people ask me. It's like, that is, what is the position of the sun, moon, stars, time of day, like anything, because that is all mood that's going to decide what is in there. Of all time is, like, there's a lot of games I've enjoyed at different phases in my life. Some of them that, I have very fond memories of, but I also know I can't really stand, you know, that much. Yeah, so you can tell there's a hill. If you look at it from the side, you can definitely tell, because I can't rotate my camera this way. So if I turn to the side, I can very distinctly see that I am going up a hill. So, like, Path of Exile, I probably got some of the most hours. It's definitely one of those ones that'd be up there. But I've also put in a ridiculous number of hours into RimWorld to be another one pretty high up there on my mind. I've got very fond memories of games like Factorio and Terraria, so they would both be up there, even though these days I have a lot of difficulty getting back into Terraria. It's just, I've done it so many times, I boot up Terraria, like, eh. Project Zomboid would be up there. Same problem as Terraria, though, that, like, I absolutely adore the game and everything, but I've played it so much over the years that it's not as bad as Terraria. Like, Terraria, literally, I get in, and I get to about the point where I need to start working on being able to make, you know, my consumables or whatever, like potions. Or, you know, you start getting the more involved arenas you have to build for some of the bosses, if you're not, like, speedrun stratting and cheesing. And it's just, like, instantly, like, no, I've done that a lot of times. I'm not actually that interested in doing it again. Alright, so let's drop this one up. Yeah, that's another one. You think about for like to be like, oh no, this is my favorite one. It's like, oh man, but there's this other one. That one is also really good. Oh no, wait, but then there was that one. That one's another a really good one and all that. Does he have an embarrassing number of hours in Skate 3? You love the pure nostalgia, nothing else. Met a lot of online friends. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, even if you walked in and was like, you know what? Not gonna lie, got a lot of time in Hello Kitty. Just, you know, chilling with my sister, chilling with my brother. We were just hanging out. Like, it can be like, you know what? I was playing this with my friend. You know, yeah, it's a weird choice, but like, genuinely, like, there's just memories attached to it. That's still fine. Well, you see the problem. So the problem is I'm actually beached on it. There we go. All we had to do is just disconnect and reconnect the tools a bunch of times. Because the more we disconnect and reconnect the tools, it just kind of struggles the thing back and forth. Let's see, first time in for... Let's see, it's your first love forever, Ragnarok Online. You don't play it anymore, but that game shaped you. Yeah, and there's a bunch of games, like, I'm willing to bet EVE Online is probably my most played game of all time. World of Warcraft be up there, but it's always been a bit of a thing where, like, there's, in some ways I love World of Warcraft, in some ways I was always pretty unhappy with it. It's a real complicated relationship. Overall, I definitely enjoyed the experience, but there's definitely stuff in World of Warcraft that, to this day, I'm like, I still don't like it. Like, all of, like, the faction grind, reputation kind of stuff can kind of go fly a kite. All those grinds from World of Warcraft, even from vanilla, were just like, nah, man. Grinding that Furbog rep so you can get some items. I don't remember what you got. I think it wasn't even an important thing either. Yeah, and I was trying to do that. The problem was I got the mower header stuck on the wall on the first one and just dumped it all in one place. And then I was trying to do that on the second one, but then I ran into my stack in the first one. But yeah, no, I played a ton of EVE Online. I played a ton of World of Warcraft. I have lots of really fond memories of like the old Dark Reign RTS for DOS and then Windows 95. That'd be RuneScape for you. You have more of Earth than Night Art game. You play combined. You don't play it very much anymore, but definitely was your go-to game growing up. Yeah, Ultima Online is another one I put a lot of hours into back in the day. That's one of those games. Just as a meme, I debated even pulling it back up and then just streaming as a one-off stream. And so I grabbed it. And I played as like, oh my god, this is so hard to play now. Not like in the game is difficult in the, you're playing it and you hit the thing and you're like, the weapon hits the enemy and like a moment later, like a full second later here, ka-ching! Ka-ching! Wow! Wow! You're like, oh my god. It's so rough. You run and it like kind of like frame rate staggers and all that just because just the network infrastructure and all that and how it works. And I put a lot of time in that game. Like I really enjoyed it, but it is definitely one of those ones that you look at, it's like you have not aged well. You have aged like milk. You're just sour and chunky now. You didn't become a good cheese. You became something awful. How's the farming going? It's going relatively good. We got ourselves our silage ditch, and we're just starting to put it to use. We are doing a Survivorman challenge where we had $0, just the basic equipment to get like any money at all. And no loans or leases allowed and all that. So we are mowing lawns for our money. No contracts allowed either. Or cheesing using power generation. No judgment for anyone who does. But for the spirit of the challenge, putting down a building that I just go fast forward until I can afford the next one, not something I'm willing to do. Another obsolete favorite childhood game of yours is Crash Bandicoot in the PS1. Yeah. Am I enjoying the new update? Oh yeah. The new update was good. We were on and off getting the screen flicker on the new update. Or sorry, on the old update. And they got the new update. It's just all better. Oh, absolute favorite? Hey, I mean, you know, obsolete sticks as well. If we're being fair, I misread that. You know, it was the technology side of the technology form of Freudian slip. That just read it, I was like, oh yeah, Crash Bandicoot. I remember that game. That 100% feels like a game I would go back to. I would nostalgia trip on it for about half an hour, and they go, you know what? This isn't as fun as I remember it being. Like, and it was fun back then, but that happens so often. Is you'll go back, it's like, oh man, do you remember that show? We should go watch that show. We loved it as children. And then you pull it up and you go, wow. Our taste as children was really bad. Like, no, really, this is really terrible. I've ruined this for myself. There's movies I've gone back to. I was like, I remember loving this movie. And you go back, I was like, man, was the plot always that awful? I mean, I distinctly am looking at this, and I remember that is the plot. But it feels like it wasn't as terrible the last time. You think it still holds up? I feel like it would hold up way better than the stuff that goes for the realism. That is one thing that when you look at stuff that was designed to be realistic at that point in time, those are the ones that tend to really show their age. Stuff that went kind of more like the silly, cartoony, not particularly realistic route usually kind of hold up a little bit better. I'm using it as a glorified weight. Okay. You might have to drop the mower before entering, or that's what I do. So I'm actually, you're not wrong when I go to actually press it down. I'm definitely going to need to. I'm kind of using it as a thing to like, you know, grab the tractor back and forth, because we are beaching the tractor itself and that back trailer thing, and I can't get rid of the trailer because it's physically what's got the grass in it. But yeah, so we're getting there. What's going to happen is as I drive back and forth, we'll start compressing it. I'm not too worried about speeding it up right now, because right now we're just loading up grass. It's fine, whatever. It'll be when I go for that last one of just trying to get that all sorted. One thing that's distracting me about this microphone. So my old Blue Yeti, for those who don't know, this is the very first stream on my new microphone, so it took a little trial and error at the beginning, getting a little bit of stuff cleaned up, but it's been pretty good. I need to get a different pop filter. It came with one, but it's just like this tiny little metal grid kind of thing. And I'm gonna get like an actual like foam one I can put over the top of it. But it was just kind of one of those things of, I've already lost my train of thought. It's just gone. It's just gone. Let's see. When the naked brutality start is great, but then the pawn sad wanders 0.5 into a mega sloth and goes manhunter. Sounds nice and clear. Yeah. Yeah. New mic audio is actually pretty good. If the manufacturer are watching the stream. Yeah. So today isn't the official, because like for the record, they did sponsor me to give me this mic. This is not the sponsored stream, though. This was I want to get it working and make sure it's working right so that when I do the sponsored stream, you know, I'm not fussing with it. What mic is that? That is the... Yeah. I don't know how I pronounce this. It's like... Mayano. That's one of the reasons I'm not doing the sponsor one of the things right now. Is that. So I want to get that figured out, but it is a PM 450 series. But what will end up happening is in like the next stream or so, well, not the next stream because it's a charity. I don't want to do sponsor and charity on top of each other. That's kind of considered like a foul ball kind of thing, like a poor etiquette kind of thing. So what I'll likely do is, because unfortunately the very next day, I have the actual long-term sponsor that we've got showing up for the channel. Long-term as at least for the next half year, which is a hardware sponsor for computer stuff. And that's like a paid sponsorship, but this one they gave me the equipment, and all the stuff for it as the sponsorship, which is good because I need a replacement mic. But the next one will be that next one, so it'll be like the second or so. I'll do like the that. Yeah, so we did finish the temple on Wednesday, as well as the $1 million. We cheesed the $1 million. When I finished the temple, I was like, you know what? We have a map I can do the Survivorman challenge on. Let's just go ahead and cheese this $1 million real fast and get started. The temple took way longer than I thought. I kept, like, for 4 streams, it was like, it's like one more piece and we're done. For 4 separate streams. So, just know, when you think you're done with the temple, you're not done with the temple for a long time. But I'm glad we did finish it. I've still got one more key to give out from that, but it is going to be the last hour stream. We've given out 2 more keys already today. We got one more. See, put the blue Yeti on a shelf, some kind of nostalgia display. Oh, I'm keeping it here as a spare. Because, like, if something happens and this mic's not working or I spill a drink or something on it, I can just go, and blue Yeti. Because it's good to have backup hardware, especially when, you know, this is your job, and if your hardware goes down, your income stops. So it's good to have, like, okay, in a pinch, even if the other mic isn't as good, if something happens to this one, you know, the cable gets damaged and I can't, you know, I have to wait to order in a new cable, or I spill a drink on it or whatever, then I can immediately turn around, pull in the other mic. Sure, it's a downgrade, but it's better than not being able to stream for however long it takes me to replace whatever gets damaged. And it's same for the camera. Like, we're technically not on the same camera I normally am. The quality of the camera is literally the same to the same model. It's just I have it not as zoomed in as much, which I've got a lot of people giving me feedback. They actually like this zoom more than my normal one. So I'm down to just keep this level of zoom. That's fine. But, because part of it was, you know, because for the record, I'm under no contract, like, about this. It's a, you know, a verbal agreement kind of thing. So we're normally have to be careful about talking about all, like, what agreements we came up to. I'm not under any strict thing. Now, obviously, I'm not going to go into, like, saying every word they said. There's, like, a certain amount of privacy or thing. But the obligation, the agreement we had, is that I would do 2 streams where I link this mic and say, hey, this is the mic I'm using, and, like, here's where you go get it. And that basically that the microphone is in frame. That was the ask they had for giving me the mic, which seems entirely reasonable and fair. Like, if they would have asked me, it's like, oh, we're gonna need 2 social posts, and oh, we're gonna need you to do this, and oh, and I have to have, like, a tag on the stream just with the brand name. But yeah, like, it's like, oh, and we want a timer to announce it. Like, if they ask for all that kind of stuff, that's like, all right, we gotta talk cash. Because there's a certain point where you're getting disruptive of my stream, that there's a negative to that. And, you know, the more disruptive it is to stream, the more I need to be able to justify the impact on my viewership and all that. And that's just the way sponsors work. Yeah, but for the record, they did give me the mic. This isn't the sponsored stream yet. I mean, I guess that's the weird thing. Like, I mean, I have 2 streams that are going to be my quote-unquote sponsored streams. But it's also a weird one in that I've got the mic now. And it's not like I'm going to put ad on every single stream for the rest of forever. So, that... Let's see, do you need it to... Let's see, do you need to be in... Let's see, do you need to in frame with mic? Or just the mic itself? Technically, just the mic needs to be in frame, but it would be really weird for me to have, like, the mic by itself in frame without me. But yeah, so the microphone just has to be in frame somewhere. Because what I am gonna do is, very genuinely, the moment I'm past the sponsor stuff, I'm taking this microphone. And just like this one, I normally keep it over here. This is actually, like, this isn't I moved this mic to make room for that one. This is where I normally keep this mic, is off to the side of me. Because there's actual reasons you want to do that for audio quality. When you're talking straight into the microphone. Just because, like, when you do that straight into the microphone, there's stuff that goes on with that. Yeah, so I'm actually using the mower head here as my means of forcing the tractor forward. Please don't beach. That's fairly cursed. There we go. I'm definitely gonna have a lot of problems with this. All right, so we're definitely going to have headaches with this. So that is going to be something we're gonna have to figure out. Is just making that somewhat less cursed to deal with. Bull new Twitch meta mic streams. Yep. All right, and we are almost done here. Oh, I accidentally got rid of chat here a minute ago. There you go. My apologies, YouTube. I did not mean to ignore you. The map is Frontiers. It's a thing, unfortunately, with YouTube live streams that, like, the chat, because it's this whole extra separate window and garbage like that, it can get lost very easily. Because I can't just easily bind it to OBS unless I make OBS my primary stream and then do Twitch as my secondary, and there's a whole lot that goes into that. So I do apologize. It wasn't a deliberate ignoring you or anything. It's just, unfortunately, YouTube makes live streaming over there kind of a big pain in the butt. So get mad at YouTube for not making it a better experience. Yeah, so I wasn't trying to ignore you or whatever. Yeah, no, that's, right now, because we're doing the challenge, I couldn't afford the equipment for doing the wrap veils. I'd also be down to do that. But right now, our immediate priority is just get some more money towards getting our next thing. Tractor is going to be pretty early on that list, probably. The bigger tractor is 90,000. The one I want, that'll cover most of my needs. It's kind of a smaller medium tractor. Its big negative is has low top speed. All right. Yeah, this hill every time. Let's see, what would the legal things be if you wanted to make an app that would display all chats with emotes and everything from each chat in a single window? So that's perfectly fine and legal from all that side. The only thing I would run into a problem is if I put those chats on my screen, unless something changed, and it very well may have, that Twitch had a thing that you weren't supposed to put chats from other platforms you're streaming to on your screen. So like on my own onto the side, I can go ahead and just, if I wanted to combine YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and all that, I just haven't found a good solution that does all of them where I don't lose important bits of information. Like, for example, I did experiment with one for a while, and the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat were working great together. But it was just kind of one of those things that it wouldn't show the stream streaks, it wouldn't show, like, some of the celebrations and all that kind of good stuff. So it's just kind of one of those problems is there are tools trying to solve that problem, but so far all of those tools I've tested thus far, they don't give me everything. Just removing the one comment where people were like complain, like when I say people, person complained that I didn't respond in a timely manner. Because unfortunately that chat will just sit there forever and people will be like, oh, this person doesn't, you know, doesn't respond to their chat and everything and yada yada. It is what it is. It's one of those things that sucks. It's like very genuinely the experience watching streams on YouTube is pretty terrible. Like I've done a couple of times, and it's okay when you actually have like a very large audience, but even then, there's just so much that doesn't work as well. But it's not YouTube's main thing, anyways. All right, once I do this last little bit of this field, that'll be basically everything for this until it regrows, which will be fine. Have I found any signs to hit in this map? No, that's actually why we don't have anything. The whole point is this map is basically empty other than wilderness, and then you have like the tiny little buy and sell point way over there, and that's exactly what we wanted for the Survivorman. You build the city, you do all that stuff. But because we are doing a challenge at the hardest economy settings and we start from nothing, there's an early part of this game where you basically don't have anything to do much of anything. You give yourself just kind of the minimum to make any kind of money. But what will end up happening, for example, is now that we're able to make silage, what map is this? It is a mod map called Frontiers. But, now we can make silage, we can make the grass we're selling almost not quite 3 times the value of where we were at beginning. So instead of one of these being worth like $700 for a full load, it'll be closer to the it'll be closer to like 2,100. I think you saw that early on in the mod section. Yeah, it showed up a couple of days ago. It showed up very briefly, and then it got pulled back down, and then went back up. So I'm assuming they had. I had someone said they had crashing problems with it when they first loaded it up, and I'm assuming that's why it got pulled down. But it's got some rough edges for our particular use case. Like the map itself is fine, but for this challenge, the tile size being as large as they are actually is kind of rough. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Alright, time to get stuck in all this again. I just sent it across to try and knock stuff down as much as possible. Alright. Because as we're driving on it, it's kind of redistributing it. Does that mean that some headers in the front tools make it look as if you're a bit more of a bumper car? Yeah. Yes, I'm trying to just bolt across this because it will compress it a little bit, which will help bring down some of those giant mountains of stuff. Okay, so that's feeling pretty good for knocking down some more. Okay. Grab a bit more. It helps when Rual crashes into barriers? Absolutely. And we're getting close to sunset. I am trying to get the last of this down. We definitely, before we go to bed in the game, we want to get that all covered up for silage. And I gotta remember how long it takes to ferment. Now, obviously, it'd be really nice to get into the balers. The reason we didn't go the baler route is just getting set up for the balers was going to run us over almost 200,000 to get everything we needed to get that going for. When I say the balers, I mean baler, wrapping, all that shebang. It was not particularly cheap to get into. Like, just the bales wouldn't be bad, but the problem is I need something to pick them up and move them and all that, and that's all just extra steps that mean more money. Okay. But it will be good when you get a much bigger tractor. It'll help us avoid beaching as much. It'll give us the ability to use more powerful tools. I do want the McDon. It's a hard call. Like, I think it might even be just what we can catch on sale. If I catch a tractor on sale first, we go with a tractor to get that sorted out. If we get the McDon first, we just get the McDon first. Either way, we're not buying crap with our 900 bucks for until we get the silage done, but that's fine. And then we will have a little bit until we have the first field's grass recovers. Or not first field, the first wave of grass we did recovers. So that'll be a little bit of fast forwarding, but that's going to happen no matter what I grow. We'll have things where we plant it, you know, we fertilize it and all that, and then we don't have anything to deal with for a little while. The tractor would certainly help with a lot of this over here. I do think I want to chase the McDon, though. Kind of the way I'm looking at is investing in both, like, partially towards the harvester and partially towards the grass. Let's see, does the forage wagon pick up silage? Or how are you going to pick it up? I'm pretty sure the foraging wagon does. If this one doesn't, yeah, it's got silage down here, I'm pretty sure. Where is that silage? And is that, so we have grass, hay, and straw. It does not. I may have done goofed. So we can check the conveyors. That might be an option for a trailer. I wish I could mouse over these and see what that is. I can't. That might be the icon for silage there that is in a trough. It's really hard to tell with these. I really wish with a bunch. No, okay, it gets silage. It gets silage. Silage is fine. It's just a weird icon. Yeah, we got silage. Yeah, it's got silage. The thing that looked like the two concrete barricades and then the stuff was the silage symbol. For some reason in my head, I thought it was like a tan, like a different color grass icon kind of thing. Similar to how the hay and the straw and the grass are relatively close. Yeah, no, I can pick up silage. I just had the moments like, I thought I checked that. Alright. That'll be good, because we should be able to get ourselves a decent amount of money. Because they put like 5 or 6 of the forager wagon there. And that with being just shy of 3 times as much. That's a decent chunk. I didn't also check. What is silage's price? Okay, silage's price are basically pretty consistent, except there's a bump up in September and a bump down in October. I'm gonna mostly just take it as don't sell it in October or August. To aim for... Oh, actually, that's $3 difference. Yeah, that's fine. Literally, it doesn't make a point. It's literally selling, you know, changing a couple of bucks. That's not really relevant for me to do anything with. Even at a much lower amount of money, it very genuinely is like a minimal amount of impact. So yeah, getting ourselves a much better mower and tractor would be good for a lot of this. I do want to get into, we did have a, we spun a wheel to see what crop we were going to be moving into after that, and we rolled barley. So this map is a store only. So it's got 2 sell points. One for your pelleted goods and one for your loose goods. It's got a lumber sell point, so there's a sawmill that's off on its own. There's a couple of starting fields if you want them, that they will actually give you contracts if you so choose. It does have the mechanics, gas station, buy point, all of that, just as like these tiny little like shed type buildings. But it is very minimal. It's also on the far side of the map, does have this cute little waterfall with this little lake area at the bottom, so you can fill up your water free if you really want to. Yeah, see, the really bright lights make it kind of hard to see the grass texture. Okay, so we're looking at 1, maybe 2 more forager wagons, and then we've mowed everything until there's a chance to regrow. All right. Now, one of the things that can end up happening is if the silage takes enough time to ferment. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. If the silage takes too long to ferment, that I end up having a lot more to mow, that we end up with like 2 or whatever silage ditches or whatever. I'm not planning on doing that right away. I would much rather get some like small incremental amount of money while we're working on this thing. Okay, so first I'm gonna do like we did last time, just blast across it. Now I have as much momentum as possible doing this. Yeah, because by driving across that, we spread it out a bunch. Just trying to get the worst places for beaching it out of the way. There we go, just a little bit more. Alright, so back over that. Move back forward. Got real problems with this spot all of a sudden. I see that I'm beached in the middle, and the problem is my treads aren't hitting either side. Well, I'm going to make the mistake of just dropping this here anyways. Which is going to make a giant mountain. Is it interesting as the pile grows? Yep. Yeah, so the issue is, like, weirdly that's getting stuck in the terrain way more back there. We are inching that forward. I need to get this unbeached as best we can. I can always just reset it and be done with it, which honestly might be the play here. Yeah, so the issue is very distinct. There's that little ridge in the middle. And that little ridge is getting between my wheels. And I'm like wiggling on it. Still in the stream? Well, thank you, Jack. And now I've got them spread out far enough that I can't actually get to both of them at the same time. There we go. For 2 seconds. Alright, and we're almost free. Hit it from behind? With what? Like right now I'm just trying to get the tractor back out. Okay, so what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna ditch this here because I'm not mowing in the dark. I need to compress it, so we're gonna drop the wagon. So I'm a little scared to use just the mower because I feel like I'm gonna immediately get stuck. But at the same time, I feel like with the imbalance of the mower head, I'm just gonna get this. We'll try with the mower head just so I have something to finagle. Because once I get rid of the mower head, if I get beached, I just have no choice but to reset it. Because I don't have other equipment to shove it with. But I believe I need to get compact 100%. All right. Once I feel like I can get across here without much of a problem. Might it be worth getting a leveler? I'd have to look at what do we have for the leveler. I remember seeing those up here somewhere. I remember seeing a leveler here somewhere. Because I'm curious what the price of a leveler is. If it's something that's going to save me a lot of grief, it'll be worth it. But if it's something that's going to be like 30,000 to get it, that's the thing. I remember seeing one. I just remember where. Yeah, because I don't have attachment points for a lot of this stuff. That's for trailers and all that. In the middle, you're gonna have to be way more descriptive than that. Just above forage wagons. Okay, just above forage wagons. Leveler. Levelers are used to make to move chaff and silage, and to level heaps of silos. Gotcha. So it's just a regular connection to a 3-point. Okay, well I can't afford it yet, but yeah, that's probably good. That's probably a good spend. I'll have to wait till I get a little bit more, but yeah, no, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah, the tractor's not super heavy, so it's going to take a little bit of work to, I'll tip up the wings to make it so it's not as wide. Alright. Yes, it does seem like the leveler is going to be a purchase we're going to want. Looked like it was 6,000. Which are also going to need something heavier than this. Just taking way too much effort to... compact things. I also feel like you need to be getting up on those edges more than just riding through the middle. It's not doing too much. Alright, I think we're gonna ditch the mower head in this one. I'm a little worried we're just gonna immediately beach ourselves. But seems like the mower head's causing me more problems than benefit now. Alright, well now as we see if we immediately get stuck. I'm gonna go ahead and put that on the other side. Because we'll need to figure out what the best tool for me to use for getting across this, because clearly I don't want to go through this hassle every single time. So it's looking like a vehicle reset. I've also stuck in a wall. Alright, so that looks like a vehicle reset immediately. Because unlike with the header where I could sit there and like tweak it a bunch of times. Reset. Yep. Okay. Luckily, there isn't too much of a consequence for resetting it. I don't know what percent I have to have the compressed at. I'm assuming it's a decent amount. All right. Being the world's skinniest tractor meant for orchard probably doesn't help much. Nope. No, it does not. But it's what we gave ourselves to start because of the lowest horsepower tractor. We're going for the, minimum required to be able to start. And we're doing that. It needs to be at 100%. That is very unfortunate. Because I'm not making a whole lot of progress per pass. Okay. Yeah, we definitely need to find a better way of doing this. Which I'm assuming that's what a big part of the leveler will do. It'll help flatten it so I can drive past it easier. And if we get enough money, that'll also help. Alright, we're at 50%, so it's going up about 1% each lap. Not quite, like, I haven't figured out, like, if I just drive back and forth in roughly the same spot, if that does better, or if it's better for me to zip across here like I'm doing. Or it'd be better for me to, like, slowly go forward and back. We have no idea how it does its calculations. All right. It also looks like some of the grass may have gotten pushed out of here. Not quite sure. I wonder if the added weight of the trailer and all that, now I'm being able to consistently drive over, helps or doesn't really do much of anything. Let's grab our tools now. I've got some more weight. Or grab our tools now that's mostly flat. And just see if I get more progress with the extra weight on here. We are more likely to get stuck, though, because now tractor's having to fight. More weight helped in 22. Yeah, that's what I was basically told, is that weight is a major factor. So we'll definitely want to do something about that. Needless to say, the foraging wagon's beaching way too easily. Because it's very unfortunate I have to get to a full 100%. It actually might be this thing. Alright. Doesn't seem to be enough for me to care about this. Yeah, so needless to say, this isn't a sustainable thing with our current equipment. We're gonna get this one committed just to do it. But what I'm going to need to do is either get a tractor that's bigger with more weight, try getting the leveler to make this easier to drive on and all that. But right now, it's just a struggle to get this done this way. because we're going to spend the whole night just going back and forth to get this set up. All right. Yeah, so I'm trying to think. What would be the next plays for trying to make this better in the future? Like, obviously, for the 6,000, we'd be able to get that leveler, which I'm assuming just makes it easier for me to roll back and forth on this. Which, even if it just makes it a little bit easier and they could roll with the wagon, that would help a little bit for the extra weight. It's taking way too much effort. You're just thinking about we're wasting a ton of gas and maintenance and all that. It's like Phil Chaff a little bit. Alright. Let's see. Getting some front and back weights could also be a cheap option to increase compression. Yeah. You're not wrong. The question is how much that'll impact this thing's ability to move. I do think the leveler seems like it's probably a good idea because, like I said, my assumption is it works like a bulldozer. You kind of like push forward and level it out. So it's just easier to drive back and forth on without getting stuck as easy. And that would certainly help with one thing, like that part. Just getting better equipment in general would help. So it might be one of those things that we go out of our way for the tractor we want. Because I'm not even getting a percent every single time. You probably have the least suitable tractor for this? Oh yeah, no, I'm observing this. I am definitely experiencing the lack of suitability of the tractor I'm using. But yeah, so if we get a bigger, heavier tractor, that'll help. If we get the leveler, it'll probably help. We can do a bunch of stuff. I'm not planning on making silage my lifetime career, but certainly this experience right now is not the peak gaming we're looking for. Not that I'm one particularly tire weights also help. Yeah, well, I mean, I get the idea. Everything that's weight. Realistically, I'm not going to be worrying about upgrading this tractor very much. This is just the tractor we started ourselves with. Alright. Trying to think if there's like an inexpensive vehicle who I felt could do the terrain also. What's after this? More than likely I'm going to cover this. Yep. Camera is bouncy. Like we'll end up selling this silage, seeing what we can get out of it. And once we do that, like we'll see what we can get after that. We still will be mowing and doing that. Like it's one of those things that once I covered this up, adding more grass doesn't do anything for us, I don't believe. Like I believe once you cover it up, you kind of just want to let it produce whatever it produces. Now you can pick it back up and sell it. Yep, that's what I figured. And it might even be worth it, like, if we go after the bigger tractor, then we get the option of potentially going after a baler with wrapper kind of thing as an alternative to this. I can potentially see selling this. I didn't realize this was going to be quite as a hassle, but this was one of those things. I did Sillage like one time in Farm Sim 22. Like, I know it's super lucrative in the past, and my understanding is it still pays fairly well today. But, you know, we're dealing with, like, kind of the worst setup for it. While also technically being able to do it. Alright, just like another 10%. We're almost there. Yeah, so we can try to use the trough thing if we can get ourselves the leveler. Hopefully in the next day we'll be able to get a couple thousand, well, I mean more than a couple thousand, a bunch more money. We'll have to see what grass has grown back, see if we're able to just get the next field going, or if it's one of those things of just advance a day or whatever. Alright. Can you tell us a little bit about how to play to beginners? So if you do the tutorial that's on the Riverbend map, it'll teach you the stuff like how to attach a piece of equipment, how to detach a piece of equipment, you know, driving it through a field, that kind of thing. So like mechanically, how to make the buttons do the button things. The next thing we have after that is one of the things that's left out of the tutorial is the basics for actually doing a field. My recommendation for learning that is start out by doing a bunch of random contracts, because that'll start to give you an idea of like, oh, I enjoy working on wheat. Oh man, carrots not really my jam. Oh, these potatoes not really my jam. Oh, this other crop I really enjoy. You know, spinach I like whatever it is. You know, you can try a bunch of different crops. And when you find a crop that you're like, you know what, I liked doing the sorghum. The sorghum was a good crop. Then you can go in, and one thing that'll help you is, I'm in the wrong area, don't worry about this. You can go into store in these boxes. They won't give you all the information or the best selection or whatever, but they'll give you, it's like, hey, if you get all of these things, you can grow that crop. And so you can just choose whichever crop that you're like, that's the one I want, and you can go do it. And I generally recommend for beginners doing the grains, because the grains are fairly straightforward. The rice isn't bad either, but the grains are one of those things that you get equipment, you can grow just a little bit of not anything. You can grow a whole lot of different crops with one set of equipment, because you get the stuff for wheat, it can do oats, it can do barley, it can do soybeans, it can do a whole lot of stuff. So just kind of one of those things that's a good way to go. The game doesn't do a particularly good job at telling you the order of operations, but basically, when it comes to dealing with the field, you either plow, cultivate, or harrow. They're pretty much all fill the same purpose. There's a minor difference in that, like plowing, you don't get weeds, and you know, every once in a while you'll plow. Okay, so I've got that set up. Ooh, do you really want a blanket silo 79,000 liters? Yes, I did not realize we had nearly that much in there. Bunker silo is covered. Alright, so that ends this in-game day. But yeah, so then what you'll do is you'll either plow, cultivate, or harrow. It's an or, any of those three. From there, you seed the field, or planter it, but you seed the field. After you seed the field, there are a bunch of extra steps you can do to improve your harvest, like rollers, and you can like de-stone it, which you do before planting, and fertilizer, and all sorts of other nonsense. Those are strictly optional, so I wouldn't worry about those to begin with. You also have on top of all that you can, words are hard. Yeah, there's a bunch of different optional stuff that you can harvest. Fermenting silage, 55%. All right. So it looks like it's kind of looking at 2 months. But then once you harvest, you go back to start, you recultivate, plow, whatever the field, and you get the idea. You got the loop there. But once you learn that with one crop, say, you know, let's just say you do wheat, most crops will be loosely based on that same pattern. So, like, the difference between, you know, wheat and rice, for example, is with wheat, will want to end up weeding it as a step. With rice, instead, you flood the field. That there is no worrying about that. You could also get the wheat and all. You don't doing that. You can clean the stuff. Yeah, no, I noticed it's spilt out. I just wasn't sure. Like, one, how far out it got. Or if it would accidentally pull up my stuff that's in there. Yeah, because that's 20% of a load right there. No, nothing on this side. Okay, so let's run back, and then we'll try comparing. Well, actually, while we're on our way over there. Ah, so that didn't make it grass, that made it chaff. I understand. I'm doing good, DJ. Hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, so it looks like the grass is fully grown again. Lessons learned and all that? Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I do think getting the leveler is a pretty good call. I'm expecting to take a little bit of pain there. We did burn a lot of gas, and we will likely have repairs that we need to care about. But, we've got all that. But generally speaking, when you're early in the game, just do some contracts. What is your favorite crops to grow? I don't have a strong favorite. Generally speaking, like I said, I enjoy the grains. They're nice and straightforward. I have enjoyed, like, spinach seems like it's going to be pretty fun. I've done a bit of that. The rice, the regular rice, I enjoyed quite a bit. Canola, those kind of things I've enjoyed as well. My advice is potentially avoid stuff like... Avoid the carrots, parsnips, and all that. So far as, like, your early crops. They're cheap to get into, but they can be very slow to work in. And then the really rough ones are like sugarcane, olives, and grapes. That I found those particularly frustrating to deal with. They also don't pay particularly well. Alright, what's going to end up happening here, Chad, is I have got to use the restroom. So I'm just going to quickly pull right over here. I'm going to pop to the bathroom real fast, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'm going to gas up, and I'm not sure we'll even be able to afford the repair. Anyways, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, "Please help me," and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out, and everything will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do something I know is not gonna end well, but I'm gonna be cursed until it happens. Okay. Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, nip after Alright. Let's go ahead and see how bad this gas and let's give you the gas probably won't be too bad. Maybe 100. Somewhere around there. 58. The one I'm a little bit more worried about is this repair here. This repair here could potentially be pretty awful for our bottom line. Alright, so just the foraging wagon is $600. The mower is $285, and the tractor is not in the budget. It's basically like $1,100 for the mower. That does mean, realistically, I'm gonna have to do 2 loads of grass just to afford repairing the mower. Actually, let's start up on this side. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go long ways the whole way there and back kind of thing. Because remember there's a hill this way. And unfortunately we're a bit under-spec'd. Is there anything to try desperately to push for our money today? Hang on. With a silage compactor, your silage is compacted faster. Alright, chat, we're going for 7,700. Because I feel like, and hear me out, I feel like if we're having problems compacting our silage, and they are offering at like a 60% discount, a thing whose entire existence is about compacting silage, that might be worth doing. I know, it's a radical idea. Really, really not sure about it. But, you know, I feel like it's worth a shot. But it was 7,700, which does mean 11 loads of grass, assuming the price hasn't gone down. Which we can check here in just a moment. By going there, there. Grass is up here, I believe. Grass should be worth, well, actually about the same as yesterday, but more than it's been previous days. Does it have a power requirement, or is everything can use it? It didn't specifically list a horsepower to it. I think the idea is it's a weight you drag behind it. More than likely it will be a thing that we'll have problems using, but that's fine. Because yeah, if we look here, it doesn't make any mention to horsepower whatsoever. Or silage. I keep saying silage. I keep going back and forth on it. But yeah, so we want to get that. We'll want to repair our mower, most likely. And then the leveler. Because the thing what the leveler does is it makes it so it's not these giant ridges all over the place. Versus that thing is going to roll down and press it. So I assume what we would ultimately want to do is have our tractor with the leveler on the front, the roller on the back. And then we'd want to get ourselves the bigger tractor. To be able to better handle that. And that would help us in the short term. From there, it would be a thing that I want to get the McDon to make mowing and the windrowing really fast. Because I also plan on going from the McDon to trying to get our barley up. and then using the McDon to do that whole thing where it gives us like an extra 20-ish%, 20-25% yield from the harvester with the thresher and the McDon. Which should be pretty good. So I think the plan is get the roller, and then we just start trying to use the use whatever extra we get to make sure we can repair our mower. And the hope would be that we start to notice the silage gets done, because once I get the silage done and I can harvest it out of there, that should give us an extra nice little bump of money. The other thing we can do after that is, like I said, once we're able to get the McDon, that McDon with that big front on it is going to be able to mow like 3 times as wide as this thing can. And I want to say when it's mowing, it goes pretty close, not full speed, but it goes pretty fast. So we can actually check that real quick. We can go to the windrower. Yeah, so that can do it at 14 miles an hour. Which should be quite a bit faster than this one's able to handle, considering we're sitting at about 5. That said, we'll have to do the foraging wagon as a separate step, but that's fine. But yeah, so I think early game we're doing silage. So probably silage, the McDon, and then, like I said, we rolled barley as our first actual crop. And I'm not going to go and, like, buy new tiles and take it farther and farther. Can you take loans to get stuff? The game allows you to do that, yes. I am doing a specific challenge that part of the challenge is you're not allowed to. But there is a mechanic for loans where I could go down here and say I would like to borrow money. And the amount of money you borrow depends on the value of your farm. I want to say it starts at $500,000 that you can borrow. I could be wrong. But then as you build more and more farm, they let you kind of borrow more. Which makes a certain amount of sense. You'd arguably have collateral or something, even though that's not how the game works. The one thing I will warn players who are new to the game about the loans in this game, they do not work like loans in most other games. Loans in most other games, if you borrow $1 million and you just let it do the interest payment every time, it's like a homeowner's loan or a car loan where, 90% of it goes to the interest and then like a tiny bit goes to principal. In Farm Sim, every single dime goes to interest. Not a single penny goes to the principal per your regular payment. You have to go back in there and make a conscious decision to say, I want to pay off $5,000, and you can go up from there, but I want to pay off a chunk of it. So if you do just leave your loan there, it will never get paid off, and you will just be taking the interest hit every single day. Okay. Yep, so getting about 750 alone, give or take. So that's good news. So like I said, we're looking somewhere in the area of 10 full loads to get that roller. And then we'll do like another 2 loads, and that'll let me repair the tractor and have a little bit extra. And we'll get that. Every time you think you're about to pay off your loan, something pops up in the sale. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we want there. But yeah, but like in the normal game, you can take loans. You can also lease stuff. And that is a mechanic that's very much worth considering when you're new to the game, especially when you don't know what you want to do. It can be a thing that lease stuff to do your first field or whatever, see how you feel about it, and if you're happy, then maybe commit and buy the equipment. But if you're not happy with that first field, get rid of lease stuff, get another one. To keep in mind, though, that those leases will add up relatively quick. So there's a lot of juggling going on with that. I just realized I'm certainly mowing stuff that's not fully grown as well. I just blasted down that row and went, you know what? I didn't distinctly see where the separation was where we went to not grown and grown. It's fine. You really like the lease to own mod as in the past versions of the game. Yeah, I think somewhere around here. Yeah, so it's around there is where it separates out from what I've already mowed, like what's got like another grow phase I need to wait on and not. And your grass does, if I recall, grow slower in the winter than the summer. Real shocker in that one. Yeah, so let's not go long ways in the field. I'm gonna need to be somewhat consistent, but that's fine. Let me just turn this way here in a minute. Go back to loading this thing up. I should have turned this off as long as I'm driving. But that is one of the advantages of doing grass, is while you can go and put it in a field, and there's all sorts of different steps you can take to increase the yield of the grass and all that, they're not strictly necessary. You can go this way. Now, granted, if you do make a field that is grass, that you are growing in like a field, it will map it so you can kind of like autopilot your vehicle around, hand it to a worker, whatever. I'm not sure you'd make particularly good money handing it over to a worker unless you're on like a really easy difficulty. I feel like at a hard difficulty, making the AI mow the lawn is probably one of those things that you end up losing money if you have every step do it. Right now I'm trying to give myself like a little bit of a headland or whatever. Clean that all up on the other side. So what I'll do is I'll start mowing stripes back and forth, not going past this area. Until it lines up with the other side. It's just about getting grass, like I don't really care where it comes from. I'm just trying to start in one end of the field that way when I go to do the next day, I kind of know like, okay, I've mowed this far, that kind of thing. Alright. And I'll go to this basically as full. Alright, just about there. Okay, cool. You did the rough calculations. Your silage should be ready around 8 or 9 p.m. in game. Understood. So is that one of those things that's like roughly 24 in-game hours, or is it a whole thing where it's like, well, depending if you have this many liters, it's this time, but that many liters is that time? Or rather, does the time change based on the volume put in? I guess is the question I'm asking. Because the times I've done silage in the past is always, I just wrapped a bale and hucked out the back. Came back later. Judging by your sleeping time to percent. Ah, that's fair enough. Not a bad way to calculate it. All right, another 75 or 750. But yeah, and that could be a thing. If we get to the point that we can set up the silage really effectively, then it can be a thing that we figure out. It seems like it's only 1 day per each. Hey, Luxray. But we can figure out where it's like, okay, we've got that set up. You go and produce, like, get this one all set up. The next day we get the next one set up. So it's just like back and forth between the two of them or whatever. But that requires us to be more efficient. Probably need a bigger foraging wagon, which I don't think I'm going to put too much of a focus on that. We'll see. Because my goal isn't just go hard and all that. Farm Sim 24 was 4 days for a completely full silo. And I think the big thing is to prevent me from getting the completely full silo at any real rate is just one of those things that, let's see, got to D&D and your brother sister wanted to play, League for a bit. Done with League, to go to bed. See you tomorrow, no problem. Take it easy. But yeah, so it's one of those things that I probably want to do instead for that. Let's not start another wave here. That was sloppy. That's gonna be a lot of cleanup. That's fine. Whatever. I'm not super worried about making that super clean. We're gonna go through this so many times. Yeah, to be able to fully fill this, I'm gonna need a really fast tractor so far as mowing. I will need the windrower. No doing that. All right, I'll see you tomorrow, Luxray. You take it easy. Yes, I'm trying to do is clean this up so I have a straight shot across without any, like, little issues or whatever. The scrap stuff will clean up as we windrow and whatnot else. I'm curious to see how much better that silage roller will do. Let's actually see where that was located in the store. I don't like that I'm seeing those already disappearing. It's probably grassland. I need to stop looking away and dealing with that. I do wish where I had the GPS, even though I'm not on a field. I do wish we could still lock on target, just like Just so you can do a field where it's like a straight line. Like, I understand it won't follow the field, but be like, hey, just make like my heading, just lock it in. Okay, so it's just the one. And it's normally like 20,000. I was curious if there's like different sizes of them or anything. Yeah, so it looks like just the one. Probably the 7,700. Could benefit from a 90-0 lock. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could just have the heading and be like, that's your heading. It wouldn't surprise me if we do see like a GPS mod that does that kind of thing. Takes the existing tech and instead of being like calculate field, it just find some cheeky way to make it always have it available for straight lines. So we might spend a pass just cleaning that up. I probably shouldn't worry about it. I probably should just leave it, and we'll just mow it the next time. It's not like it's going to give me enough grass to care. We're not going to run out of field. Not with this equipment. Just keep going after what's going to give me the goods the fastest. I'm still not sure if this area we've been mowing is fully grown or not. But I can't tell. I mean, either way, it's still the 750 for a load. That's fine. The alternative is I'd sit there and just advance it a month till it does grow all the way. But I am looking forward. So we're filling this. Well, actually. Okay, so for some reason I thought the foraging wagon was way lower volume. So that 70-something liters we had in, 70-some liters we had in the trough there. It does seem like that was probably close to 5 loads of grass. Doesn't it reset during winter seasons anyways? I have no idea. I've not done that much of the grass growing side of the game. Like I've definitely done some, but it's just one of those places I never put a lot of focus on. It was usually try to get to, well, I mean it still is, try to get to the regular plants as fast as I can. To build up from there, just because I figured it was always more interesting than like mowing the lawn all the time. But there's a cost to getting there, and I gotta deal with that. Okay, so it's actually a little bit more than 5. You know, it'd be about. So our silage ditch has about 5 loads, and so those 5 loads would normally give me 3,500, give or take. But with the silage, it roughly triples the price, not quite, but I'm going to say triples the price. So that would tell me it's going to give me somewhere in the ballpark of pretty close to 10,000. No, wait, yeah, no, that's not right. That's not right. 700 times 5, 35. Yeah, no, that's about right. So it'd be a little bit more, but we're doing enough rounding napkin math that being precise doesn't matter. So somewhere in the area of around 10,000 or so should be what we're looking at. Give or take a lot, because that was some super scuffed napkin math. Versus without it, it's 3,500. So it definitely seems like silage is still very lucrative once you get set up for it. We're dealing with literally the worst equipment that's capable of doing it, and trying to get ourselves set up a bit more smoothly for that. Because the good news is, so far out of the equipment, the most expensive thing I bought was the silage ditch itself. Everything else has been relatively cheap, and we're going to get this roller thing for 7,700, assuming I could do it, you know, before it disappears off the market. I think that'll be good for as long as we're doing that. Like I said, if we go with the McDon and I can, you know, cut this all down way faster, that'll all be good. We could start then trying to get all the remaining stuff I need for the barley. Bailey's not a thing. Probably is the thing, just nothing with crops. We can go for the barley. Because we had a big wheel we spun that had all the field crops on it, and barley's what we rolled. So it'll be taken off the list, but we will grow barley as our first crop. Likely I will take the time to set up the a grain mill. Do some barley till we get ourselves established reasonably well on the equipment to be able to do it with some level of proficiency. And then once you've got that kind of stabilized, it'll be time to roll the wheel again to see what crop is next. Even though with that I'd be able to do the soy and wheat and all those kind of things. But we would just roll the dice to see what the next crop is. And, you know, if it ends up being a different crop that needs its own equipment, then we start saving up to make that equipment happen. But I am turning to RNG, not strategy, to do that. Just so I don't end up in the situation where because I start with like a grain, I just get all of the grains. It'll also be occasionally a thing they'll be like, oh, well, we're doing carrots now. I haven't grabbed it, but I've been very tempted to grab one of the mods that takes the really large carrot, or I should say root crop harvester, and gives it a little bit of internal storage. Because to me, that's the big problem with that one is, yeah, in real life it has no internal storage. And I don't need the ones, like, there's ones out there that's like, oh, this can now carry 190,000 liters. It's like, all right, come on, buddy. That's a little unreasonable. But I figured if you even gave it just like 500 or 1,000 liters, like literally just anything more than nothing, then you could use the AI with it to have it drive and you do the trailer and it not be an awful experience. But with no internal storage to speak of, it ends up being a really rough experience because it just stops anytime you're not perfectly under it. And I get it, in real life it doesn't have that, which is why it doesn't have that in game. But I would like one with, you know, and it could be a little bit like, you know, 500 liters, 1,000 liters, 2,000 liters, all that's fine. Like, it would fill that up relatively quickly. So, you know, it's mostly the same where you have to be with it, but like just the fact that's what it going around the corner, it grabs like 200 liters. It can get around the corner where you don't fight doing this whole thing around it with the corner the whole time. Alright. But yeah, I think we do to get money is going to help us out. Let's see, well, in real life, you don't rely on the AI driving. Well, in real life, you don't rely on AI driving, so not needed. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. If you had two human brains to rub together, the vegetables are actually not that bad, the bigger vehicles. But the problem is, with the AI, it just makes you kind of want to scream into the void. Now, just remember, chat, the Abyss would like to let you know, you scream into the void, you stare into the Abyss. The Abyss has been having real problems with people screaming into it, and they are not properly insured for that. So please, 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 Void, Scream, Abyss, Stare. I might have those backwards. You know, please help your Eldritch Planes. Just wait for a Tesla tractor? You mean one that doesn't work? Because that's what I expect out of a Tesla tractor. I'd expect it to not work, and then they can't repair any of it because none of the parts are in. You also know it'd be all weirdly angular and have one big long bar on the front of it for its headlight. And it'd be like 10 times the size of the other tractor for the same capacity for its trunk. Bulletproof glass and rims that fail when it gets cold. That's actually a problem that vehicle has. When it goes and it gets too cold, the metal on it gets brittle and breaks. They've had to recall them for that. Imagine driving and you go in your snow in this truck you spent entirely too much money and your wheels snap off. Because your rim just cracks the whole way through and everything. Would drive into the wet field and sink. Yup. Like, I'm genuinely curious about, like, the entire approach around designing that truck versus the other cars. Because, like, don't get me wrong, a lot of Teslas have random problems. And to be fair, a lot of cars have random problems. But, like, weirdly, specifically, the Tesla truck seems to have a disproportionately high number of problems, even by comparison to Tesla's other products, which aren't exactly known for being the highest of quality, with, like, all sorts of, you know, superficial issues and braking issues and all sorts of other stuff that they've run into. They ran into the issue where it would get stuck accelerating and all that kind of garbage. Like, and it's sad, because once upon a time I was actually really excited about them, but these days, if for whatever reason I need to replace my car, which, you know, sooner or later is going to happen, I've literally just crossed over 100,000 miles and all that, I would much rather think, wasn't the accelerator pieces, oh, it's not just one car that's had that issue. That's been a problem that's happened to a lot of cars over the years. Different reasons. But yeah, no, it's just not one model. I don't know if the Prius was one of them. It very well might be. But I know there's been Hondas who've had that problems. It's just, of the things that can fail in the car, it's one of those that happen. It's just a lot of failures. You know, your car stops running, and that's inconvenient. But usually outside of extreme situations, that's not that big a deal. But it is one of the more high-profile failures of when your car gets stuck accelerating or has a catastrophic brake failure as a normal failure point. Those are particularly bad problems. So you like how people paid years in advance, then Tesla sells them to California first without giving them to those who did the sign-up in advance? That doesn't surprise me. So the last stripe should be able to take it straight across, and then we can clean up that spot.
Thank you, Crass, for subscribing for 30 months. It's that time of month again. Rual, Hyperade, Rual, Hyperade, Rual, Hyperade, Rual, Hyperade, Rual, Hyperade bar. Made you think it was going to span forever. Stir the pot, gritty goose, gritty goose.
Thank you, Chris, for the tier 1 sub. That's 30 months you've been subbed to the channel. That's almost, not quite, 3 years. So I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot that you support this channel and hang around this long. So I do really appreciate that. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream, as well as your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. And as a reminder, I do have a new thing going on to the channel. So just mowing the grass for now? Yeah, because I got no money. So we are doing that. For the record, that's because we're doing a challenge that is a slow challenge. But yeah. So I have a thing going on the channel for anyone who is subbed for 3 years. So that's 36 months. It does not need to be continuous. I don't care what kind of subs or gifty subs or whatever, but you get to 3 years, so 36 months that you've been subbed to the channel. You can have me play basically any game that isn't like a violation or TOS that I'm like not morally opposed to or whatever. You know, some like, you know, I don't want an NFT, cryptocurrency, whatever game. I am willing to pick up the game as long as it's not unreasonably priced, i.e. I'm not going to go and buy some game that's like, oh, it's rare, it's $2,000. Yeah, no, I did finish the temple. I did finish that last stream on Wednesday. And it can't be an absolute pain in the butt to set up. So no VR, no emulators, nothing like that. But it is a thing that is going on. We should have somewhere in the ballpark, I know there's about 5-ish people who already qualify for it. That, you know, if they want, and there's no obligation to take it. It's not like you hit 36, and if you don't claim it, it's gone. Like once you've hit it, that's fine. At some point, if you think of a game, you're like, oh, that's a game I'd like you to play. We'll get on the calendar at some point. So it's kind of like where I used to have the, I used to have a redeem for like 100,000 points or something like that. That was called the Make Me Play redeem. And the only reason I kind of got rid of it was a lot of people were getting a lot of points. And I was starting to worry that people were going to start cashing in all those points at the same time and juggling that. And I do feel with like 3 years worth of subs as comparison, you know, points you get for free for just hanging out. So it's really easy for a lot of people to end up with a ridiculous number of points. That is the problem. It isn't that people are doing it, it would be the sheer quantity of people who could do it in a time frame. With the 3 year subs, like that's someone who's financially supported the channel for 3 years, barring some extreme priced games, you know, that's going to pay for the game or whatever, and then some. And it might be something I have to adjust later, but for right now it'll be 3 years. If it does end up being a thing that I end up finding it ends up being like not really viable because of the cost of games, then it would just be either A, I set a cap on the game price, or B, you know, after a certain period it becomes like the next, like, 1 more year or whatever. Like, I'd make it so anyone who had started going for it by then could finish it before we'd switch or something. I don't think that'll be a problem. I think the worst we'd do is, like, a game price cap. That would say, alright, less than 50 or less than 40 or whatever. You know, sales included, so if a game was on sale when you requested it, normally it's $65, but it's on sale for 40. But that's not a thing yet. That's if I have to adjust because things are expensive. But yeah, so anyone over 3 years. Because I know there's a bunch of creators who do it closer to 5 years and all that. But I'm gonna try 3, see what's at. If I gotta adjust it, I gotta adjust it. But like I said, anyone who's getting close when we go to adjust it, like, I'll do that. Because my point isn't to, like, make it so everyone goes out of the way to hit the 3 to do it, so much as to give extra incentive for people who get there as a thank you. I am planning on doing more stuff for tier 1s, 2s, and 3. Sorry, tier 2 and 3 subs than I already do. I also want to do stuff for tier 1, but that's not as urgent. Let's see, is there any games that you have eyes and ears on for spring next year? I have no idea what's coming out spring next year. I don't look that far ahead. Genuinely speaking, as a content creator, usually my thing I'm watching is what is coming out this month and trying to figure that out. And then maybe start looking at next month. But after next month, there's not a lot of point in me looking that far ahead. Because a lot of games get dropped unannounced or shortly announced and all that. And it's not like I really plan my streams that far ahead. Because one thing that will happen is, as I play different games between now and then, even the preference my audience has will change over time. So, like, I've been playing a lot of simulation games recently. There's been a lot more draw for simulation games on the channel as a result of that. Oh, I should probably go over this way instead. We did factory automation, and historically, factory automation has done terribly on this channel. But with the release of Satisfactory into 1.0, and then shortly after the Factorio DLC drop, it got a lot of people who, you know, normally wouldn't have been as interested in factory automation, like, in the past. Got them really excited for it. Hey, Lego, how's it going? Got them really excited about it. And that kind of made it a thing that I could get away with playing it, and then people got really into it. Just thought, with things being slow to the holidays, etc., that you might have something you might have caught interest. But again, oh yeah, no, so we're doing not tomorrow's stream, because we're talking Eastern time zones. So tomorrow's stream, I'm probably going to start out with some farm sim. But partway through the stream, we will be switching over to RimWorld, because we've got the RimWorld Hot Potato is being run by the stream team I'm part of, Halcyon Frequency, raising money for Doctors Without Borders. And so tomorrow is my turn, when I will actually be in the hot seat playing the game. And I'm honestly a little bit nervous about it, just because, I mean, well, I'm nervous about the charity stuff that's pretty normal about, like, you have no idea how generous or not generous people are going to be. No, I shouldn't say it. How generous people are going to be. So it's really hard to set your milestones and all that. I don't have as much prep as I would like for this one, so far as incentives and milestones and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to try and figure out more after stream today. And tomorrow I'm going to try and rush out real quick to see if I can't grab a pie. To have Tomb throw on my face if she's still up at that point. If not, I'll figure something out. You know, if we hit that amount, I'll go get a pie, and it will end up in my face in some capacity. You have a good grass setup in Farm Sim 22? Don't know if the mods are on Farm Sim 25. Yeah, the mod situation on Farm Sim 25, it's really getting better. It is a new game, so they're just not there yet. But yeah, no, so my plan is on the 1st, as I got lost in a train of thought related to the charity, is on the 1st, the stream starting on the 1st. The stream starting on the 1st, not the stream ending on the 1st. I will be playing Dredge for the first time, because I've heard nothing but good things. I missed Dredge, like, I can't remember what we were playing at the same time. I didn't manage to get a hold of a key for Dredge at that point in time. So rather than be like, oh, let me go buy it and yada yada, I was just like, you know what? I didn't get a key. We're already doing stuff. We're just going to do the stuff we're doing, and I'll circle back to Dredge later. So basically, I did a vote a little while ago on the Discord saying, hey, what would you like to see me play? And I include Dredge as one of the options. And it was a very strong outlier, as people were like, I want to see this. And it was like right after that poll is when, you know, a bunch of stuff all released at once, so I didn't get to it immediately. And so instead it's like, okay, well, it's on the roster, I'm promising I'll play it. And so it's been about a month after that poll now, but we are going to play it. So that's the plan. And realistically what'll happen is while that's going on is I haven't decided yet, I might do the first full stream will be nothing but Dredge. I might do where it's like Dredge and Farm Sim. And I gotta go ahead and do like sometime in the future. Let's see, do you still write any software? Maybe from the stream integrations? or for other hobbies. I really don't write much software as hobbies anymore. In the past, I have done some open source for games, but as far as the game dev side goes, I haven't really done anything of substance, just a little bit of hobbyist stuff that never really gets to see the light of day. Commercially, I've done a couple of contracts on the side here since I've started streaming. Not very often, though. Like, right now, it's a little difficult in the software dev situation for people hiring contract or otherwise. Not that there's no one hiring, but there's just nowhere near as much of that going on for the moment. Right now, it's like there's effectively a recession in white-collar jobs outside medical and education. At least here in the U.S. But I've maintained open source projects and all that for around games. Apparently, they removed one of the conveyors in Farm Sim 22. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. There was a lot of vehicles that they removed in Farm Sim 22. Not as a, hey, they're going to come back and make a DLC. I don't think Farm Sim has ever done that in its history. Taken a vehicle, removed it, and then brought it back as DLC. What they have done is they have removed vehicles and then put them available on the mod hub to grab later. And I think that's fine because in some ways, as they add new vehicles, there's just too much overlap with previous ones to really care that much. And then on top of that, the more vehicles they include in the base game, it just keeps making it bigger and bigger and bigger in file size. So by limiting the overall file size by not including those vehicles in the base game, you can keep the file size large enough so that way, you know, for people with not as good internet and things. It wouldn't surprise me if there was also licensing issues where, you know, one year John Deere's like, yeah, you can use that tractor. The next year John Deere's like, well, we don't want people worrying about that tractor. We want them worrying about the other tractor, so you can't use that previous one. That wouldn't surprise me at all if there's like a whole lot of thing. No, they removed it in Farm Sim 25. It was in Farm Sim 22. Yeah. No, I got you. Sorry if I read that wrong. You know, I understood what they meant was that it's not available in this one, but it was in the last one. Yeah, no one surprised me at all if it wasn't licensing as well. Let's see, how long do you think it'll take to get 1 million in the account mowing this one plot? If I was just mowing and nothing else? I mean, it'd be a couple of years in game. Like, it'd be a number of years in game. You definitely wouldn't want to mow nearly exclusively. But the idea isn't we just do it like this. The idea is that we would continue to build up our equipment so that I can mow it faster, I can get more money out of it. We would be switching over to barley at some point, you know, which is going to take us money. But yeah, if you're just straight up like, you set up the foraging wagon and the mower, and that's just all you ever do, it would be pretty atrocious. Just like climbing this hill is pretty atrocious. All right. Let's see. Any thoughts on things like Copilot integration with things like VS Code? You see it useful for generating unit test cases, but also you see a decline in quality of non-test code from junior devs absolutely generating code from Copilot. Yeah, so that's even if we're excluded. How long am I streaming tonight? I have a little bit over an hour left. Well, roughly an hour left. So what I'm going to actually do is I will get the last giveaway for a key for Farm Sim going tonight on Twitch here in just a minute. I'll get that started. Because then we'll do the drawing here, like whatever I start at like 10 minutes or so. But yeah, so even with like ignoring Copilot for a month, so you know, getting the AI thing out of the equation, the you know, the elephant in the room, as it were. We've always had code generation kind of things, and there is certainly a amount of logic to say, hey, if it generates and kind of cheats you to the end, does that lower the quality of the code for people who are working and all that? And it's not it's not true, but at the same time, those are the same ones who are going to be going and just pulling up Stack Overflow and just copy pasting in there. And nothing wrong with going to Stack Overflow for answers. But, you know, it's just the copy paste a lot, because junior devs don't know what they don't know. So a lot of them, they'll just take the code snippets, whether they're pulling on tutorials or Stack Overflow and all that. So where people are like, no, the code's just not as good as it used to be because of this Copilot thing. Junior devs have been copying code forever. And here's a hint, a lot of seniors do it too. As terrible as thing, about the only difference there is while they both copy it, at least the senior devs usually know to clean it up afterwards. That said, if you are looking for Farm Sim 25, we're giving out a key for Farm Sim 25. And on top of that, it will include a key for the McDon pack. That is only over here on Twitch, so I do apologize, YouTube. I am not trying to exclude you, per se. It's just the matter with the bots and the tooling and all that. I can't really hook it up to both things, and while there is maybe a dozen of you over on YouTube, I actually have no idea, I'm not seeing the numbers. There's like 130 people over here on Twitch. So if I gotta choose between the two, you understand the math. And I would say, you know, maybe it's better the other way, but the problem is, just very genuinely, YouTube is giving like a crap live streaming experience for a lot of you. They set it up and they've done no maintenance on it of any real substance over the years. So it is just one of those things. It's the experience of streaming on YouTube is just definitely, without question, the worst of the two experiences. So for live content, people usually come to Twitch. Recorded content, YouTube is still king. But for live stuff, you know, it is what it is. Yep, so it's exclamation mark giveaway space enter. We will do the drawing. We've got like an ad break happening here in like about 6 minutes. And what I'll do is I'll wait till that ad break goes by. I'll give like a last call kind of thing. And then after the last call, you know, has been for a little over a minute, we'll do the drawing. Now, the rules of the drawing is you don't need to be following or on Discord or subbed or any of those things. Obviously, I would appreciate all of those things, but that doesn't give you extra votes, doesn't do anything for you. That's just if you've been enjoying the content, you're like, oh yeah, I might want to come back someday. You know, push the buttons. But what you do need to do is when I have the drawing, I will need you to say something in chat within 1 minute of the drawing. So I'll have the drawing, it'll be like, hey, you know, yada yada yada, you just won, you know, say something in chat. And it doesn't matter, you don't have to say like anything specific, just be like, oh yay, I won, or I'm here, or thank you, or like whatever. Just something to let me know that you won and you actually want it. Because I have had the problem that people just see giveaway enter and don't even pay attention to what it is, and then I give it away to them and they're like, oh, I didn't want it. But like now I've given them a key, so I have no idea if they did redeem it or not. And so that's just kind of a waste. So I will require you to say something if you win. And then if you win, I'll just DM it to you on Twitch. It is the Steam version of it. So again, the base game, Farm Sim 25, and the McDon pack is what you'll be getting. But yeah, so we'll have that going for, it'll be, so it's about 4 minutes till the ad break. The ad break is 3 minutes because that's the minimum I can get away, like the minimum amount of ads I have to run per hour to get rid of pre-rolls. So that's what I run, is the minimum required for that. And then when we get back, like I said, I'll do a last call, and the last call will be about 1-ish minutes. Let's see, that's fair. Stack Overflow does have a community that moderates and votes answers. LLM generation doesn't have that same community promoting incorrect solutions. You're not against it. Was just curious your thoughts. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I think it's fine. Like, don't get me wrong, there's lots and lots and lots and lots of problems with like the LLMs and some of the stuff they're being used for that very much does need a discussion, especially the ones who are doing stuff like generative AI for art and writing and all that. There is a lot of badness there where it's creating a lot of real harm. But as far as like, you know, code completion stuff, even before the LLM Copilot kind of nonsense, we've always had code generation kind of stuff. that, I shouldn't say always, we've had for a very long time. Like the autocomplete in Visual Studio, like Visual Studio proper, for example, was getting absurdly effective the last time I was in Visual Studio, which is where you sit there and you're like, okay, I have a method that is like get whatever, tab, 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 tab. It's like, you know, public, integer, you know, you've already got your name of method, parameter 1, parameter 2. It's in your repository thing. It already puts like the repository like first couple of lines in there and the return. It's like, all right, it's missing the business logic because it doesn't know what I want from it, but it just dumps everything else in there. Or you can just be like generate method off of the other thing and just spits out the full method. Like, you know, it's not exciting stuff when we're doing like MVC, for example. You go like, hey, this object, go ahead and generate, and it spits out a view, a model, a layer. Or, I mean, usually you have the model, but it spits out, like, the model, the view, the controller, and all that. And, yeah, you gotta put all your business code in there, and you're gonna go, oh, this model looks terrible, because it's just, like, the engineering, here's the inputs, hit save. Also, boring solutions are better than overly fancy ones, assuming you support the software for years. Oh, yeah. No, we've had the conversation a bunch of times in here. Clever code, if I have a dev, junior, senior, or otherwise, when I was the team lead, and you came up to me with clever code, I expected you to back that code up with every little bit, and I'm probably still going to tell you no. Because clever code, even if it does give me a 10% performance improvement, the cost and maintenance is usually way worse than any benefit. Let's see, sure, stub generation, getter setter has been around for a long time. Yeah, well, it's just, they've gone way smarter than they used to be. Again, where you can be like, hey, I'm making this type of thing, spit it out, and it just spits out like the whole thing. And like, again, you gotta fill in the business logic, but even like, hey, make it so I connect to the database and it'll just spit out literally everything. You just drop your connection string in if you're using that style, or set up your other connection if you're using like the proper ORMs or whatever. Coding and driving tractors at the same time. But yeah, so like Copilot out of the generative stuff doesn't bother me much, because to me that's not taking anyone's job away or doing anything like that. Yeah, it's regurgitating code, but like, genuinely speaking, how much open source we have, you know, you can do a lot of that where you're not lifting someone else's novel new idea and dropping it in someplace else. You know, that's different. You can certainly lift entire projects and conceptually do that, but that's not the kind of stuff Copilot does. You know, where again, the counter being generative AI so far as like, you know, book writing, that were like writing articles and papers and, you know, doing art and all that. I don't blame students for using stuff like ChatGPT to spit out papers, but it's one of those things that spits out papers that are factually incorrect and not just like simple mistakes. It's just mashing words together that go together based on a bunch of stuff it's found. And it misses context, which is where you get all those edge cases where it's like, okay, you put all the factually correct pieces in your paper in such a way that it's simply wrong. And also stuff like ChatGPT and other LLMs, from what I found, they put so much fluff in there that doesn't mean anything, that you get like the 2 or 3 little snippets of something that's arguably meaningful, if it's correct. But then you really look at this and you say, hey, if I just go through and just start deleting the words that are just, you know, fancy fluff around the edges and talking around anything of meaning, you end up with like an entire page that's 5 pages long, and you get like maybe a paragraph out of the whole thing. And for the record, when I was a student, my teachers calling me out on that, because they're like, what is this BS? Clearly you didn't read the book. You basically mentioned the main character's name, and you're like, yep, you're right. I didn't tell my teachers. I was like, no, and you try and back it up and all that. And if you could BS yourself well enough that you can slip by. But yeah. So I'm sure some of the stuff I wrote in school would have looked like the crap that ChatGPT sets out, because I hadn't read the book and I didn't care. Let's see, you've been told about YouTube videos being a thing to avoid... Let's see, you've been told about AI YouTube videos being a thing and you avoid them as the information could be false. Yeah. They've just automated low effort videos. Yep, had a professor would take points away every paragraph of BS. Oh yeah, now if you got a good professor that has the time to read through your stuff, oh yeah. They'll be like, I'm knocking you as if you didn't put this paragraph on your paper. So if you're doing like the one page like the one page thing you do maybe in high school or middle school or whatever, that you look at it, and it's usually, if you have decent sized paragraphs, because it can vary wildly, it'd be like 5 to 7 paragraphs is about a page, you know, assuming they're not tiny paragraphs or giant ones, you know, very average paragraphs. And so if you look at that and you're like, all right, if I get 100 points for my 7 paragraphs, and you axe a whole paragraph off of it, that's a lot of points I'm losing credit for, like just a percentage of the grade that's just gone. I haven't had one do that, but I'm like, you know what? That's fair. Never had a teacher do that to me, but they did not. Maybe that's what they did behind the scenes, but I wasn't aware. But you know, I got knocked points once in a while. It's like, this is garbage. Like, this does, like, you literally, this paragraph, there's no actual subject to it. You just gave me a bunch of words that sound pretty. Because he's also a professor who only gave essay tests because he wanted the people to show they understood the material. Yeah, I definitely feel like there's certain topics that I think that is a good way to approach it. That instead of being like, hey, do this random math equation with this material or whatever, you know, instead they'll go, all right, you know, to explain to me in depth why, you know, this material wouldn't be good for this purpose, you know, and back it up with numbers or whatever. So, you know, almost like a technical paper. Those can be far better than be like, hey, you know, if you were to do this, what material would you use? And it's one of those things I'm like, oh man, well, I mean, clearly there's a right answer for that question. And that's like very simple. You just need to like memorize what is the thing that material does or whatever. But when someone sits there and be like, you know, what under what circumstances would you use rubber for this atypical purpose? And you'd have to think really hard and be like, okay, rubber, you know, here's its properties. Generally, the reason you wouldn't use it for that purpose is this property would not align with it. However, if we had these circumstances, it doesn't even need to be the thing that he's looking for the answer. You could genuinely be like, well, actually, I have this use case where I might have to have a higher heat tolerance that maybe this rubber would work for. Or if I'm looking to have a machine that has a deliberate point of failure. For those who, I forget what I'm using the wrong term. There is times when it makes sense when you're making a machine. They've got all these expensive and hard to replace parts that you really don't want to ever have to replace, to deliberately make a part that's weaker than the rest of the machine, so that part fails before anything else does. That way, you know, when something goes wrong, that piece will snap, and you go, okay, I destroyed this plastic gear that no one gives a crap. And, you know, you can go in there, resolve what the problem was that caused the machine to fail, and then replace the plastic gear. Because I know once upon a time when I used to sell tools and all that, we did sell garage door openers. And that was something that did in garage door openers. You know, a track would get rusted, or the garage would like hit something. You know, these things that cause wear and tear on the motor and all that. And the motor was expensive, and all the rails and chains could all get expensive. The garage door spring could get expensive. So you want, when something's going wrong with the various systems, that it does, yeah, sacrificial part, exactly. But like, so you put the stupid plastic gear, and I used to have people come in here and scream at me about this plastic gear wearing. I'm like, yeah, that gear just saved you, you know, $200-300 worth of burnt up motor because your track is no good. Let's see, in German word would be a Sollbruchstellen. But I can't think of a better word in English. You said that you use deliberate breakpoints. Yeah, no, that's good. And that might even be what it's called. All right, so again, last call on the giveaway. I gave it a little bit longer than good. Last call on the giveaway. So if you look at the top of chat, it'll say !giveaway, enter. you want to go ahead and put exclamation mark giveaway enter if you would like to try and win a copy of Farm Sim 25 on Steam with the McDon DLC, which is the windrower, the weird backwards driving windrower. But I will be drawing that in about 1 minute. And the only rule is you gotta be here to win. If I pop it and I say, hey, person, you've won, and you don't answer for 1 whole minute, then I'm gonna give it to the next person. So all you gotta do is say hi, or I won, or thank you, or whatever. Just make it clear that you want it or whatever, that you're excited about it. Doesn't matter what you say. Just say it in chat, anything, whatever. And as long as you do that within like about a minute, I'll give you a little bit over a minute, but roughly a minute. That way, if there's like stream delay and all that kind of stuff, it's accounted for. But as long as you let me know in about 1 minute, then I will give you the key in a DM. If you don't respond and I draw the next person, and then you respond, it's too late. And the only reason it's just too late is I only have 1 key left, and I don't want to run that situation where technically 2 people have 1, and then that gets complicated. So it is, if you don't respond in time, it's gone. Let's see, how is Farm Sim 25 compared to 22? Worth the purchase? That is going to be something that'll be a matter of opinion. For me, the opinion would be yes. That Farm Sim 25 includes literally every single crop that is in Farm Sim 22. It also adds steering assist. That does help a whole lot with like being able to drive on the fields and all that. So it's like GPS mod in Farm Sim 22. It does massively improve the AI. The AI is still dumb and will do weird things, but it gets the job done now. So instead of like in the Farm Sim 22 where they drive like 2 feet with a sprayer and they goes, okay, job's done, and like 90% of the field's unfinished, I have not run into that situation in the AI in Farm Sim 25. Hey Sean, how's it going? We also have a bunch of new crops. We've got spinach, we've got green we got green beans, we got peas, we've got long rice, we've got regular rice, we've got a bunch of new stuff in the greenhouse, we've got a mushroom greenhouse. You get the idea. There is a bunch of goodies there. Alright, so this thing is struggling real hard to get over this hill. It is a relatively steep hill for a mower that is only barely able to run these. Hey, Shaw, was that 70 stream streak you just said? Yeah, my apologies, didn't mean to miss that. But 70 stream streak, catching the last 70 streams, 7-0 without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. So what is going to happen is this is moving slow enough, I'm just going to do the drawing now. So again, we are doing the giveaway drawing. Once I hit giveaway draw, if you haven't got your name in there, it's too late. Luckily, I mistyped it the first time, so I had to type it a second time. And Rongor sneaking in there at the end and getting the win. Do you want Farm Sim 25? Just let me know, say something in chat. I'm pretty sure you're going to say something in chat. You were here like 2 seconds ago. Alright, cool. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to grab that key for you real fast, Rongor. Make sure I grab you the correct one. There we go. So don't send your key I've already given to someone else. And I'm going to go ahead and pop over here. And I will list for you, double, triple checking that I've got the right name. And double, triple checking that I've got the right key. And there you go. And like I said, that's for the Steam version. I'm going to go ahead and close this at this point. That is for the Steam version. That does mean I have given out all of the keys that we got from Dare Drop for Farm Sim 25. So there is no more, unfortunately. I don't expect there to be any more. But that was for doing the Dare Drops where we built the temple, hit the $1 million, harvested rice, harvested, I think it was all of the new crops I had to do, and then sell something from one of the new things from the greenhouse, where all the different objectives we got. We got 6 keys total from that. So that's pretty awesome that Giant Software, the devs behind Farm Sim 25, did make that available for us as an opportunity on Dare Drops. Because very genuinely, that basically saved the community somewhere in the ballpark of like $300+. So like, that's the whole thing. So I know I put a lot of effort in that temple, a lot more than I probably would have done otherwise. But I mean, that makes me feel good to be able to throw what's effectively $600. Sorry, that's not what it was. Like $300 at the community and be like, there you go, have a good time. We got some names from people who are relatively new to the channel, and we got some names from people who've been around the channel for a long time, so that's a nice mix. I was gonna wait till the end of the row, and then I saw how much the tractor was struggling to get up this hill. I was like, no, I'm just doing it. For that note, I am doing the Rimworld Hot Potato tomorrow, charity stream for Doctors Without Borders. That is at midnight U.S. Eastern Time. If you're like, what is that in my local time zone? You can pop on to the Discord. There is, in the announcement channel, it'll show it in whatever time zone you're in. So let's see, is Farm Sim 25 really worth a purchase over Farm Sim 22? I would say yes. There are some who disagree. That's fine. That is one of those things that gets into the opinion of what is my money worth? Obviously, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, $50 and whatever the change is a lot of money. Fair enough, catch it on sale. If you're someone who's sitting there and you've got a nice sweet several $1 million in the bank, probably don't care. Dropping $50, no big deal. And that's kind of the thing. But I just went through it. There is 5 new field crops. It has literally every single crop that is in Farm Sim 22. So if you skipped any of the DLC in Farm Sim 22 so far as the expansions go, congratulations, it's all there. Every bit of it so far as that. There aren't all the vehicles, but they do add those back in with the mods and all that. But that's not a big thing. It's not Farm Sim doesn't like remove vehicles and then DLC them back later. You know, they don't do the Sims model of making you rebuy the same thing again and again. They remove vehicles to keep the file, like the install file size small enough for stuff like consoles and that, and then they add the models into the mod hub themselves later. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The other thing they do is it is a significant graphical update, so check your hardware because it is a possibility that you might be able to run Farm Sim 22 but not 25 without turning the graphics way down. But that is a consideration. So we got like volumetric fog, so that's the fog that instead of just being like someone just put a big thing over your screen like we got in 22, you'll actually go over a hill and you'll see the fog down below you, but not where you're at, and then sometimes you'll be down in it too. There is volumetric lighting, same idea, you'll have that. The shadows have been improved. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. They also have, it starts out with 3 maps. So we've got the Zerlanka or whatever map is that came with the vegetable DLC. That map is still here. They also added in a map for Eastern Asia, just non-specific East Asia. So it's got some things from Indonesia, some things from Japan, some things from China, some things from Korea, just like vaguely that region of the world. And that's pretty cool. They've got one that's kind of a South U.S. wetlands. Is another map they've got. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I just did a posture check. I'll get my stretch here in just a moment. I'll get my hydrate here in just a moment. But they got all that going on. For the new crops, while a lot of them are stuff like green beans and peas and all that, the coolest new crop, in my opinion, is the rice. Because you flood a field and then plant your rice into it, and instead of where you weed it and all that, you use the flooding of the field as your weed prevention. And I need to remove the mark about the giveaway because that's done. It's going good. All right, we can go ahead and there was something else I was gonna do. Oh, give away clothes. All right. But yeah, so there's a lot there, but it is also like $50-something. Did you hear Tomb? No. I don't think so, at least. She fell asleep in her computer chair. Do I play with keyboard and mouse? Yes, I do. Generally speaking, a lot of simulation games, I find there's just too many controls for controllers to be comfortable for my personal tastes. There are certainly things in a lot of games, like the basic driving and all that, that the controller can feel a lot better. but I much prefer keyboard and mouse. I also do have a HOTAS with pedals and all that. I haven't hooked it up in a long time. For me, those are way more into flight simulation. Flight simulation I can't do on mouse and keyboard. I cannot get behind mouse controlling flight. I thought I heard a voice in the background. Must have been your dog. It happens. Have you ever tried a gaming keypad? Do you mean like a Nostromo? You only got a joystick with a hydraulic and crane? Because you see on sale for that? Yeah. No, I have a Nostromo around here somewhere. I haven't used it in a long time. I genuinely, I got one of the, when I say newer, we're talking, well, actually, the one I have isn't a Nostromo. It's whatever the other brand is. I wasn't able to get back into it. Like when I was like in high school, I got like the original. I don't know if they called it Nostromo back then, but like the original one, where it's only like the keys or whatever on it. And I really liked that when I was at that thing, like at that age. But now with MMO mouses, where they've got like the 12 plus buttons on the side or whatever, I just found the Nostromo. I like didn't get into it the same way. Like, they're useful, but just kind of instead of getting the Nostromo, I've got a mouse with like 12 buttons on the thumb spot. Oh man, I wonder if I can find them real fast. So this is probably gonna be cursed. I'll be right back in 1 second. I might have something cool to show you. I'll be right back. Alright, so just ignore the fact that we missed a big spot. You feel you can't play with that one. So I got a device a very, very long time ago, because I used to test hardware and all that, called a Peregrine. It was a device that launched, it was gimmicky, it had no chances of ever being a successful product, but for its time was at least pretty cool. Not something, if they have a newer model, I would not buy it. But the idea behind this is I can do everything I need from a keyboard with this glove. It's not hooked up, it's not configured, I'm not gonna be able to do it that. And that's because you may not be able to see it. There's conductive wire all over all the fingers and all that. And so the idea was, you'll notice there's a conductive spot on the tip of my thumb, on the broad of the thumb, and then there's the pad. And so you could sit there and be like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, like that kind of thing. And so literally you'd play games and you'd be sitting there like, that's forward and all that, and you'd do it like touching your fingers and all that. So it's probably not good for WASD, but it's kind of this cool thing that when it came to shortcut keys, technically this is a lot better for your overall hand for doing with that. Because you'd sit there and be like, okay, jump, slide, do this. You just be moving just like one finger around short distances. That said, it never took off for one obvious reason. Learning this is a colossal pain in the butt. Which I did, but it was one of those things that even back then I was like, this product has zero chance of being a successful product. The learning curve is just way too steep to possibly have a prayer of being widely adopted. Has he been playing Farm Simulator for a long time? Yes. They should use that to help people sign language. Yeah. I don't think you'd be able to do that with sign language, because a lot of sign language you have things that don't touch. So like sign language, you'll do something like this, where you'll have your fingers spread and you'll do something like that for like a reel or whatever. I used to know a little bit of sign language. I don't remember much of it though. That's it, my $1 million. I'll give you 5%. Oh man, working in software dev, I've had more than my share of pitches where a person's like, I have this idea. I'll go 50-50 with you. You just help me implement it, it's yours. I'm like, you know, ideas are almost a hair above worthless, right? Because all the real money, like the way you actually get money when you're coming up with the new product is execution. The idea, everyone's got a $1 million idea. And I mean, like, genuinely everyone at some point in their life will have an idea that if they had the means and the capacity to do so, they could easily make $1 million on. Or way more. But the problem is actually taking it from idea to reality. And that's where things kind of fall on their face. But yeah. And also, like, for the practicality side, so you probably can't see it, this is rare earth magnets used in this capacity was not a thing at this time frame. And so this is like the very first time I saw something. I've got the connector. That's the power and connection for your USB and all that. Like that seems like it's such a not big thing. But you got to keep in mind, this product came out, I think it was the late 90s, very, very, very beginning of the 2000s, like 2002, somewhere that time. And so it's like, it was a cool device, and they're like, oh yeah, we're going to revolutionize, this is going to replace keyboards, it's going to be great, you know, we're first to market. And they were drinking too much Kool-Aid is what they were doing. It's like, it is a cool product that has some very, very obvious difficulties getting into market. They might have had a chance if they focused entirely in on making it exciting for gaming, which is what I think they were trying to do. They just didn't know how to pitch it. But like, you might get it with like the really like fad gaming device, because that came out around the same time as like the Peregrine, or sorry, that was the Peregrine, the Stromo. Like, that's how far back it was. It was like around the same time of the first Nostromo, when USB ports were just starting to get like every computer having them, versus like that being kind of an upsell that your computer would have, you know, your 2 or 4 or 6 ports. But you confuse regular harvesters with a forage harvester and the headers. You know nothing about farming. That is a problem that a whole bunch of things. Lands, that was back in when CompUSA was still in business. Yeah, CompUSA, I don't have a lot of positive things to say about. They'll sell you your stuff and they would have your things. But man, like going in, like don't get me wrong, you'd see the video cards. That part of it was fine. But man, if you were someone who didn't already know what you're going in for your products for, I saw so many times that the staff would try and pitch stuff to people that wouldn't even do what they asked, let alone was a good idea for a purchase. Like, I don't know if it's a commission job or what, or they just, you know, didn't have the knowledge or training or whatever. And you know, fair enough if they don't get provided that. But they would 100% be like, oh yeah, that'll totally do what you want. Don't worry, man. Here, if you get the next model higher, and you're sitting there, it's like, dude, this person has an Intel motherboard. You're trying to sell them AMD chips. It doesn't have the right socket. Like, literally, I cannot put that in there. They physically don't go. No, it'll do it. Oh yeah, no. You need to get this really powerful 1,000 watt power supply. You know what? 1,000 watt power supply, that'll be fine. What kind of motherboard do you have? Oh yeah, you got a, what was it, the ones before ATX was the big standard. Basically, it would have the problem where it had the wrong number of pins on the power connector for the motherboard. And you'd sit there, like, oh, does it have the adapter for the extra pins? Like, this says it's only, I don't remember the amounts, I haven't dealt with that in a long time. But let's say it's like 16 pins, like, alright, oh, it's only got the 16 pin, does it have the one to adapt it to 24? And it's like, yeah, it totally does. Can I open it and look? Oh no, if you open it, you gotta buy it. Well, it's like, alright, because this says nothing about having the adapter on here. And I'm really suspicious that that isn't marketed somewhere on the box, especially in the area that says includes on the background, on the back of it. That's why they went from great to out of the market in like a decade. sleazy sales wise. I think the genuine problem is I don't even know that it was necessarily, you know, the salesman being scummy. They may have been. I think because of the nature of the job, if you are someone that knowledgeable on computers, more than likely, with the demand for IT at that time, you just got an IT job, which is going to pay you way the heck better than getting stuck doing sales in a crappy retail store. All right, Harry, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. And no, like, insult to anyone who works retail. We all got to do what we got to do to get our pay. But, like, the vast majority of the time, people who work retail are underpaid. They're treated like crap. They're not given the necessary training to, you know, sell what they're trying to sell. And while you do get lucky and you go into a tool store and find someone very knowledgeable, a lot of times they're just, you know, they're just taking someone who is able to say, like, yeah, I can tell a hammer from a screwdriver, and that's good enough for the store. Like, I was very knowledgeable about tools when I worked at the hardware, like when I worked at the store I worked at selling tools and all that. And there was a good 2 other people in my department who were fairly knowledgeable as well. But we also had probably about 4 or 5 that worked there in the time I was there who really didn't know a whole lot. And usually the way that worked is for a lot of simple stuff where the person already knew what they wanted, it was as easy as being like, oh yeah, that's over there. I can take you to that. I can show you that. But when it comes to, like, actually, you know, a person saying, hey, I've got this door frame, like, the little pad is, you know, needs to be moved up or down, and I don't really know what I need to do that. You know, what would you recommend? They couldn't answer that question because it's just not something they know, or they don't have the tool knowledge to be going, okay, well, I've never done that, but I can think of a handful of tools that I could make that work. And then usually most of them would just go and grab one of the 2 or 3 of us who really knew what we were talking about and help them out. But so he used to be on a Discord server owned by a computer tech on YouTube. He had a free to enter tech help channel. You had to take it down because and make it paid because the trolls were giving bad advice. That doesn't super surprise me. But yeah, because there was like I can think of the names of the ones who really knew their stuff. And to the credit, one of the girls who did know their stuff, it was just a lack of running into it. That, you know, you'd walk up and you'd be like, hey, you know, this person wants to do this thing. I don't know what I can suggest. Do you have any ideas? And then I didn't ever have to answer that question for her again. Like, you know, if I said, well, here's a router, here's how it works, here's what it can do, I didn't have to repeat myself. She would learn it, and she was good. And I had another one who just didn't care. Like, just straight up didn't care. She doesn't know the answer, she's just pointing them at me. Which I don't mind because it was a commissioned job. But for me personally, I couldn't tell you the number of times someone's getting like, oh, I want to buy this tool. Oh, okay, you know, sure. And you're starting to go get out of the cage and everything, and you're going, you know, is like, what are you gonna be using it for? Like, maybe I give you some ideas, like things like that, other things you might, you know, want or whatever. And they're like, oh yeah, well, I still think the worst one was, I think it was a guy who was going to buy a circular saw, like a hand circular saw where you take and you just run it across. He's gonna take that because he bought an interior door and it was the wrong size. He needed to make it smaller. And I'm staring at him going, those are hollow. Like, an interior door is a hollow door, normally, because you don't want all the extra weight on the hinge, and there's no point in making it a solid door. You know, versus an exterior door, you know, you want it to be more durable or whatever. And it's like, you're just gonna cut this open, there's gonna be this big gap in it. And you're not gonna have your latch for closing it, and you're not gonna have something to attach that latch to. And I mean, also, cutting a straight line that long up the length of a door using a circular saw without a guide or anything is not going to be a very straight line. Like, unless you are amazing with your technique, you're going to have a little bit of wiggle the whole way up there. Dude, honestly, for the cost of this, except take the L that you messed up on your door and buy a new door. An interior door is not expensive. Exterior doors get real freaking expensive. Those can cost you like $1,000 if you're going for anything fancy. Even a plain exterior door will usually run you like $300, $400, $500. But an interior door, especially back then, nah. You can buy them relatively cheap, not that big a deal. Little bit more than that circular saw would have cost them. But it's just kind of was like, I don't want to sell this to you because you're just going to hurt yourself and not be happy with the results. Alright, I figure we got ourselves probably one more pass. We'll be able to buy that roller, because I'll forget otherwise. We'll be able to buy the roller, and that'll be good. We'll be able to get the sillage relatively soon, and all that. Because we are getting close to wind down time for the stream. Now, as a reminder, I will be back tomorrow for more Farm Sim for the start of the stream, then the RimWorld Hot Potato on the end of the stream. So tomorrow at the end of the stream will not be Farm Sim. It will be RimWorld for a charity event, raising money for Doctors Without Borders. My stream team is running an event right now called the RimWorld Hot Potato. And my intention is, at the end of stream, that we are going to raid... Who it is? Oh, well, we're not done quite yet. I'm just kind of getting everyone ready to be like, hey. So if you have enjoyed the content, regardless, make sure you're following, because you know that's how all this works. Yeah, we probably still have like 20-30 minutes, something like that. 20-30 minutes till I wrap that up. Yeah, and also we have a Discord. I will announce, like, I usually will say, hey, like, stream starting early, hey, stream starting late, hey, no stream today, okay, bonus stream that day. Sometimes with the bonus streams, I don't give you a whole lot of warning, because sometimes I hadn't planned to stream, and then, like, everything gets done with the day, and I'm kind of happy with where it's at, and I'm like, well, I'm going to play games. I might as well stream. So the whole stream, you've just mowed grass? Correct. We are doing a challenge. To be fair, we started with just grass, and now we're making silage, which is over there. That should be done this in-game day. What'll end up happening is most likely the next stream, we'll pull the silage, they'll give us a bunch of money. With that bunch of money, we'll get better at making silage, get better at doing the grass. Once we do that, we'll get a little bit more money. We are going for barley as the next crop. It is just one of those things. You can definitely play Farm Sim on easy economy settings where you can get to like getting more and more and more much faster. This is the opposite of that. We are going to have a slow burn getting things set up. It will gradually pick up speed because everything I add that lets me make a little bit more money, I can then turn around and I make that more money faster, and thereby I get to buy the next thing quicker. But we are dealing at the very beginning. Let's see, for your farm simulator is a whole way to the end of the year. So farming simulator is your whole way to the end of the year. Oh, you're saying like the only thing I'm playing on stream to the end of the year? No, like very genuinely, as I mentioned, tomorrow we're going to be doing RimWorld for the second half. We're going to be starting Dredge. It'll be my first time playing that game on the stream on the 1st, at which point we'll start splitting our time a little bit. Let's see, very last 13 says, 100 plus you have watched... 100 plus have watched you mow the lawn for like 8 hours. The magic of Farm Sim? Absolutely. Correct, besides tomorrow? Oh no. I genuinely am a variety streamer. I probably should have mentioned that at some point. So I am Rual Storge, do play variety games here on Twitch. I'm actually most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,120 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on harder than apocalypse settings. That said, that record has been beaten, but that was a record I held for a while. I also play a lot of other games, like lots of simulation games, a lot of settlement builders, city builders, like RimWorld and all that. I played plenty of City Skylines, a lot of Tycoons. Yeah, and that record will never be beaten again. Correct, because the person who took the record from me went and played that game nearly exclusively in that one run for almost a full year. So unless you're going to be playing Project Zomboid full-time for a full year and just really on your A game for like 95% of it, you will not be beating the record. It's like over 900,000 now. It didn't get to 1 million, but it got real close. which is Mr. Lamprey, is the one who took that record. But I also do like tycoon games, city builders, settlement builders, simulation, the very rare like roguelite, the occasional survival game. I really do play a very wide range of games on the channel. So very genuinely, as much as I've been really jamming with the Farm Sim 25, it isn't a thing that I'm going to be playing all the time. Because one, eventually I would burn out doing that. And then two, eventually my viewers would burn out in doing that. So realistically, what'll end up happening over time is Farm Sim will become like my my fallback kind of, you know, hey, low energy, I just want to jam and play a game, whatever, or like filler day kind of game. Like I'll still play it a bunch, but it will be one of those games that I kind of pop back into, you know, doing all that kind of stuff. It's the same way I deal with like RimWorld is one of those games for me that if I'm just like, okay, you know, we just finished a game, I'm not sure what I want to play now, it's a slow game release week, I'll just break out some RimWorld. Farm Sim will definitely be one of those games. Not that I'm planning on stopping playing this right away, we just started the challenge run. Let's see, your Satisfactory had you hooked. Farm Sim is just sleep stream from you. Don't get me wrong. It's boring. Yeah. I mean, not every game is for every person. So he killed the entirety of Knox County? No, not even close. On 16 times population, that's that 1 million. Not even close. Not even remotely close to wiping out the whole thing. Even on like the base settings, you're over 1 million zombies. Did you give away all the keys? You're napping with Kitty? Yes. What's happening is we're going to be wrapping up relatively soon. We still got like another 10 or so minutes. I was actually expecting this to take me past the ending time, and it didn't, which I'm perfectly okay with. Yeah, sorry, Cookie. All the keys did go out. There are none left. This isn't me memeing or anything like that. The keys are gone. All 6 keys that we've had since the very beginning of doing the dare drop stuff are gone. But yeah, no, this is a slow burn run of Farm Sim. It will be something that picks up the pace. But yeah, no, I got you. Like, as a variety streamer, there's definitely times I'm going to play games that you're just like, that's just not for me or whatever. That is 100% fine. No matter what game I choose, there's going to be some subset of people who are going to be into it and some subset of people who are not. And all I can do is keep playing different games here and there. You know, we hang out in a game a little while, we move on to the next one. I know I've been going pretty hard on the Farm Sim. This is literally the 20th stream we've done of it. So I do know I've been kind of overindulging in it. But yeah, that's the plan where, again, literally tomorrow we're doing RimWorld, and the next day we're doing Dredge. I'm anticipate Dredge taking me a couple streams, so like I said, we'll do a bit of Dredge, a bit of Farm Sim. Like I said, I might do that first stream of Dredge. I might do just Dredge the whole stream. I might split it. I haven't decided all that yet. I usually tend to wind down with Farm Sim versus starting with Farm Sim, just because it is such a chill game. It's far easier to do that for like the second part stream. Okay. That's also a good one. Alright, so we do get the roller. Okay, apparently can reconfigure it with more weight and not, and it costs nothing. Okay, so we did manage to get the rollers. That should make doing silage the next time a lot easier. The next thing on the order of business would be the silage leveler. And then the silage leveler, what I should be able to do is, my hope is I can put the leveler on the front, the roller on the back, and have a much easier time about doing the silage. After that, like I said, it's kind of watching for these sales. Like, if I had the money, oh, that's gonna be way more horsepower than we can handle. Probably wouldn't buy it, actually. We'd probably keep saving until we have the next thing. Let's take a quick peek at how we're doing. Hey, Cool Beans, it's going pretty good. Let's take a really quick peek over here at how our silage is going. Because we get the silage, that's a huge payday. Yeah, so that's our rollers for in the future. But yeah, so this is a run that it starts at the very beginning is the slowest part, and it'll just slowly pick up more and more. 88% fermenting. All right, so let's get ourselves a little bit more because I desperately need to repair this tractor. And if I do get one, more of these loaded up, that should be enough to repair. I'm also kind of waiting a minute longer, and the reason I'm doing that is the time I'm wrapping up my stream is right around the time that the hot potato is switching from one person to another. So I'd rather just raid into the second person instead of like accidentally raiding into the first, having them raid at the same time, and then the raid gets lost because it's in that limbo between. Like you raid into an offline channel kind of thing. So I'm just gonna quickly give it like the next, 10 whatever minutes, 10, 15 minutes it takes to make sure that's locked in. Because it should be relatively soon that happens. I'm gonna check to see if they've already done the roll call and all that. Am I wrong? Does it... No, it should be 4 hours. Gotta check what's going on with that. One moment. Okay. Not sure what's happening. The next one is Ultra in 1 hour. Ah. Okay. Really? Oh, right, because Tim was letting... Okay, never mind. I see my mistake. My mistake was I looked at the roll call and I'm like, okay, so Tim started at like midnight my time, so it should be 4 hours. They should be wrapping. Right. They did the roll call 1 hour before they started. That's how that literally works. Okay, so we are going to be raiding over there as soon as I finish with this this load. We'll get that over there and all that stuff and whatnot. So let's see. What do I need to still do? So let's get this one done here. Just snooze the ad for a minute. Make sure we don't hit another ad break. We'll have plenty of time to prevent that. Yeah, so we do this one last quick pass over here to get some stuff, to get our quick money. We'll do the quick repair, and that should be plenty of time to raid into Tim the Sorcerer, who's our fantastic content creator, currently doing the RimWorld Hot Potato for Doctors Without Borders, raising money and all that good stuff, so that'll be a really good time. As a reminder, this isn't the normal days I stream. I normally stream 5 days a week, as if this has been an ongoing thing, where I stream every day but Thursdays and Fridays, though lately, as in the last 2-3 months, I've been absolutely terrible at streaming on my days off because reasons. But what I am going to do is once we get this filled up, we stop, drop it, sell it off. We're going to repair the tractor, gas it up, and from there we'll wrap for today, raid over the Tim the Sorcerer and all that, and get all that sorted out. Let's see, sneaking and following the spicy potato, and you have good times then, everyone. Yep, absolutely, Lardine. Thank you for hanging out and all that. I'm going to be up a bit longer after stream, trying to take care of the various things that I need to take care of for getting my segment of the RimWorld Hot Potato ready for tomorrow, because I'll be doing that from midnight to 4 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be streaming from 7 p.m. Eastern Time up to that midnight, probably doing some farm sim. And then the next day after that will be Dredge. I will also be announcing that I've got a long-term sponsor that's going to be showing up. It is a computer hardware sponsor. And I'll go into the specifics and all that when we get there. We will have Dredge on the first, and then what happens after that will be probably Dredge, probably some farm sim, probably some RimWorld. We'll probably do a rotation of those for a little while until one of those wraps up, and then the next game will get brought in. Because there's a lot of stuff that has dropped, but now that we're actually in the sales period, that the games are dropping there, we're probably not gonna have that many net new games once we've gotten past Black Friday, which is what we got going on. Usually a lot of the game studios want the games already available for you to buy for entering the holiday season. That way they can capture all those holiday sales. So we'll see. We'll also keep an eye on the whole thing right now that there was the Thursday the other day that basically are saying, hey, Build 42 is getting real close, and that they believe there's a good chance it will be before Christmas. That said, they didn't commit to it. So, you know, if it does go long, you know, don't be like, they lied to us. They're saying, like, hey, we think we're on track with that as long as things continue to go smoothly, that they've had people testing it, it's been going well. So you get the idea. So there is a very good chance that we're going to have some Project Zomboid here in the future when the new version drops. As a forewarning for those who are really only excited about the multiplayer side of it, Build 42 will not have multiplayer enabled for a little while. This is the unstable version, so this is the you opt into it separately version, not the base game. That won't be updated until they get multiplayer and all that sorted. Build 41 took them almost 2 years to get the multiplayer in. I do not anticipate it's going to be remotely that long of a delay. That was kind of an extreme outlier situation that I am sure they are very, very keen on never repeating ever again. Because that's kind of one of those things that really, really hurt them for a while. But all that said, we'll get over there. Yeah, so we still got plenty of time. All right, so let me grab this. And we can go drop this off. We can repair our tractor. And all that good stuff. I'll take a quick peek at the silage, because it was 88% before we did this. Because that silage represents a pretty good amount of money. Like, all that mowing I just did, 92. All that mowing I just did, like, throughout this entire latter half of the stream since we did the silage, that silage will be about the same amount of money from all of that time. And then a little bit more. So that's how much of a difference that makes. So the plan will be to empty the silage, and the next in-game day, the next in-game day, what I'd end up doing is refilling the silage as best we can, use the roller to knock it down. I probably will not have the, no, actually, I probably will, because we would sell the silage. I'd use the silage that we sold to buy the leveler. We would fill the thing up, and I just make it a habit of putting the leveler on each time I go through with the foraging wagon to drop stuff off. You get the idea. It is the thing I wonder with the leveler, if I go from the outside and push it towards the middle from each side, if it'll prevent spilling over, where instead of getting like the grass or the silage, you get chaff, which isn't worth nearly as much. I'm curious how much it'll help with that. Okay, that might or might not be enough to fully repair our tractor and gas it up. But we'll see here in a minute. Yeah, because normally I stream for 9 hours. The stream started a little bit late because, like I said, this was an off-schedule bonus stream, mostly to test the new mic we've got here. And so with all that, you know, I just wanted to take a minute to get that all sorted. But I'll probably be like the second that I need to do 2 streams of this where I basically put like the link saying, hey, this is where we got our mic, you know, thank you for giving me the mic. Because that is technically a sponsored item in the fact that they're not paying me to show it off, but they did give me the mic, so it is something of value. So those 2 streams that I am doing, I'll have to have like the tag that's like, hey, it's an ad. Okay, so that actually might be able to repair it. It's gonna be right on the offense whether or not I can afford to repair it or not. Nope, not even close. That's fine. One more haul would do it, but we're not gonna do that right now. What I'm gonna do right now is, before I forget, I'm gonna go ahead and drop a save here. And we're gonna go get ourselves a raid going over to Tim's the Sorcerer. If you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly. I can't really do the equivalent of raiding over there yet. I have to have 1,000 subscribers. So if you would subscribe over on the YouTube side, you can help me make that happen. So at the end of stream, I don't just dump you into the abyss. But in the meantime, that's all that YouTube lets me do, is dump you into the abyss. So thank you again for tuning in over on YouTube, and I'll catch you later. For those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and get to our ending